I don't know. This is just what it spat out for me. We got one more.
Okay.
Photographs from space. Modern-day images of Earth from space provide direct visual evidence of its spherical shape.
See, now it's trying to get you to appeal to the authority again. Maybe you need to ask it, like, what can I do to prove the globe that isn't logically fallacious or an appeal to authority? Because so far, none of this stuff's actually proving that the Earth's a ball, is it?
I would say no. Let's see. What can I do to prove that the Earth...
What do you think? So is it going to be stand up? Like a double... Let's see what it says.
The sticks. It'll be the sticks.
Here are some simple practical experiments and observations, many of which can be done with minimal equipment, that demonstrate the Earth is round, approximately an oblate spheroid. So it gave me the ship hold first over the horizon thing, which we already saw. Go to the seaside or a large lake, watch a ship sailing away. You'll see the hull disappear first, and the mast, and finally the top of the ship. If the Earth were flat, the entire ship would just get smaller but remain visible in full shape.
See, more than just that being begging the question, we can actually debunk that very persuasively.
Would you say that it's just an optical illusion?
Yeah. The horizon is an optical limit. It's perspective, like where everything converges. That's just how optics work. So it's if you go down to the beach and you observe the horizon day to day, sometimes you might see it at like 5 miles. In the same position, you might see it at 10 miles later on the next day. 15, 20, 30, it moves around, showing that it's not this like geometric curve of a ball, because that would have a static position relative to your observer height. So it's an optical limit. And if you look up sinking refraction, it perfectly describes the phenomena of an object appearing to sink into the horizon. Because even when you think about it, just on the bare observation, what we're watching is the ship is maintaining a horizontal position, as far as we can tell, and it appears to just sink down into the horizon. It's not actually like tilting over a curve.
Yep.
We don't observe that. So actually, the observation alone fits more with an optical phenomena than it does something cresting the curve of a ball. Yeah, you're not seeing the butt of the ship poking up into the air as it goes around a curve.
Right.
You see it sinking horizontal. And we can demonstrate this effect on a flat surface, like a long hallway, like a long table, pulling an object across from away from the observer, with the observer low to the surface. Things will appear to just get obstructed bottom up. It's just optics. But that is about the only thing the globe side can really offer in the way of ground-based observations. The rest of that, they're looking into the sky, they're saying, well, the sun's moving, the moon's moving, the stars are moving. So we must be on a ball.
We do have one about stars here. Different stars seen from different latitudes. Go north or south over long distances, you'll notice different constellations appear or disappear. For example, the Southern Cross is visible only in the southern hemisphere. Polaris, the North Star, is visible only in the northern hemisphere. On a flat Earth, everyone should see the same stars.
Yeah, see, just more bullshit.
So why are we talking to AI? Just post it in here. Post it in here. I'll put it in my AI, and we'll be done. Because mine will just debunk all of yours.
You have an AI?
Yeah,
he is an AI.
Yeah, you weren't here, Rodwin, earlier. The guy that we had before this was like so upsetting and annoying that this, like, talking to AI is actually refreshing over talking to the human we were talking to last.
Well,
yeah.
At least Napalm here is able to see where the AI is being fallacious and agreeing that these are not like proofs of a globe when we discuss them.
If I may interject, element, you know what could be very interesting to boot? Who are we speaking to again? Napalm? Where is he?
The Napalm?
Yeah, Napalm.
Hello.
Napalm. Dude, if you want to press it further, for each of the questions that you're going to read out, just even as a test to see how genuine or honest or whatever the AI is, ask it, for example, what underlying assumptions are there for each of these points, and how are they reconciled? And see if it actually gives you anything, or it says, "Oh, we're not assuming anything. We know this for absolute."
Well, you can already
That could
tell
be-
by the language that it is, because it's saying in the north hemisphere, in the south hemisphere, so it's already assuming a hemispheric ball.
Yeah.
That you're,
I'm curious
that you're
if it, I'm curious if it
Here
would
we
even
go,
recognize.
Yeah, so I'll read exactly what I fed into it. I said, what underlying assumptions are there for these points? It said, excellent follow-up. Every observation or experiment rests on some underlying assumptions. Let's look at the key assumption behind each of the Earth sphericals proofs from my earlier list. This is a very scientific question. All good experiments require you to understand what you're assuming. So let's look at the first one. Ships disappearing hull first over the horizon. Assumptions. Light travels in straight lines except for minor bending due to atmospheric refraction. The ocean or other body of water surface is relatively level locally. The ship isn't simply shrinking into invisibility uniformly due to distance. So that's the ship one. That's what.
Wow, what a weasel way of wording that. So it didn't mention. Ask it. So you're not assuming that the surface of the water is convex, curved, because it's saying we're assuming that it's relatively level locally. Level means flat, but if they're assuming it's flat locally, then how can they say it's at the same time going over a curve? That's
Let's
a
see what it
contradiction.
says.
Yeah.
Excellent critical thinking. Let's analyze that carefully. In the first example, the ship disappearing hull first, I listed assumptions like light travels in straight lines apart from minor refraction. The ocean is level locally, meaning not dramatically choppy. But you're correct. I did not explicitly say we're assuming the water surface curves outward convexly on a large scale. That's a crucial point. What is not assumed? We do not assume the water is convex in advance as part of the observation itself. Instead, the disappearing ship phenomenon is one piece of evidence suggesting that the ocean surface is not simply a flat plane extending infinitely. Instead, it curves away from the observer, so the observation leads us to infer curvature rather than requiring us to assume it first.
Well, you
Couldn't
see
this
what I did there?
also be explained by the limitations of the human eye and angular resolution?
But see, it contradicted itself because it said locally that the water is level. But isn't the ship disappearing? Isn't that local?
See, it's trying to be weaselly with you by saying we're not assuming the curve, we're inferring the curve. That's an assumption.
I told it to make an even more precise list, so let's see here. Assumptions. What assumptions do we actually make for the ship disappearing? Here's a more precise list. The ship is physically intact. It's not magically shrinking from bottom upward. The air is clear enough to see the ship. Light travels mostly in straight lines over short distances. The sea surface is smooth enough not to hide the ship behind waves at long distances. Even modest waves can obscure hulls. The observer's eyes or cameras are at a known height above sea level. Not assumed, but rather concluded, is that the ocean's surface is curved. Why does this matter? On a flat Earth, the entire ship should remain visible as it recedes. It would simply get smaller uniformly. The fact that the bottom disappears first suggests the ocean is curved downward away from you, i.e. convex. So the curvature is a conclusion drawn from the observation, not a starting assumption.
So what if we can see a horizon at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height?
And also, if you ask it, given that we have evidence to suggest that we do see bottom-up obstruction of an object from a flat surface at a certain distance, indicating that there is an optical phenomenon, whether it's flat or curved, what would it say to that?
Suggest that. Yeah.
I want to hear cyclones first.
Go for it.
Is it optical?
Is this Chat GPT or what is this?
Yeah, it's ChatGPT. I couldn't get analysis like this from Google's AI. So I just went to the more talkative one.
It's been strictly fed
hold
on
on.
a...
Yeah, wait 1 second. That's not analysis. It's not analyzing anything.
Yeah, it's regurgitating the globe copes that it's obviously been trained on from channels like ours.
Yeah,
because this is the exact kind of illogical fallacy, begging the question, weaselly word
That's
use
like what
that we
Flat
hear
Earthers
from the
do. That's
globers.
crazy.
So
I was just going to say,
if we see the sorry, Mick.
I was just going to say, Napalm, if you're interested, check out Perplexity. It's another one that's that's readily available, and it actually provides references to the shit that it used to spit out whatever it's spitting out.
Perplexity, is that AI?
Perplexity AI, yeah. It's pretty good.
Well, then Napalm, ask it what it means when we see a horizon at 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height.
Well, I asked one in the meantime. I said, given that we have evidence to suggest that we do see bottom-up obstruction from a flat surface, wouldn't this suggest that the hole disappearing is an optical event and not a physical one? I said, what you're proposing? You're saying we see bottom-up obstruction even across flat surfaces sometimes. So maybe the ship's hole disappearing is just an optical effect, like perspective or atmospheric effects rather than evidence for curvature. This is a legitimate objection and worth examining thoroughly. Let's separate two ideas. 1. Perspective shrinking. On a flat surface, objects get smaller with distance. However, the entire object remains visible. The top and bottom both shrink uniformly. On a flat plane, there's no geometric reason for the bottom to vanish while the top stays visible. This alone does not explain bottom-up disappearance. 2. Atmospheric refraction and optical effects. Now, you're right that heat differences between air and water can bend light. Over water, layers of warmer or cooler air create mirages. Sometimes distant objects appear compressed, stretched, or shifted. This can produce some bottom obstruction. This is a valid point. So is hole disappearance purely optical? Not entirely. Let's consider 3 pieces of evidence. Repeatability under different conditions. On clear days with stable air, the hole still disappears bottom first. Even on land across large flat expanses like salt flats, we don't see objects vanish bottom first as they recede. Over water, the effect occurs consistently beyond certain distances, matching calculations for Earth's curve. If it were purely optical, conditions would vary the effect much more chaotically. B. Measurable hidden height. People measure observer height above water, distance to the ship, how much of the ship disappears. Calculations using Earth's curvature predict exactly how many feet of a distant object will be hidden. Measurements match those predictions quite accurately. Optical explanations struggle to produce such precise consistency. C. Photography from different elevations. If you stand at sea level, the hole disappears. If you climb a tower, the hole reappears. This strongly suggests a geometric effect rather than purely an optical one. The higher vantage point, quote, sees over a curve on a flat plane. Higher altitude changes your viewing angle, but wouldn't uncover the bottom of an object blocked only by perspective. But optical effects do contribute. It's not either or. There's a lot more in here.
Well, that's pretty amazing because it spoke specifically about the observations matching the claims of the globe curvature, which is a blatant lie, because that's why we're here. That's why flat earthers exist. Because people have gone out and checked, and it doesn't match the globe claim. Which is why I was asking you to ask it, what if we see the horizon from 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height? Because from a 1 foot observer height, the horizon, this curve of the ball, is supposed to be at 1.2 miles. But we've seen it like 10 times further.
All right, I'm going to ask this exactly how you were. So you said, what if we see the horizon
over 10 miles away?
10 miles away
from a 1 foot observer height.
1 foot observer.
And if you're looking in the chat, people will be posting videos and images of this kind of measurement, observation, that you can do, which is what we recommend you go and do, so that you can see how full of shit ChatGPT is.
It says, fantastic. This is an excellent specific test case. Let's analyze it carefully. First, let's compute what we should see on a spherical Earth, then discuss what it means if you see the horizon farther than predicted. Oh, I got a ping. Let's see this first.
Oh, no, please continue. Please continue. It ties into what you're talking about.
Calculating the horizon distance. Oh boy, we got math here. On a spherical Earth, the distance to the geometric horizon from an observer height, h, is approximately... oh, man. I'm going to go ahead and screenshot this equation, and I will post it.
Well, it should be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, so you can just skip by the equation and tell us what it says, how far away it says it should be.
So about 1.2 to 1.3 miles is the answer.
That's what I said, right?
Yep.
but we're seeing it beyond 10.
Seeing the horizon 10 miles away. If you're standing 1 foot above the water and claim to see the horizon at 10 miles, that's about 8 to 9 miles farther than the spherical Earth's geometry predicts. This raises two possibilities. Possibility 1, atmospheric refraction. The atmosphere bends light downward, extending how far you can see. This is called terrestrial refraction. Under normal conditions, refraction might extend the visible horizon by 5 to 15% beyond the geometric horizon. For a 1.2 mile horizon, that's only 1.3 to 1.4 miles, not 10 miles. So under normal conditions, refraction can't explain such a large increase, but under unusual conditions, such as temperature inversions, cold air over warm water, light can bend dramatically, creating superior mirages. You might see distant objects far beyond the geometric horizon. This is rare, unstable, and often produces distortions such as looming or...
That's objects. Not
Tell
the
it.
horizon itself.
Hold
That's
on.
talking about-
Tell it the water was 63 degrees and the air temperature was 67 in that 10-mile shot and see what it says.
Well, hold on. Yeah, let's hear the rest of it. But also notice how it said you could see objects beyond the geometric horizon, but it's not talking about the horizon itself.
Right.
It's being again weaselly in there. But go on, continue. Let's hear the Cope GPT.
Possibility 2, misidentification. Sometimes people think they're seeing the horizon, but they're actually seeing a band of haze or clouds near the horizon.
Wow.
Distant objects, ships, buildings appearing isolated above water. The water's surface blending with sky color. So it's possible you're looking at something beyond the horizon, but not the true edge of the Earth's curvature.
Wow, so it chooses to gaslight you and not offer you an actual option, which is that there's just no curve.
Let's see, possibility 3 here. This is the last possibility. Possibility 3.
You tell it the extra possibility.
Hold on, let's see what the last possibility is. Let's see if it's going to be honest.
Measurement error.
Oh,
was your eye exactly 1 foot above the water? Did you measure distance with GPS, maps, or just estimation? Over flat beaches or oceans, distances can be deceptive. A small error in eye height makes a massive difference. At 2 feet, the geometric horizon goes to 1.7 miles. At 6 feet, it's 3 miles. At 10 feet, it's 3.9 miles. Still nowhere near 10 miles, but worth checking carefully. So what does this mean? Seeing the horizon 10 miles away from a 1 foot height is not normal on a spherical Earth. Under rare atmospheric conditions, you might see beyond the normal horizon, but this is an optical effect, not evidence that the Earth is flat. Persistent, consistent 10-mile horizons at 1 foot height would indeed contradict spherical Earth calculations, but such reports don't hold up under controlled measurements. Key point, even if you see, quote, further than normal objects beyond the geometric horizon appear distorted or lifted, the surface itself doesn't flatten out into view, light is simply bending. So this observation, if genuinely verified, would suggest an unusual optical effect, likely, a measurement error, possible, a serious challenge to Earth's curvature, extremely unlikely given vast evidence to the contrary. In summary, normal geometric horizon equals 1.2 miles for 1 foot height. Seeing 10 miles does not equal normal. It means it's a likely optical effect or measurement error. This is not solid evidence of a flat Earth.
So ask it this one last one, and then we'll stop with the AI. But just ask, is a fourth possible option that there is no curvature causing a geometric horizon?
And the likelihood.
There is no curvature causing what did you say exactly?
A geometric horizon.
Geometric horizon. See what it says. Fantastic. That's precisely the right scientific question. Let's analyze that possibility carefully and fairly.
See how flat earthers ask the precise, correct scientific questions. At least the AI can acknowledge
possibility. Here we go. You're proposing, what if there simply isn't curvature creating a geometric horizon? Then the horizon distance could be much farther because there's no bulge blocking the view. This is indeed the flat Earth hypothesis in essence. No convex surface means no geometric horizon blocking the bottom of distant objects. Instead, the horizon would just be the limit of how far you can see based on light scattering in the atmosphere, air clarity, object size versus resolution, limits of your eyes or cameras. If there was no curvature and the Earth were flat, there would be no geometric no geometric horizon should block distant objects bottom up. Objects should just keep getting smaller, not gradually vanish bottom first. At 1 foot eye height, you could theoretically see many miles across smooth water as far as air clarity allows. So yes, if the Earth were flat, it's plausible that you could see a horizon 10 plus miles away depending on visibility conditions. Why that explanation struggles. However, that idea faces significant problems. 1. Consistent hidden heights. On a curved Earth, the hidden portion of distant objects increases predictably with distance. For example, a lighthouse known to be 100 feet tall might be partly hidden beyond 10 miles. Observers regularly measure exactly how much of it is hidden at various distances. These observations match Earth curvature calculations extremely well.
Except lighthouses have been documented for hundreds of years being observed at distances that far exceed the claimed curvature of the Earth. Another lie by Cope GPT.
Yep. And those observations are not consistent. They always have to invoke some other form of or variable of.
So yeah, it's ending it with a bit of a Cope fest, but at least it agreed, in essence, that that's the correct question, and yes, it would mean that there's no geometric horizon, and that is a possibility. Doing a bunch of Cope now. Oh, well, the problem is we've got this government space cartoons. Yeah. That was interesting. You want to finish it off, and then we can move on to the next thing?
I will jump to the conclusion because it gave me 5 different things. It's very
big long. They do big wordy copes. You've really got to word it up for the globe.
So we'll do a conclusion. The last little bit here. So yes, your 4th possibility exists in principle. If there's no curvature, the geometric horizon doesn't exist. But real-world evidence overwhelmingly supports curvature because we see consistent hidden portions of objects. The horizon distance changes precisely with observer height. Lunar eclipses show a round shadow. Satellite systems depend on spherical calculations. A single long-distance sightline, like seeing 10 miles from 1 foot, would not prove flatness by itself because refraction and measurement error are real possibilities. To prove no curvature, you'd need many consistent measurements contradicting spherical predictions, and we don't observe that. Which is exactly what we've got. Amazing. See how it included in that list? It said consistent horizon distance measurements when that's the exact thing it's acknowledging that it doesn't have in this example. So yeah. Do you find that interesting? That's how AI responds to these questions. I think that AI certainly likes to throw a lot of word salad at you. Good Lord.
Yeah, word salad, logical fallacies, begging the question, just dishonesty, blatant lies about consistent measurements. If you were to probe it in your own time for these measurements that are consistent, I guarantee it's not going to find you any.
I will have to play around with this more later. Unfortunately, I have to use the restroom and I have to call my job, so I will be departing.
Good man. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you want resources, check in our profiles. We've got links to the server with terabytes of stuff, or someone can ping you the link.
I'll have to go through my pings.
We're here.
All right, have a good one, man. Nice chatting.
Thanks for swinging by, man.
You too.
Take it easy.
See you, friend. The only thing I was going to add in is that ChatGPT and the other AIs, they are programmed to tell you what they think you want to hear. So that's what's interesting about all of this.
For sure. I mean, these AIs, they're just fed the data that's available on the internet, which is overwhelmingly in favor of the heliocentric model. So, of course, they're going to lean in that direction.
If you go in and you tell ChatGPT that you think the Earth is flat, you'll get entirely different responses from it. Even if you don't say that, if you start telling it other things, then it will assume that's what you want to hear, and then it'll start telling you things about the Earth being flat. They'll, depending on the account that you're on, you can get substantially different answers from them.
Yeah, well, it was just a good demonstration for him because he was acknowledging pretty much every point that was brought up wasn't actually evidence for the globe, and for the most part was just logical fallacy and begging the question, appeal to authority.
Well, here's what's cool about it is you get to let that person no longer be the arguee, so to speak. That they're kind of like a mediator between you and their instance of AI. So
Exactly.
and
And
then
in
they
some
have to listen.
cases, that's how some people prefer to have the conversation. And as long as they're chill and respectful and it doesn't get too boring, I don't mind entertaining it for a little bit. But yeah, let's move on to a human brain, preferably. A globe human brain. A globe-shaped brain, maybe.
Yeah. That was a great exercise, I think.
Someone,
Absolutely. Well done.
someone must have got triggered by that conversation. Speak up.
Default name, maybe?
What's up, default? Have you defaulted to the globe? So, well, floor's open if anyone has a question or wants to present an argument for the globe.
We had some nice spirals in the side chat, but they're not in here.
Spiraling over the last conversation or just sidebar spiraling?
The guy you were talking to before the last one, and then we had Matt Rat. I don't know if he's even following along on YouTube or what. He's just talking about how we're retarded because we think that you see a horizon by looking down at the ground, but you actually see one by looking straight ahead. And he thinks we can't explain seeing a horizon. He showed a little cartoon to demonstrate his point. I don't get it. He has to look down on his globe, but on a flat Earth, apparently you'd have to just look straight ahead.
I think his argument in that is that it's effectively straight ahead, but so insignificantly downward that you don't notice it. Like in his example there, it's obviously not to scale, you know.
Sounds like another globe cope to me.
But Cyclone, did you see the Globe Believers Creed that I had Chat GPT come up with a few weeks ago?
I don't know if I did.
Hang on, I'll send it over to you here in just a moment. The things that it come up with on its own are quite astounding.
Yeah, read it out.
Alrighty. The Globular Creed. I believe in the globe, the iron core, Baltard Almighty, maker of asteroids, evolution, and the dinosaurs, of all that is observable and theoretical. I believe in space exploration, its only begotten son, conceived by the NASA, born of von Braun, suffered under flat earthers, was launched, went orbital, and was televised. It descended to the lunar module. On the third mission, it returned to splashdown. It ascended into legend and is seated at the right hand of the globe. It will come again with funding and CGI to judge the deniers and the gullible. I believe in the consensus almighty, the peer-reviewed ghost of the academy, which proceeds from the globe. With the globe and the exploration, it is worshipped and glorified. It is spoken through white papers. I believe in peer review for the forgiveness of our misunderstandings. I look for the rising sea level of death and the life of global warming to come. Amen. Now, point being that my prompt to that.
I think I can hear some globe believers tearing up.
I'm sure.
They're holding their hands over their chest.
My prompt was, I'd like to make a parody of the Nicene Creed for a scientism religion. Help me devise it. And then I put a few lines in there, and then it filled all the rest of it out. So my point is if you start to work with this AI, it will literally tell you what you want to hear. I've had a couple times where friends of mine and I have asked it the exact same question and got answers that were 180 degrees out of phase with each other.
Hey, you guys missed a great spiral from Robert Utah in Pina earlier. It was classic. He told us that you can hold a compass sideways, upside down, on an angle. It doesn't matter. It'll point north and prove Earth is a globe.
Nice.
And he kept demanding that we tell him what the unit of measurement for flat is.
Just tell them it's 0 divided by 0.
I pretty much did. I tell him, 0. He's like, 0 what? It said 0 slope, and he said, slope is not a measurement. Slope is not a unit of measurement. He was spiraling out, man. He was so funny.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I realized something, that the stupidity of the GT has no lower limit. Every time that I think I've heard somebody come with what could only be the lowest limit, the next one comes in and shatters that lower limit. You know, too bad we don't have like statistics like a sports league. Like with baseball, where they count like the fly balls, and we can count like the arguments that they use.
Yeah, he contests that 21-mile observation that Taboo Conspiracy did across Lake in Utah, right? Because he says that the guy must have been at like 4.5 miles away because you can see the smokestack, right? Simply because it destroys his globe idea. He said you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. You'd see it cut off. He must be closer. and then tries to say that, like when he zooms in and pans to the left, like there's this peninsula that sticks out, right? He said that's not the same peninsula that it would be there if he was 21 miles away. That's another bit of land that's not even there on the map, right? He just copes so hard, man. I don't know. He's got to be like trolling or pretending or something. I don't know. He's a strange man.
Where's the party? You guys, gotta tell you something. I just went back to the Globe. Then I left after I purchased my supplies from Home Depot.
Wait, you went back to the Globe and then you left it again, and I missed that last bit. It broke up a bit.
Well, I'm putting away my cart, and then I'm leaving the Globe again. Because you know the Earth is like a Home Depot.
All right. Yeah, gotta love that flat globe, Mark.
Dude, if you had a flat spot on the Globe that they imagine, would it be measured as a flat spot? Or would it be measured as two slopes, where the altitude at the center is much, much lower than the altitude at the ends? Yeah, because they believe that horizontal is
You'd have
constantly rotating, right?
Precisely.
Come on, where's my anti-gravity gun? I need some gravity weapons.
That just reminded me, T-Dub, hearing about Robert, freak out about a compass, saying that you can rotate it any direction you like and, not only work, but prove a globe. I was talking with my students today, actually, of why we put a north arrow only on, say, the floor plan orthoprojection view and not an elevation view, right? Because it'd be the equivalent of putting a compass vertical, which would make absolutely no sense, right? Which is why then the orthographic view is called, say, north elevation or south elevation, right? Because that would be the direction that it's facing. But in this case, that's kind of funny, the parallels. But I also, explained to the students that a compass only works, right, when it's held flat and level. Nobody even bat an eye.
Right, you got to hold it horizontally, right?
They're like, duh. And I'm sure Robert knows too, but he's got a real bad case of the whatever a flat earther says, just say the opposite. Glad to hear he's still around. There's a Robert V freaking out somewhere.
Yeah.
Bruda.
And and Peter, the globe conqueror, the flat earth conqueror, the globe prover, whatever he was called, he now claims to be a flat earther. As of about a month ago, he announced it on X, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. Trust him up just about as much as Jaren. He's burned all the bridges. I bet he even was cliche enough to say, oh, if you can't beat him, join him.
Possibly, I don't know. Not sure he said that, but yeah, I haven't seen his X video yet.
Yeah, I'll have to stay tuned for his next Globe Apologist episodes. Or at least I saw the trailer for the first one, and it was pretty funny. Just him in his backyard, like donate 10 cents today, and it can save a globe earther. It was like an infomercial. Just kind of a random observation. Even just listening in earlier today on my lunch break, and then just kind of this afternoon, I noticed there was an uptick in people asking, like, why hasn't Flat Earth gone mainstream, right? And it's probably an individual who, right, like, honestly heard about Flat Earth a month ago and have just now, they've been living under a rock or something. But, it really has kind of had an uptick, at least in my observations. And I don't know, it's just something I normally do to my cache anyway, is write research Flat Earth, or Earth Measures Flat, or 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But I mean, that's just to kind of make me feel better about spreading awareness too. I mean, it's easy, it's free, it's non-violent, and it's a peaceful protest, right? I mean, let individuals find out for themselves. But it is interesting because it does seem to be exponentially taking off. Like they got to throw a bunch of stuff into the gears just to muddy the waters. Whether it be mud floods in Tartaria or moon maps. They're like, man, they're onto something. Here, throw them off the trail. They're waking too many people up. There's not enough time, to Project Bluebeam, put something in the sky. I don't know. At least in my head, a lot of their in-game seems to stem from some sort of foreign threat or outside enemy that they can control and use to further gain control and resource. I mean, even supposedly, Warner von Braun's secretary saying that the final card would be essentially a fake alien invasion. And yeah, I don't know what better way than if you had everybody believe that they're on a spinning globe out in the middle of space, you probably would just suddenly kind of believe, oh yeah, these weird creatures that are now on TV must have come from space. I mean, how easy it would be. But that's just kind of speculation.
Yeah, those things get promoted big time, so they end up getting all the revenue, the revenue from people watching it, and the ads and super chats and whatnot, right? Merchandise, store merchandise, etc.
Might not be.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff does, interest me. I ponder about those things. I wonder. I watch a lot of stuff like that, but and the paranormal and all that. I do, but yeah. Meanwhile, like all that's getting pushed on me, like on YouTube, right? Like, and meanwhile, like every now and then, there'll be a flat Earth. The algorithm will flow me a flat Earth content video, like in my suggestions.
Yeah, and it's always one I'm already following, like a channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think Eric DeBay must be suffering a bit on YouTube because he put out a video encouraging people. He said, "I need your help," right? He's encouraging people to, check your subscription list, for new video content. Don't, rely on the algorithm to suggest you stuff, and like and subscribe, and because that really helps. And all this stuff, he's like pleading with his audience, please help me. Please get the word out.
Yeah, I know he moved back to the States, I believe with his family, actually, just because obviously a lot more expensive than Thailand.
Yeah, you might be thinking that was the wrong move, eh?
Yeah, I had wanted to ask him actually during our interview. And the only thing we got to talk about was just basically he kind of lives in his own basement now, and basically had to make the move back home, and didn't really say much about it. But when I spoke to him, he was actually in the States. I had just gotten back.
Yeah, I lost interest after the 24-hour sound video he put out saying that, it could be CGI and yada, yada, yada. It's like, bro, come on.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he probably got that from a bunch of other people, because, it was like all the other videos, but yeah, I hear you, for sure.
Well, he put it out so quick, right? He wanted to be like, one of the first ones out there, so just put out a bouquet of reasons, but
don't get me wrong, it doesn't prove anything, but I am still kind of like, who the fuck knows? Whitson and Jaren aren't getting any more trustworthy, in my opinion, and they still have yet to supposedly drop this data. like what? I don't know. But again, it's kind of a nothing burger too for me.
Welcome back, goofball. I saw you lighting up there a bit.
What's up?
Yeah,
retarded.
What shape is the Earth? I don't know. I'm a dumb, stupid retard. I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Do you think flat's a shape?
Happened right in front of me. I don't believe anything unless it happens right in front of me.
Do you think flat's a shape?
In front of me, then it didn't happen.
Do you think flat's a shape, brother?
If something doesn't happen directly,
Spasm.
This is what happens when you're on the globe, man. You don't know what is. Can't even answer a question.
It always surprises me how a lot of these globers spaz out so quickly, man. It's almost like just the calm conversation evades them at times.
Definitely been. I find that my calm voice actually just pisses them off even more.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, so you're just calmly retarded then. They just can't conceive that there's a logical reason for knowing flat Earth.
And that there's people who want to share and talk about it, discuss it. I mean, wow. To think you got to explode like that. And probably listen every day, like an absolute crazy person.
I feel like there used to be a little bit more, I guess, just refined debate, like from genuine globers. But now, you know, and it's like you would go into depth on certain things, you know, but now it's like they kind of seem short-lived, the debates. No one's really bringing any evidence or any kind of genuine. It just seems kind of slapstick. Just, I don't know. I almost feel like the guys who brought the genuine debates, they've just like retreated to ponder on it, maybe in secret, that holy shit, maybe it is flat.
Yeah, that definitely might be the case, right? I mean, like, by 2025, you'd think a majority of at least the intellectual bell curve has already realized the truth that the Earth is not a globe. But I'm right there with you, too. Like, I find it absolutely entertaining and sometimes even hilarious for some to even realize, you know, like, oh, wow, there's flat Earth, you know, like, or there's flat earthers. I guess and it comes with the generations, but yeah, it is getting thin, bottom of the barrel, as they say.
Yeah, I think the whole Antarctica trip, you know, definitely created a shift. But I think it creates a shift. It kind of divided people that were honestly like that weren't holding on to Gleason or whatever, and then you had the people holding on to it who just couldn't reconcile the difference. And you know, whether it happened or not, or I mean, that the surface is still measuring flat, so it really creates. It's like creating a new landscape. I feel like.
I've always seen it, or at least I've had the realization over time, especially because I mean, I was right there with anybody else in 2015. Like, yeah, that must be the map, right? Until it was explained to me, or, you know, this one little aspect doesn't work, but then, you know, coming up to 24/7, I think it was maybe India or actually Mimas who said it. He was like, how would you even know that you were looking at the right map if you saw it? Right? Like, you still don't have the God's eye view of Earth. So what the heck are you talking about? You know, like even if you were, okay, like, yeah, I'm going to go to everywhere knowably possible on Earth, and I'm going to use the sky. Okay, now what about the rest of the parts that I can't go to? Am I just going to make it up? No. Like, and that's why I've even come to kind of just like, maybe some things are unknowable. Like, maybe there are actually even regions on the map, such as islands in the ocean, if you will. I really don't know. I mean, there's stories of Meru and Atlantis and, you know, all kinds of Lumeria. I mean, all these sunken islands, if you will, in quotations. that you would simply just have to not draw on a map and it would be gone. Simple. So to like fall in love with a map is just kind of ridiculous. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they may have been there, and again, reifying a model or affirming the consequent. I mean, and that's why it's a nothing burger. And it is pretty great that people are kind of throwing away the AE projection and really this idea that flat Earth even has a model, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of funny they can't even decide whether we have one or we don't. Let alone all the reason at the same time, not realizing they don't have a globe in the first place. Nobody has a model, and that's the truth of the matter. Nobody has a working scientific model of reality, and that's just the fact, and I do think some people, it can take a lot for that realization, even flat earthers, Sure, you can know the earth measures flat, but what does it look like is still sometimes maybe just a human thing. I don't know, maybe it's a part of the human construct. We tend to wonder where we are if we were never told, or if we don't know where we came from. We'll just keep searching and searching, won't we?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a need for completion, for our brain. We're so used to kind of having this feeling of knowing our territory, like you own a home, the borders of your home and all of this. And it's, I feel like people, they have this need to have the model rather than embracing the mystery that, okay, the realm is measuring flat. We know that much. But as far as things we really can't access, like the luminaries, I mean, that, I think surrendering to God in that respect is, can bring you more knowledge because you can focus on what you can measure.
Yep. Now, what you said is actually pretty appropriate. So some of the alleged big names, people that people know, flat Earth, at one time in their career, they were saying, hey, I don't have to replace all your stories and all your models if I just falsify your worldview. And then later in their career, they're like, hey, I feel a sense of responsibility to give people these answers that they're missing now. And the problem is when you say to yourself, I have a responsibility to give answers, maybe you start not being as scrutinous of your claims as you used to be, and you start giving them answers just to fill in voids without actually doing your due diligence about those answers. So you end up making a lot of stupid claims. And you end up giving people a false idea of what's really going on.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's almost like they grew the attention and then, maybe unconsciously just went right back to trying to measure the border again, and figure it all out. They're like, yep, Gleason, that's it. We got it, and I think the truly honest person is able to let go of that when new evidence suggests itself and just release it all together. Be like, all right, we try to get too big for our britches, so to speak. Let's stay back on the ground.
Yeah, people take it too far, don't they? Yeah, like you said. But I liked, you brought up about people wanting those answers and like where are we? Who are we? Where are we? Right? And you say, well, we're here. We're here. This in this place. Yeah, and they say, but where is that? Where's that located? Right? So then they want to think about it as having a location instead of being the location. Well, why? Why is that a necessity? What if that's not the case? What if this just is the place? And that place is its own location. It's not in a place. It is the place, right? Like,
Yeah, it's a hierarchy of reality. So if space is created, right, then that means that the creation of space came from something that's non-spatial, right? It would have to be. Make sense? Versus the other way around, which would be space is the creator of the non-spatial. How would that make sense? That doesn't seem to make any sense because space would already exist. So then how could it create something that's not itself in the sense of it's like the negation of itself? That's like trying to get a chicken to lay an egg that's made of nothing. Like, not going to happen. It's either going to lay an egg or it's not going to lay an egg. It's not going to make an egg of empty space that has no space in it. That's retarded. So people can't wrap their heads around the idea that the ultimate source of the spatial, temporal, energetic world is something that is beyond that, something that doesn't need any of those things. Brother, what up? If you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
Going out. Yeah, it sounds like your mic's going out, Bennett.
Still sitting.
Nada. A little back to that topic of like the shift in FE content. I was wondering, did Flatzoid kind of like change his kind of narrative?
Well, he wants to talk more about the biblical side of the approach rather than the confrontational debates with Glovers.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was like just following somebody new, but I was like, wait a minute, like, oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, he made a video announcing that he felt that the whole debate community is too toxic, and I think he may have even I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but yeah, I think something occurred which sort of gave him the jitters, I think.
Yeah, I saw the video that the anti-flat earthers made. So you know how the anti-flat earthers are. Basically, like every third or fourth word is an ad hom, right? So basically, they got Flatzoid on like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 ad homs over like a time period of like a year, and made a video about it, and then started like, doxing him, and you know how that community is, like going after him, and so that's basically why he stopped doing that.
Yeah, he's got a family, he's got wife and children. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of content has done that in the past, because I mean, like, what's his name, Brian McMullen, right? I mean,
right.
It's pretty common. We could, get threats from very triggered Globies. I've gotten some myself, but it's never like,
but Brian never really interacted with Glovers, right?
Mm.
So he got the benefit of.
I fucking love the LARP.
Hold on, brother.
Keep doing it.
So Brian got the benefit of the vitriol from the Glovers towards him, but he never was in deep enough for it to see him change to where he was being that way towards Glovers. And I think some flat earthers are reticent about that, to where the deeper they get into the topic, when they're constantly battling Glovers, they start to have the toxicity rub off on them and they change how they treat people. They don't like it.
That's a good take. Yeah.
Yeah, we see that happen quite often, I think.
I'd be lying if sometimes
And there's a group, real quick. There's a group of flat earthers who don't like the fact that some venues aren't toxic to Glovers, which is kind of weird. It's like they want Glovers to be belittled, beat on, ridiculed, etc. And it's like, dude, it's like eventually you got to bury the hatchet.
Well said. I mean, it was definitely necessary. I think, like in the arena days, and the hashing out of the information, but you know, the Clone Wars are over, man. Flat won, Globe lost, and yeah, I mean, it does start to get old, but they're gonna want payback, you know, in a way. Makes sense. But when it becomes a whole cult following of constantly pausing a video that you're trying to comment on, yeah, I had to stop watching.
Well, the super toxic anti-flat earthers kind of serve their purpose, right? Their arguments didn't evolve. We used them as training bags, sharpened our arguments. Now we don't really need them anymore. They can just, go away.
Yeah, they need us.
Yeah, they're chasing us around like crazy. Everywhere we go, they pop up. But they're getting less and less, I've noticed. They're broken.
Looks like we have a smart investment in the chat. Is that a flat earther? If you are, welcome. Oh yeah. Cool name change, man. But yeah, not many hanging around.
DJ might have to go start us an event over at you know where.
Yeah. What's a good topic?
I don't know.
Well, I'll check if there's any. Yeah. No, may as well. Got to keep that number one position. The English hub. I don't know. The vegan channel's running an event. We kind of agreed that we're not going to step on each other. So
yeah, fair. Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's great that we moved over there. Great opportunity to connect with more people from different cultures.
Dude, I could join their vegan event, totally destroy their whole worldview. That'd be like me in the flat Earth room.
I'd like to see that.
Hey, did you watch my debate where I trashed what's his name? Man, what's that guy's name? Holy crap, can't remember. Nathan Thompson.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, the vegan debate totally ruined his day. Great.
Oh, I wish I saw that. Damn it.
Now, there's a caveat. I wasn't a participant in the debate, but I beat them in the comment section with the super chats. It was hilarious.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think vegans forget how much wildlife is destroyed just making a field.
Here, how about red tide?
Ugh.
How much red tide happened from the, I can't remember if it's the Mississippi River in the Gulf of Mexico, I believe, because all the runoff from the pesticides in order to have enough agrarian agriculture. So the name of the debate was the Bible. I think it was the Bible teaches that you should be vegan or something like that. Right? And I'm like, wow, this is going to be the easiest debate I ever won.
Yeah, because plants don't crepeth the earth.
It doesn't, yeah, but it doesn't matter, dude. Yeah, you're correct. But in the Bible, if you're using that as your ultimate source to say you have to be vegan, like the deity of that book says you can eat meat if you want. He actually commands people to eat meat. So there's no way you're getting you have to be a vegan from the Bible. Not going to happen. So after I put some super chats to that effect, the participants who were on the pro-vegan side had to caveat it. This wasn't supposed to be the title of the debate. The title was supposed to be you're more moral than other people if you're a vegan. To which I had previously put a super chat that said, dude, all you want to be is better than other people. That's the only reason why you want to be a vegan. And then they conceded the point when they corrected me, saying, yeah, this whole debate is that I'm a better person than you are. It's actually not about animals at all.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I know. I got them to admit the crux of the issue, where they're only being a vegan because they want to feel like a better person. People. It's actually not because it's more moral or less moral, or that the animals are suffering at all. It's because they want to be superior and prideful. I got them to admit it live. It was hilarious. And then I sent. I can't remember the size of the super chat that I sent at the end, but I said, "Oh man, this was the best $50 I ever spent. Now I'm going to go eat a steak." You know what else, Flatbird? If you're trying to argue those points from the Bible, the Bible literally says that the brothers who are weaker in the faith are the ones who only eat vegetables. Like it says that verbatim. Those who are weaker in the faith eat only the herbs. Yep. Says right there. If you limit yourself to only eating vegetables because you think it's wrong to eat meat, you're weaker in the faith. So how could you argue when the deity of the book says you can eat meat, and the apostle of the book says that if you refuse to eat meat, it could weaken faith? I mean, I don't know how you get I'm better than you to that.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there, but I didn't realize that it. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. If you're just eating like, I was always taught that plants are definitely, for medicine, for healing, not necessarily energy, right? Even though I guess legumes, if you can really call those plants, but yeah, and when it comes to meat, I was always taught that quality was important, but also like to eat and enjoy every portion of that animal and to praise it, every time that you did have a meal, right? Why you pray on your food was essentially to basically honor it, right? And honor the life force that was there before it. and how it got there, right? I mean, maybe it's kind of a Native American thing, but yeah, the quality of food, I think, is really what becomes important, because I don't know, you can get terrible meat and terrible plants right now, and it's just a bad situation.
Yeah, man, that was my understanding too. The natives up here, their lineage on my dad's mom's side, yeah, they say the same thing. It's a spiritual thing in a way to consume an animal, especially when you're hunting. Right. Natives here, they'll hunt. They go to the animal, they pray, they say, thank you, Lord, bing, bang, boom, and they make the best use of the animal for all its parts. Simple. It's a form of grace in a way. But why not?
Right. It's Simple Jack lurking in the back. Listen on YouTube, maybe. He's like, yeah, they're going to think I'm deafened. And then I'll strike. But yeah, he's a hoot. If you haven't talked to Simple Jack before.
Y'all have a good night.
Have a good one, man. I was still trying to think of a clever event name. Like Earth Doesn't Spin, changed my mind.
You mean clickbaity?
Yeah, like clickbaity, but not like fake, like Andrew Tate is in the house or something, something like that.
Oh my god. Okay. Fuck, you'll catch a CB with that one.
Exactly. But in asking that question, you elucidate actually the behavior or the response that you actually want to receive. So something like, Globies don't know what science is. Well, a bunch of them are going to come in going, well, science is wrong. Science wrong. They're just going to get it wrong. It'll be hilarious.
I think you just said it, man. there you go.
Globies don't know what science is. Changed my mind. I think that's really the best part. So ironic that they call us science deniers.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Are we going to do
I'm
it
still just kind of brainstorming. But yeah, I think the plan is to, go back and forth, keep our ranks up, and amongst all servers.
And where?
You'll know when you see everybody popping out.
Oh. Surprise.
But we need a good name first. I swear.
Definitely definitely something with change my mind in it. You're kind of like stealing a little bit of a Crowder, throwing a Crowder tint to it. You know, everyone hates him, so of course they'll come in.
You got to think something easy for the English speakers too. Science might be a good one.
Just like India didn't go to the moon.
No, they really did.
They have done it.
Did you see the video?
Don't.
You're bad. Oh, you guys are terrible. I didn't want to do it, but you did it first. Or to make it worse, how about India doesn't know what science is? Combine them, you know?
Oh, damn.
I don't know, like, it's your event. Whatever it is, I mean, people show up anyway, so
it's true.
Not too concerned.
Just put, you can't handle the truth.
Well, Globers with proof only.
Maybe. Depends how fast I click on it, I guess, right? Because if they read that out and they're like, well, I don't have any proof. That's some science.
That might be
guy. You know, like they always do.
Might turn out to be a quiet event, yeah.
Because they usually do get to that part, right?
Are you looking for one that would be like repeated over time, like a repeated event name? So something that we can keep
not necessarily. But like one that would elucidate good content, right? Like one that makes them not necessarily look funny, but it exposes that the Globers say, like the science one, right? They would come in saying science this, no, science is that, right? And it make it look and appear as if Globies cannot pin down what science is, and we would stab it every single time. Here it is, here it is, here it is, right? So another topic or title that does that, right?
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with making it like as stupid simple as possible and just say Earth is flat. Change my mind. You know, like the meme that people overlay on Crowder's.
Yeah, I mean that one is pretty good.
Have we used it?
I don't know. I'm sure we have.
Why not?
I mean, we should really have a whole list. We could do one every day.
Yeah. Really? If we get lazy, that one can be an easy, fallback. CB's in the house.
What's up, boys?
I think he heard you flat, Lloyd.
Wait, should we get a Don DeMarco?
Dang.
Why not?
All right, Don DeMarco. Is it quiet today? Like, where's everybody at?
It was okay earlier. It just died out. And
they all went to dinner.
Lloyd's considering putting on an event, and we were just thinking of a name. And he's like, not one that wouldn't have like Andrew Tate in it, because we'll summon CB, and then you showed up.
Wow. W. Andrew Tate.
What?
An event for in here or somewhere else?
Anywhere.
Anywhere? Ooh, speaking of which.
Yeah, what about your event, man?
I don't know how much. Yeah, man. Did
You
you hear me
said
talking about it?
Thursday? I was listening to the live
Yeah,
stream a couple days.
man. Hey, man. We got something very special planned
Well, let me know.
for
I'll put the bot in
Thursday.
there.
Okay.
And we could do whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just kind of a template. Like the way that I click through all the different servers, I just have a different template for each one. I mean, we could just, make a new template, graphics, text, whatever.
Okay. I don't know how much I should say, but me and my boy Miggy, we're working on something very special.
Ooh.
And we're looking to debut our first episode on Thursday.
That's what's up.
Very cool, man.
Yeah, man.
I thought I saw the other day you guys were in a powwow or the powwow room. I'm like, oh shit,
Yeah.
he's getting. I thought you were getting grilled on something. I'm like, oh, he's in trouble.
We were charging up. We were charging up the power level, bro.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah. We're about to get lit. It should be a good thing, man. I mean, I don't know how much I should say or if I can keep it a surprise or not, but 'cause I haven't asked Miggy what he wants to do, but yeah, we're thinking of firing up something very special. And I hope you guys were going to tag along. You're more than welcome to pop through.
Yeah, dude. Of course we'll be there. I would say hype it up. Let's.
Told us all about it.
I told you all about it? No, I didn't.
No, Alpha did.
Oh, he did? What did he say? What did he say?
Everything.
Oh, like what?
Yeah, cat's out, man. Spoiled.
Oh, then I
It's
can
on
talk about
Thursday.
it. I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to spoil it. What did he
No.
say?
He didn't say too much. He just said that it's wants to let people know that we're not just a one-trick pony, and that we address other things that aren't they're controversial, but they're not like conspiratard sort of thing.
Yeah, man. Well, look, dude. Listen, man. I like, you know me. I rock the Fresh and Fit, so I use that as like a template for a lot of things. And the way I think about it, it's like this is Fresh and Fit. We're in here talking to the girls, aka the Globetards, and what I've seen them do is they've diversified. Where Myron and Fresh started their own individual streams. They started talking about other things, different topics, current events, this, that, the other, advice, whatever. They've not limited themselves to just talking to women, right? Or for us, where we just limit ourselves to just talking to Globetards. There's a lot of amazing people in here. Flat, Lloyd, Indio, Heritage, like literally, I could name every single person in this panel has come through different channels, different means, different things to arrive here. And I want to learn from you guys, man. Like, people can learn from us. We're not here for the Globers. We're not just like they're not there for the girls. So, breaking out of that box a little bit and talking about other things, I think can be really cool and beneficial to not just us, but to our audience. So I think that's kind of the mindset is like, and to be honest, from what I've seen, I don't even watch the fucking girls show anymore. I watch, like Myron does his own stream where he talks about current events or what's happening with the big beautiful bill with Trump, or that is like literally anything that's new, the Diddy case or whatever, just anything. Like hearing a take from someone that you trust and you like, and then letting them riff on those ideas. I think that's amazing. So why not our community of people like DJ and all these other people, let them riff on things that are happening in this world right now, today. There's probably so many current events that have passed us by that we didn't get into, I feel like that is kind of the mindset. Is like, let this community cook. Talk about AI, India, all these great people. We're not just boxed into just Flat Earth. I'm sure they can. There's a lot of they're intelligent guys. and they can cook in many different areas.
So true, man. I mean, think about how many times Indio, on like a day where it's just like, I don't know, sometimes Indio is just like in there. At least a couple of years back, I would just sit in there and talk to him, and he would go on and on about something that was just like, dude, this is not being recorded, man. Like, I should be recording this. Like,
Right.
Are you planning on doing it in Discord or?
Yeah, home base. Yep.
Cool.
Nice. Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I would say, man, as long as you guys stay like consistent and logical, like the flat Earth topic, I think the world's your oyster. Just because, like, honestly, I listen in on X sometimes, like some of the conspiracy rooms or whatever, and they just sound absolutely bazonk. I mean, it's just like, this is happening here, and I just know it. And it's just like, oh my God, dude. Like, we need somebody with, like, a freaking compass over here, you know? Like, and he's like, oh, I believe there's flat. And I was like, oh, so you don't even know? Okay. Like, throw that guy out, you know? Like, like, who knows what you're talking about if you just sit there and say believe. I don't know. But, like, that's what I like about our group is just we're not hyper aware. Like, we're not like super stickler about it or anything. But we are aware of, like, you know, the words that we use and the logic that we use to prove points.
A lot of people, you know, throughout history have
Have any of them validated any
The
Earth
Earth is-
curvature?
Yeah, I mean they've measured the circumference of the Earth a long time ago.
Okay, who did that?
Let's see who did that.
So you just assume that someone had done it, but you're not aware of anyone that did it, and now you're going to have to try to look it up on the spot.
Well, I'm looking it up. Is that a problem?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just
Is
you know,
looking
I'm
for
just pointing out
information
you
that-
didn't actually know. You just assumed that someone had done it, but you weren't aware of anyone that had done it, and now you're researching it potentially for the first time ever to try to check that someone has actually done what you just claimed somebody has done.
Well, you asked me a question. I mean, there's information at our fingertips. We can look stuff up.
Yeah, but you should be making claims. You should be making positive claims that you have no idea whether or not they're true or not. I mean, it's not a good practice.
I mean, it's just stuff I've heard. Like, I don't really have like have all the information like memorized.
No,
in my
that's
brain.
fine.
I just remember
That's
hearing
fine. I
about
was just
people-
pointing out that, like, if you make a positive claim, like, yes, all of these people have done it, but you don't, like, at the time you said that, you weren't aware of anyone that had done it. You just assumed that people had probably done it, and now you're going to try to research it on the
like
spot.
Christopher Columbus and like there's others.
Okay, so what did
like-
Christopher Columbus do to measure the Earth being a sphere?
Well, his plan was to get to India going west.
Uh-huh.
But I guess the first scholar to do it was some Greek guy around 240.
Well, how did he validate that the Earth is a globe, right? Because why? Because he screwed up his trip. He thought the Earth was much smaller, by the way, than what they claim it is.
Yeah.
That's why he messed up.
Yeah, they didn't know there was a giant continent.
Yeah. So what did he
So
do
he
to?
thought he landed in India.
Yeah, I know. So, like, how did he validate that the Earth's a globe, though?
I didn't say he did it. I said he made a claim that the Earth was round.
Yeah. So we get okay. There's a lot of claims on the table, right? Now we want to try to empirically validate the claims by matching them up against reality to make sure that the Earth is actually.
Oh yeah.
What the claims say.
But the first thing where they measured the circumference, there was Eratosthenes. He used 2 cities in Egypt.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes didn't measure the Earth, right? He already pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe. And then he did some calculations based off the pre-assumption that the Earth's a globe and the pre-assumption that the sun rays come in perfectly parallel from an infinite distance sun, right? And then he just did some calculations based off the assumptions. And then he calculated right, based off that spherical assumption, and came up with his alleged circumference value. Now, the Chinese did the same thing, but they made different assumptions that the Earth is flat and stationary, and that the sun is local, and they determined by doing the same thing that the Earth is flat. Now, both of those people had faulty logic, right? Because they both baked assumptions into their mathematics that they did. And even scientists from the Globe Earth side, right, like Neil deGrasse Tyson made a video saying, look, it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe, right? He didn't measure curvature. He didn't measure that the Earth's a globe. He made a bunch of assumptions, and he did some mathematics based off the assumptions, right? You could work out, right? You could work out the circumference of your flat floor by if you did the same math and made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes did. Right, so if you had a light on your ceiling, and then you had one stick under the light, and then you had another stick on the edge of the room, right, and then you measure the shadow, the angle of the shadow on the distant stick, and that there's no shadow on the stick that's directly under the light, and then you assume that you're standing on a sphere, right, and then you assume that those sun rays are coming down parallel, then you can work out the circumference of your flat floor. Right, that's how flawed it is.
But they showed different angles of the shadows.
Yeah, so the same thing would happen on your flat floor, right? Like, so if you have one light under your light source, it's going to have no shadow, and then if you have another stick on the other side of the room, it's going to have a shadow, right? Because the sun is not infinite distance away. I mean, the light source is not infinite distance away, and the light rays coming out of the light source are divergent rays. Right, they're diverging out in all directions. So it's only based on the assumptions that he made that he was able to do, that calculations. And like I said, the Chinese did the same thing, and they determined that the Earth is flat by doing literally the same type of test. So, I mean, both are flawed. Both are, faulty tests, inconclusive, because of the assumptions that are baked in.
And on the flat floor, would you be able to calculate the distance to the source of the light with these different shadows?
You might be able to, but that doesn't apply with the sun, right? Because the light on the ceiling is, that's the physical direct source of light that you're looking at. But that's not the case with the sun, right? The sun is very much apparent. Right, you don't know if what you're seeing is the actual direct location of the actual source, right, of a physical object. You would have to once again start making assumptions again.
Why would it matter if you see the reflection of the light of the source, like light source in the mirror? It's still the geometry of light works exactly the same. You don't need to have a real light bulb. Even from the reflection, the rays also always goes in the straight lights.
Yeah, but then you're still having to make a bunch of assumptions about the medium.
Which assumption? I don't see the additional assumptions that you're talking about. It should.
Okay, so we don't see the true location of the sun. We don't know exactly what the sun is. Sometimes we see the sun, it looks like it's embedded into the clouds or something like that, right? Obviously, it's not there. But sometimes the sun that we see is, a mystery, a big mystery. It's very much behaves like an apparent light, right? So it's not like the same.
Yes, but the rules for the apparent lights are the same that for real lights. You don't have to add some new assumptions. Even if it's apparent light, it also, if I see the reflection of sun in some building, like the window of some building, the geometry works exactly the same. These rays are also going in straight lines.
Well, you're going to have to make a whole bunch of assumptions, because when they just say it's sunset, just say it's sunset, even on your globe, right? Just say it's sunset and you've got the light reflecting off the window, right? They tell you that sun actually set 10 minutes earlier, and that's just an illusion that you're looking at, that sun on the horizon.
Okay, so I will rephrase my question. What assumption should I make? Because you say we had to make.
We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what distance the sun is. We don't know what size the sun is. Right?
We don't need
know.
this. Yes, so that's we don't know. We try to figure out what's the distance, but like, what assumptions do we need to make?
Well, what assumptions? You have to assume that what the sun is. You have to
Why?
assume what the light rays are doing from the sun.
We assume that the light rays doing the
Okay,
same
go ahead.
thing.
Walk me through it. Yeah, go walk me through it then. What would you do?
So we see the shadows. We build these like triangles, and we try to determine the distance to the source of the light, because the only thing we assume is.
How do you know you're looking at the source of the light? You might not be looking at the source.
Then we will determine the distance to the thing that is apparent source of the light. Like, what's the difference? You can call it whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. And how will that help anything?
So we assume.
Ism, you're hot miking.
We assuming that what we see is the real thing. If it's not real, it's just like a vision of something. Well, we'll call it a real thing. Like, why does it matter if there is something else that's projecting the
because
sun?
it's just inaccurate at that point.
Inaccurate what?
Yeah, like just say I get like a white sheet, and I hang it off the roof, right? And then I have someone stand behind the sheet with a torch. I don't know the distance they are away from the sheet, right? And then as I move around the room, right, the apparent light source that I see on that sheet, it moves around everywhere, right? Because I'm not looking at the actual source. Right? You're looking at an apparent light when you're seeing the sun. You're not looking at the actual. We don't know exactly what the sun is.
Yes, but
so it would just be a pointless. It would be a pointless endeavor to do that. I mean, we had a globe earther, right, who's a math professor, Matthew. I don't know if you've spoken to Matthew, but he's a globe earther. He's a friend of ours who comes in and debates against us in a friendly way. But yeah, he tried to do the same thing. He tried to calculate the distance to the sun using the method that you're talking about, and he came up with a particular distance. How does that help anything?
Well, because if you have the same result, like if you come up with a particular distance one day, then say like another day in the midday and at 4 p.m. and stuff like this, you can actually calculate how fast the sun is moving, like how far is it. It's like a bunch of real facts.
Yeah, there's always a whole bunch of assumptions that are going to have to be baked in.
Well, honestly, to me, if you see something, so for example, if you see that the Earth is flat, you don't need to make any more assumptions. But if you say that the Earth is globe and it's rotating, you add some assumptions that how you would see it and stuff like this. But when we talk about the sun, you just see the sun. Somehow you have to make assumptions that, well, maybe it's not the real sun, and maybe no. Like, let's use the same logic. If we see something, we assume that it's real, and we see that it's how we see it. And only if something doesn't work, that then we can like continue. Because if you say that, for example, someone said the Earth is a globe, and the first question was, I believe it was John who asked, like, what's the measurements of this Earth, like what's the size of the globe Earth? You could ask the same question. If someone say the Earth is flat, you can say, okay, what's the size of the flat Earth? Like, you have to use the same logic.
And we'll just say we don't make that claim, right? So you guys do claim to know the size of the Earth. We don't claim to know the size of the Earth.
Well, it would be much easier to defend the globe Earth like model if for any question you could say, for example, you would like someone just posting about the vacuum, and someone would ask how the gas stick to the ball in the vacuum, and the answer would be, oh, we don't know that. Like, you could just answer, we don't know with everything, and like it's like two.
Yeah, we don't answer, we don't know with everything though, right? So if you're making a particular claim about the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth, right, that's very different to not making a claim about the shape and the size of the Earth, right? That was never our claim in the first place.
Yeah, why don't the flat earthers have a model?
We don't live on a model. It's not possible to model something, right? So what do you think a model is? Are you talking about a smaller version of an object? Is that what you say? Like when you talk about a model, do you mean a mini? Right?
Yeah,
Like a little model Ferrari or something like that?
Well, can you make a map of what the Earth is? Like, can you?
So now you changed your question from model to map.
Okay, it's a similar thing. Like, can you model what? Like, what is your theory?
Well,
Like, what
what's
is
your
the
question
Earth?
about? Are you talking about models now or maps? Like which one?
Okay, tell me what the Earth looks like. What is the map? What is the?
We
what is
don't.
the?
We don't
what is
claim
the
to know what the entirety of the Earth looks like.
So you
The
can only
model-
say the Earth is not something, but you can't make your own model based on your.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Because
you
we're
have
not
all these
claiming.
observations. You have
We're
all
not
these
making
observations, but you don't
Yeah,
like,
so
have any
we're
answers.
not, we're not making a. Yeah, we do have. We have plenty of answers, right? But we're not making.
You can only say what
We
something
don't
is.
have answers to claims that we're not making. Yeah, we don't have answers to claims we're not making.
I don't think that when you say model, you just mean something that is smaller version of a big thing, because like no model, like a mathematical model, it should like include some quantitative number. Like you have to be able to describe.
Well, was he talking? What was he? Ask him what he meant by model. Because most of the time when people say model, they just think of
Tell me what
like
the
a
Earth looks
desktop
like, then.
globe.
Tell me what the Earth make like. Here's a science project.
Yeah, so it looks
make
like
a,
a
make,
flat
make a model of a
stationary.
flat.
No.
right.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? So I could just get some dirt and pour some water in, right? It can be a small section of the Earth. This is how it works. The water is flat on the surface. The water needs a container. It fills the low spot in the land, and the surface is flat. Now, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're testing the shape claimed by the globe side, and it doesn't pass the test, right? It doesn't match reality when we go out and actually empirically test for the Earth curvature. It's not there. So we're not trying to make a model, right? A model is just a reification. We don't live on a model, and we're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. I mean, that would be nice if we had some kind of God's eye view or something like that of the entire plane of existence or whatever you want to call it. But we don't have that, right? We don't try to have a replacement for every single claim the globe side makes. That's not what flat Earth means.
Well, you make claims like the sun is like a spotlight.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said I don't know what the sun is. We can't validate what the sun is. The sun behaves very much like an apparent source of light in the sky. We all observe the same thing, right? We observe the sun moving in cycles throughout the year. Right? It's very bright. Looks circular. Round, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it looks circular.
Looks round. Yeah.
Do you accept
it
the
does.
measurements of the Earth, like the distances on the Earth that I used?
I didn't validate the distances, no. Did
So
you?
you don't accept it?
Which one?
Like the distance from one city to another city, the distance, like the circumference of the equator and stuff like this.
I didn't check. I don't like just blindly believe things, right? So yeah, I didn't check that. Did you? I mean, you didn't check it either.
No, so that's why I asked you if you accept it, and as like just correct me if I'm wrong, but from what you're saying, it looks like you don't accept these distances.
No, I didn't say I don't accept
do
the
you accept
distances.
the
So when I say I haven't checked, right? That doesn't mean I say that they're wrong.
So say if you can you just say it if you accept it or not?
Do I believe it? What are you asking for? Are you asking to say, do I believe that all of the distances are correct?
I ask you if you accept the distances that I used on the globe Earth, like if they say
there's no globe Earth. Yeah, there is no globe Earth.
Well, the only distances we have are the distances that are proposed by the globe Earthers. So do you accept?
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. The distances are not just presented by the globe Earthers. A lot of these distances, right, are just done by plane surveyors, right, or they're distances that were actually mapped out a long time ago by flat earthers, actually. So what distances have you validated, right? So look, this isn't about do you believe this, do you not believe that, right? What do you actually know?
That's a difference. If you ask me, I would say if I see that the distance between like two cities, it's I use it on the Google map, for example, and it tells me that the distance between these two big cities like 200 kilometers. I would accept it, even if I didn't validate it myself.
Okay,
that's what I
cool.
was asking you, if you accept this or not.
Yeah, sure. In most cases, a small distance like that, yeah, I have no problem accepting that could well be correct.
If we talk about some bigger distances, like the distance from the North Pole to equator, like if I ask you what's the distance, would you say that like we don't know?
Yeah, I'd say I don't know. I'd say I don't know. I'd say there's a claim on the table, right? But I haven't validated it, so I'm not sure. Is that okay?
So, can we visit the edge of the Earth?
No, we're not claiming an edge. We're not claiming a flat planet.
I'm asking if there's a flat planet.
What's the edge? What would the edge be?
Okay, is there an edge?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
How can we find out?
Well, I guess you would have to keep going south, but I don't think anyone has done that, right?
And all these people who claim that they did it, like they just lied.
Oh, who did that? Yeah, who did that? Who claimed to have kept going south?
The recent event with, I think it was the experiment with 3 globe earthers and 3 flat earthers who went to Antarctica.
Well, they didn't keep going south, did they? They just went to a place in the south, right? They didn't keep going south, right? So the guy's question was, is there an edge to the Earth, right? Insinuating that it would have to be some kind of object, which we're not claiming. But nobody's ever continued to go south, right? That's what I said.
Where is south? Like, how do you determine the direction of south? You use a magnet field to.
Yeah, so it's so when you use a compass, right? It's the opposite. Like if you have the compass will point north, right, and then south will be away from north.
Yeah, and for all magnetic fields that like the small, the bigger, like they all the same. You have like 2 points. One is the North Pole, the second one is South Pole. So
isn't there? There's like two magnetic south points, isn't there? And then they're constantly shifting and moving and drifting, and there's all sorts of different anomalies when it comes to that. So.
Okay, people have claimed to have gone around the Earth. Are they lying, or is it just wrong?
Yeah, no one's ever done a great circle around the Earth north to south, right? Tons of people have done it east to west. That's also perfectly possible on a flat Earth, but no one's ever done it north to south.
What about Charles Robert Burton?
Okay, have a look. Show me the path that he took, right? So what you'll find with the north to south circumnavigation attempts is that they just sort of started in the north and then they went down to the south and then they turned around, like they did like a semi U-turn and then came back up again. No one's ever just kept going down south, 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 gone over Antarctica and then come back up around the other side of the globe to the point where they started, right? If you look at like one more orbit and these recent north to south circumnavigation attempts, right? You'll see that if you have a look on the map where they went down to Antarctica and then they like jackknifed basically, right? They basically turned around and went back up again.
Right. So on a fine point here, we're not denying claims. We're asking for substantive evidence of those claims.
Well, did they hit the edge?
It's not about automatically believing claims, right? That's not what we do. We wouldn't have any academic integrity if we automatically believed everything. So I think it's very important for us to ask for substantive evidence, especially for bold claims like these.
Well, I'm just asking, like, if there's a flat Earth, like, what is, like, okay, we can travel far distances. Like, how far can we go to, test this?
Who knows? Irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant? Why aren't you guys?
It's relevant. It's irrelevant to the measurements we do.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking, like, you guys looking for empirical evidence. We can just travel? Like, why doesn't a flat earther?
Traveling doesn't prove. It's measurement and surveying is one example that proves what we're living on.
But it seems like measurement and surveying is proving you guys wrong.
No, it's our best evidence, actually.
And you can actually
It's what we talk about
empirically,
all day in here.
like, you could actually just like travel south. Like, what's stopping you? Like, what's stopping? I mean, someone who
Well,
has
maybe
resources
inclement
to do
weather
that.
stops you, and that's why it's irrelevant.
I mean, we have technology. We can go pretty far.
We have technology to measure it. We present that all the
Wouldn't you
time.
rather like? Wouldn't you like to see like an expedition? You know, like let's see how far we
I don't
can
really
go.
care.
Why don't you care? It seems like you care a lot.
It's a personal about an expedition. I don't care to go on one.
I mean, not
I don't
you,
need to.
not you, but like it would be interesting.
Okay,
to see,
well,
like,
yeah, you're asking me
like,
for my personal opinion. I gave it to you.
Us as a civilization.
Are you getting
to see-
upset?
I'm not upset at all. I'm just like curious. Like if the Earth is flat, which you claim it is, maybe it is. Let's see how how far is it? Like,
Great. Why don't you fund an expedition if you care? Like, give me
I
$1
do
billion
care.
bucks and I'll organize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, we don't need to. Yeah, no one's ever even on the globe side, right? No one's ever just kept going south and come back to where they started again, right? Like what happened on a globe. So yeah, like you can't even freely travel beyond 60 degrees south without having a crazy permit that has a whole bunch of crazy conditions that go along with the permit. So it's not something that can easily be done. It sounds cool, like, yeah, why doesn't someone just, go and do it? But yeah, billions of dollars and all of somehow you're going to get permission for that. Yeah, good luck with that. That's not something that we can do, right? Unfortunately, it would be nice, but we can easily just test for Earth curvature, right, over any large body of water. And that's been done over and over and over again, and there's zero curvature measured every single time. And then we're not finding a single test from the globe side that validates the curvature, right? Throughout all of history. From all of these great so-called scientists and explorers and blah, blah, blah. Right? Where's the empirical evidence of Earth actually curving, of water bending, bendy water, a big bendy body of water?
I think even
The
60
question
degrees
is
would
whether
be
the Earth
enough.
is globe or flat. What's the impact of that on our?
What's that? Say that again.
Whether the Earth is a globe or flat. Impact of.
What's the impact on the world?
What's the impact of that on our lives?
Well, you already experience it as flat and stationary every day of your life anyway. So in that sense, logistically, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. Round, globe. No problem, I think. Or just live in.
Wow. So sporadic, you should just go to Antarctica, man. That'll solve the whole problem, huh? Just need to go on an expedition. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, John, somebody should set up a GoFundMe page funding for Antarctica exploration.
Yeah. Well, if I had $35,000, I wouldn't waste it on an application fee that might get turned down, and they keep the money. Seems like a dreadful waste. And I don't know who's. I mean, if the conditions are as terrible as they say, I don't know who's down to go to such a hostile environment. I mean, if we did have the capability to get there, right? Let's say we had the funding to get there. Let's say we had $200,000, right? Let's just say we had 200,000. We could charter ourselves a flight and get down there and everything. We would still be lacking equipment, right? To go and do any. We would need a plane if we wanted to get anywhere in any reasonable amount of time, right? Because you have the same issues that you have traveling across any land, right? You have sometimes some impassable areas. Let's just say if you're on a ground vehicle of some sort, right? You have the possibility of falling through ice. Not to mention, you have, if the reports are accurate, you have an average temperature of negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So, I mean, the challenges that come along with making a trip down there, I mean, and this is just based on speculation and trust in the data that we have, because it's not been explored by that many people, right? We have people traveling to a peninsula and saying, "Oh yeah, we've been there. All right, that's enough," right? That's what I think. The final experiment didn't even take place anywhere near the South Pole. It took place on a peninsula, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves. But yeah, if you're trying to go to the deep South, you're talking about temperatures that are just insane. I'm fairly certain that any type of vehicles that are designed for that still have trouble operating, still have freezing fuel issues. So yeah, you have a ton of hurdles that you'd have to get through, and you'd still be looking at a very difficult task. Even if we had $100 million, I think it would still be difficult to do a full exploration down there and be able to get anywhere. So that's just my personal opinion, and that's just based on the available data.
Yeah, John, you make a lot of good points. Well spoken. Yeah, it's not worth it, innit? It's not worth it even attempting to go down there to find out. There's so many hurdles and barriers you got to get through, get over with.
And then you risk the possibility of getting down there, and then you continue to keep going, thinking you're going to wind up on the other side. And if you don't wind up on the other side, now you got to figure out how you're going to make your way back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, average temperatures down there is like between minus 70 and minus 90 degrees Celsius. That's very extreme.
Wow.
That's very extreme.
That's very extreme.
And you could die within seconds if you're not have the proper clothing to wear.
I just don't know of any vehicles that could handle those type of temperature fluctuations.
Yeah.
You would need specialized aircraft, specialized, all-terrain vehicles to be able to handle something like that. And they would need to be running nonstop. You wouldn't be able to shut them off because you would need to have something constantly maintaining temperature.
Yeah, constantly keeping them warm. So for operational use.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
Everyone. Good afternoon. I'm joining this server. I want to speak about like.
Good day to
First
you.
of all, what do you speak? First of all, what did you speak, guys? Because my first time joining this server, definitely this server. I can't like starting the times speaking about something, anything, you know. So why everyone silent? Why everyone you confused me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm driving. I was trying to keep the noise down. I got a lot of background noise right now.
Oh, okay. I got it. No problem. Are you
actually listening when I was at work as well? It's really interesting to see. The globe is such a religion. It's like, it's too big, or why does it even matter? You see, as soon as they can't have an answer, it's the same two responses. It's bizarre.
Yeah, Mr. Dragon, excuse me. Can you, you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you, Tins.
You know what I'm interested. I'm personally me. First time to join this, definitely this server, the Flat Earth Discord. Like, basically, what you speaking about in the server? Like, you can speak it whatever you want.
Well, what's the title of the server? It's called the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So we're talking about the measurements and long distance observations.
Measurements. Oh my god! I first time heard about this word. What does it mean? Sorry for my English. My English is not so good. Not like you, of course, but yeah, I'm very study.
The word measurement is like, so you get a tape measure and you measure the length of a table. You figure out how long the table is. That's a measurement.
Still don't understand, but okay.
So do you, when you're in school and you use a ruler, 30 centimeters, you can measure something with a ruler.
Okay. Now I got you. Can I ask you about your personal life? Like, what do you do? What's your majors? Are you a teacher?
Me, I'm a male prostitute.
Male?
Oh, come on, Dragon.
Well, what's going on, John?
You can't be serious, brother. You're really a gigolo?
Mate, when you're as sexy as me, what can you do?
Oh, okay. What can you do, right? Everybody's game. Everybody's game. You're just a selfish one, huh?
I'm not
You're
answering.
just for hire.
Yeah, I'm just for hire. I'm not answering what I do in the real world. It doesn't matter. A child can take a measurement. It doesn't matter what job they have, what degree they have. It's real simple stuff.
What he's trying to tell you is that he's a brain surgeon, and he's just really humble.
If you must know what job I do, I just paint and decorate and fit kitchens, just renovate houses. Really well paid job.
Where did he get? Did the guy leave?
Yeah.
You're still here?
No, that Tim guy left.
Oh, he left? Oh, poor Tim. He didn't even get any of his questions answered. He wanted to know what you do for a living.
Anything to deviate from the measurement.
Right? It's like, don't you want to know how we know the Earth is flat? No, I just want to know what you do for a living. and if you went to college or university.
It's so flawed, that question.
Yeah, right. It's like, yeah, I went to university a long time ago. Do I get a cookie now?
So, in all fairness, I did actually go to university, but I left because I didn't like it at all. Not because I couldn't do the work; it was just extremely boring, and the teachers were still treating me the same as they did in primary school.
Oh, they love it. It's a power trip for them. But you must listen. I am the authority.
Yeah, and then you ask them a question, and then they don't like that.
Oh no, there's zero pushback, man. And that's any teacher. I mean, I've been pushing back on any of the narratives that have been fed to me since I was like the youngest that you could possibly, like, since I could talk, I've been pushing back against narratives. It's like, are you sure? How do you know? How did they find that out? I don't think they're right about that. I was born a skeptic, man. Natural skeptic.
I've just been listening while I've been working. I was listening to DJ talk to those other guys, and it's such a religion. It's so hard to break through those. It's always the same questions, like where's the edge? You know, what about what's up in the sky? It's never about what we observe and what we. It's so bizarre. It's like, but I think that's what happens when you are a devout Christian or a devout Muslim and you question it. They just can't accept anything different. It's exactly the same.
I think it's because there is no argument about, there is no discussion about what we observe. We observe the same thing. It's just what's interesting how we explain this thing to us, and that's why if there is an edge, it's like a natural thing to want to wonder what's behind this edge. And if we would just discuss, well, I saw the lake today and the water was flat, so there is no discussion in that.
Why do you want to know if there's an edge or not? If you're not sure where you stand, why are you thinking about an edge?
Well, that's a very philosophical question, but because that's what people were doing the whole history.
No, there was not. That's a lie. People wasn't thinking throughout history. Where's the edge?
Because they were looking in the sky and tried to imagine what the star is.
Thousands of years, every single person knew exactly where there was. It's only the last 50, 60 years people have been confused.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way. If you're satisfied in your home, right, you found a safe place, you don't have any enemies around, people who want to do you harm. I mean, you know the old adage, right? If it isn't broke, don't try and fix it. You got your family around, you got your friends around, you're in a good community. I mean, sure, you may be curious, you may ponder about things late at night before you fall asleep. But are you going to go out and leave everything that you know and that is comfortable and that is safe, right, to go exploring? Just for the sake of exploring? I mean, just for you personally. And I mean, you got to really try and empathize with other people. You know, if you're starting a family or you have duties to your family, right? And that could be your parents, you know, your siblings, you know, your grandparents, whoever you may have in your life, caretaker, whatever. If you're coming from this perspective, you might think, oh, well, the women need my protection or whatever. You might not be thinking oh, well, I just want to go and find out what's out there. You know, now I understand, we live in a different time, we live in a different age, but what we're presented with is a narrative that everything's already been figured out, right? So there's no necessity for you to go and learn about discovering things, right? There wouldn't be a necessity for you to do that. Why? Because everything's already been discovered, right? There's nothing left for you to go out and explore. Now, on the other hand, if you were presented with, okay, there is this area to go and explore, but it's very inhospitable, right? You know, you're going to get either jacked up and you might die, weighing the consequences of taking a trip like that and going on an expedition like that, I think somebody who values their life might think twice about going and going on that expedition, right? So yeah, curiosity is there, but the benefit to risk ratio is kind of it's just off, right? So yeah, I mean,
and plus the everyday person doesn't have billions of dollars.
I don't agree with you because, for example, when I was 15, I could stay like in my parents' home in the town I grew up, and everything was known, everything was safe. I didn't have to do like invent something, but I wanted to study, so I went to another city, and then I like traveled and I wanted to discover the world. It's something natural. So I could just stay at my parents' home. I would be fed. I would have this protection you're talking
Get your
about.
point,
But
Imre.
I wanted
Imre,
to.
we get that point, but we talk about Antarctica and space, places we cannot just go. I can just walk down the street and say, yes, my street has been mapped out. I don't have millions of dollars to fill out all the things you need to privately visit Antarctica, and I don't have millions of dollars to send rockets into space.
Yeah,
These are
but
only a select few people who can do these things.
the question was, why would we think about something that is far away and not here? That was the question, and I
Yeah, but
said
you guys think about this. All the globe people come in. Where's the edge? What's in the sky? We don't ask these questions. We know we can't get the answers to these questions. But you seem to think we have the answers to these questions.
No, my point was back in the day before the time of automobiles and instant communication and things like this. I mean, you wouldn't be so swift to leave home and never, if there was a great possibility you're never going to see your folks again. You know what I mean? It wouldn't. We're talking about two different scenarios here, and perhaps I didn't clarify enough in that regard. But yeah,
and still
I would
people,
say
they traveled around the world. They tried to discover another nations. They tried to make some international trades. They discovered America. Like that was not just like they didn't know what was trade.
I understand there's different personality types. I'm just talking about somebody who's who feels that obligation to their family is not going to make that jump, right? If somebody actually is like, okay, well, I want to do right by my parents and stay here and take care of them, in their later years, because I don't know if anybody else will. There was a lot of that community back in the day where you'd have a tight-knit community, people took care of one another. You had a community where there's like, oh, this guy's the baker, this guy is the farm, producing food, right? This one raises cattle, So you had these different needs and people who were providing services to one another in older communities. I'm not saying that there wasn't there's different personality types in every town, right? So you're going to have those people who want to be the wild adventurer, right? For example, like out of my own family, one of my brothers left at 18 years old, joined the military, and never came home. He's been active duty for over 30 years. So that's what I mean. It's like you have a lot of different personality types. I stayed home and took care of things around the area. I mean, I lived on my own. I had my own place. I wasn't in the same town, but I stayed local enough where if my parents needed me for anything, I was, a drive away from getting to them. So, I mean, I get it. I would like to have traveled, but it's like, you make decisions based upon your personal preferences. I would just say it was different in a time where there was a lot less communication. There was a lot less quick travel, right? So traveling meant you were going to be away for a long period of time. If you were going to be, traveling, via horse and buggy,
Also, I don't think that everyone should do it, because when you said like earlier that it would be cost like millions of dollars to explore something like this, even hundreds of millions. That's why we have this I don't know, the community that sponsors science. So it's incredibly hard to build a nuclear reactor, but like if everyone pitched in a little bit of money, we can like build it, and then everyone can get something from it, can have electricity. So it's the same thing with these explorations. Like if everyone on the Earth would be a flat earther, I think they would make all the expeditions we would need.
Well, I can't help show you how much people lie on an everyday basis, just in general. Like if you can't understand how the government squander money, and do you know if all the money on Earth was shared out equally, you'd be getting every single human would be getting paid $40,000 every 10 seconds. So there is a huge disparity in wealth. We should all have the freedom to do what we want, but unfortunately we don't. And there is a very select few extremely wealthy people that control most of the land and where we can and can't go via passports. If you're born in Nepal, you can only visit 40 countries. If you're born in Germany, you can visit nearly every country. It's different depending on every person. And you need to go to Antarctica, it's like minus 70 degrees. You need some of this super expensive specialist equipment that only like one manufacturer makes. Like, come on, you have to be realistic. You can't just keep putting your faith in a few wealthy people. Who do not care about you or your family.
Well, to be honest, I don't care about them as well. But
Yeah, well, that's just probably
unfortunately,
through
they have
differences of
more
opinion.
resources. Yes.
It's super obvious. That's why all of us in here who are so-called flat earthers, if you want to call it that, it's because we got rid of our ego and we looked at simple measurements. We looked at water. We didn't look up at the sky. We didn't look at Antarctica. We didn't look underwater. We don't need to do any of this stuff. Try prove the globe. When you try prove it, you figure out you can't. You just have to rely on NASA or whatever other crazy space agencies are. Watch the Indian space missions. That they'll really concrete your belief. It's like they're playing on a Nintendo 64 with those graphics.
Yeah, welcome to the room. If you have any questions, you could go ahead and open up your mic. If you have any globe evidence, go ahead and open up your mic and or unmute yourself to be more concise. Or if you don't feel comfortable verbalizing your questions or globe evidence, you could go ahead and post it up in the side chat, and somebody will get to responding to that. Yeah, thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys. Thanks to everybody on the panel answering questions.
You driving a convertible, John, with all that wind?
No, I'm in a van. That's the AC. That's not even the max. Let me shut it down. There you go.
That's
Trying
why
to
you're in a
stay
wind
cool,
tunnel.
man. I don't want to be sweating all over everybody.
Well, I've got a question for the flat earthers. Do you not get a little bit fed up getting asked the same questions like 10 times a day?
I mean, I don't get fed up with it. I think it just helps refine the response to the question, like each individual question. I feel like the more you get asked, but you can hear the people who've been doing this for 7 years, 5 years. You just hear like how it just rolls off their tongue in such a labored manner.
Do you know, like in this English hub, we've got sort of like a tier system for the English. So you got to move up the levels as you get better at English. Shouldn't they really do that with the flat Earth? You sort of have to get a handle of a few other deceptions, because if people are coming in here straight from India who are learning English and they've never heard any other deception about like where money really comes from, about evolution and dinosaurs and all that, and about 9/11 stuff like this, and they're just jumping straight to the flat Earth. It's probably going to be quite hard for them to accept if they believe everything else.
Oh, there's so much to cover. If you're dealing with somebody who's totally totally trusting in all of the narratives, forget about it. It's a tall order, right? That's why it's important to just keep things simple with individuals and just try and stay concise and just try and get a handle on what they actually know, right? But yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself. I'm sure there's a whole slew of opinions from the Flat Earth panel of what the question, how they reacted hearing the same questions all the time. But I would say that it is funny how we get the same questions. Like there's a list of I think they made a bingo game out of it, where it's like, oh, you get flat Earth bingo based on how many of the questions that you hear in one day. So it's pretty funny.
It's like when they ask me, did I go to school or university? Well, then I'm like, well, I already know what level you're on if you're asking me questions. Because if you trust your teacher and you don't understand where the school system came from or how they just make you remember things and regurgitate it for your test, how have they not? If they can't spot that, then they're going to have no chance with this.
Well, we know, yeah. I mean, at that point, you know who got a gold star in school, who got the A's. Those are just like, okay, shut up, listen to your teachers. And you can't get mad at the parents for training their children to do that, because the parents want the children to do good in school and go to a nice college, right? They want them to go to a nice, respectable university.
And that's all.
Yeah, maybe get a scholarship, so they don't have to pay for it. Yeah, I don't fault people for wanting to be good students and for wanting to be trusting, right? Trusting of the people who are providing them with the information. It's quite adorable after you realize how many lies we've been fed.
Yeah,
For
being
someone
in
to
here for
see
the last couple of
that
months has just
that
shown me
naivete.
how much
that
faith
naivete.
people have, how much faith and trust
Yeah.
that people have. And you're right. It's kind of like cute in a way. Like these people have so much trust, like children.
Yeah, I was saying before, it's like I've always had that problem of not trusting. I've been a skeptic my entire life. It's like, and the more I've dug and learned how much dishonesty there's been, it's like it hasn't helped. So I still give people the benefit of the doubt. It's not like I walk around not trusting every person I meet. I let everybody. I give everybody enough rope to hang themselves with, or make themselves a nice belt.
I'm the same. If someone breaks my trust, then they can get lost. But up until that point, I give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it's kind of why with the education system they screwed up their chances of ever being trusted by me again. I have to double, triple, and quadruple check everything I hear from the news, from any educator. It's always been that way. So it is what it is.
I was explaining to my boss today at work because somehow we were talking about dinosaurs. Maybe I think he might have just seen the new Jurassic Park at cinema. So I showed him the Owen Benjamin video where it sort of explains, and he shows the research. Obviously, not Owen Benjamin's opinion, and he's showing the evidence. And like they found these dinosaurs, 2 teeth, and they'd already drawn pictures of what they thought dinosaurs was before they had any idea. And they find 2 teeth and then push this whole story on us. But like when the guy said, when someone said to DJ earlier, well, who are these people? Do people even look where the story of dinosaurs came from? He's just fed a story. They've watched Walking with Dinosaurs, Steven Spielberg movie, and dinosaurs are real. The amount of hours we spent in school learning about that nonsense when we should have been learning about, a trade, how to be a carpenter, how to be an electrician. No. Learn about dinosaurs, learn about space, learn about what food you should eat, that you shouldn't eat. Yeah, have some cereal for breakfast.
Yeah, I agree. They could have spent the money on the education a lot more wisely, taking you out into the field, and showed you a myriad of things. I mean, with the amount of hours, like you said, amount of man hours at school, and the funding per child, at least here in the United States. I mean,
what time did you
per
start and
child,
finish school in America?
I went to private school until I was in third grade. So I had a better education than most children because it was a Christian school, right? So I wasn't getting taught all of the evolution and stuff like that. I mean, I heard the narrative. I mean, we were made aware of what was taught to the other children, but from an angle of this is propaganda, and it was also like young Earth creationist theory, really. So we got basically that rendition of the historical narrative. So I was in that school until third grade, and it was funny. It was like I was already at like a fifth grade level with reading, math, and all of that by the time I made it into public school. But yeah, we would start. I believe it was 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so it was the same because ours was 8:30 till 3:30.
Yeah.
And we had 5 to 6 hours of lessons per day. So let's just say 30 hours per week. That's a lot, isn't it? That's part-time work. That's 30 hours a week. That's it's a lot of time. And then you add that up over the month, 120 hours, and you barely do anything useful. And we didn't really even do cooking. We did a slight bit of cooking, but nothing that you really remember. We were making like silly things like milkshakes and stuff, just useless crap. They should have been teaching how to bake bread and just how to change a plug socket, what a fuse is. What the hell? I questioned this at school. I was like, why are we learning about this weird stuff like algebra and stuff? Why is this going to be important? Obviously, for some people, it might have been important if that's the field they're going to follow. But like, clearly, some of the kids was going to be more sporty. Why they're not? Well, it's obvious why they're not doing it. But you'd have thought, well, that kid's clearly going to be sporty. That kid's clearly going to be good with numbers. Surely the teachers saw this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, there should have been some classification testing done, and special accommodations made for those who had a genuine desire to do something other other than what they were proficient in would have been good too. So
the only time I see a teacher kind of do that with a kid is to do with sports. If they really see a good footballer, I guess it's the same in America when they spot a really good basketball player, then they do sort of do that, but it's for the sport, innit? It's to be a part of the team and make a shitload of money. It's not about anything else.
Yeah. Usually some selfish motivation on behalf of the school.
Mm-hmm. The only time I ever saw them single out kids to educate them was to do with sports.
Yeah, pretty sad, but true. Yeah, man. I agree, though, man. There's a need to fix the broken system. I mean, there's a lot of things that are wrong. But we were discussing this the other day, Says Who and I, about what it would take in order to kind of right the ship here in the States, and because we have a broken system of our own, right? I think every country has their own cross to bear in that regard, and it's very difficult to find out, what team the each respective government is on. Is there some type of like underlining cabal, behind each government, working in the shadows? I mean, it is a pickle, to put it mildly.
I think, me personally, my personal opinion, I think the only solution is to create your own sort of system outside the system. Like, you have to make some sort of communities and raise children differently with your own education, basically. And I've been given a good opportunity. Hopefully next year, I've been given a hall in Bulgaria to teach children without parents. Teach them English and teach them to try stay in Bulgaria. Because obviously a lot of them try leave for money because they think the grass is greener in America or Australia or England. But they don't realize these guys have like the most fertile land in Europe. The bills are next to nothing. You can be self-sufficient. So a friend who's had a son commit suicide wants me to teach there, and she also wants me to put the flat earth in the curriculum. So it could be really interesting. I've never done anything like that before. I've taught kids how to speak English, but never about other stuff. But she wants to sort of let me give them a perspective so they're not just going to chase money for the rest of their life.
That sounds absolutely awesome, man. I would love to do something like that. Yeah, I was teaching children how to play golf. And I love how you could, like, when you're teaching children a skill, right? You could slide some gems in there of like different values and different ethics and self-confidence techniques and such.
Mm-hmm. There's a giant village hall with like 4 rooms in, and because there's like a huge community of, I don't really know you're supposed to talk about it, but a lot of men, end their lives over there because of the pressure in Eastern Europe and the system and stuff. So there's a lot of kids without fathers, no guidance, and then they sort of turn on Western TV and they just think, oh, iPhone, nice BMW, big house, and they've got no one to show them. Like that doesn't really mean anything. Like you can literally buy a house over there with an acre of land for less than $10,000. You could buy the whole village for like $100,000. I think it's the only way we can make a difference. Because if not, you're just going to have a kid's going to be born, and if they're born where I'm living right now, they're going to go to a school that's teaching them nothing to do with even what we got taught. Now they're just getting taught about feelings and safe spaces and gender and all this stuff. So I think if you have to bring children here, you can't even homeschool without getting in trouble. So they're just going to fall straight in the trap, and then you've got more pressure to earn more money. Because all the stuff for kids is really expensive. To put good food on the table is really expensive. Most people in England now are struggling with that, so they're feeding the kids like stuff out of a freezer box, like frozen foods and stuff like that. Fresh food's got so expensive. I just don't think there's any change from within. You got to go somewhere else. Afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon, and good morning, and good evening, everybody. What's been happening? Anything exciting?
Not really.
No, quiet. Okay.
Good afternoon, Jin.
Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excellent.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, yesterday I was in here and I was trying to talk about the Hubble telescope and the fact that it's not there. But it got redirected to other topic matters, so I thought I'd come back in and try again, see how we get on. So yeah, the Hubble telescope, ladies and gentlemen, not up there. At 330, 40, 50 miles up from the Earth's surface, supposedly. Not there at all. Not taking those pictures. In fact,
from my understanding,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, isn't the Hubble telescope? I could be wrong here, but didn't they fire it up and the story, and it just keeps going and going and going? Is it supposed to be orbiting?
Well, it's meant to be orbiting, 15 orbits a day around the Earth, supposedly, right? At 300 odd miles from the Earth's surface. About 240 odd miles from the Earth's surface. It's been up there for a number of years, 20 odd years now.
I'm with you, because some of them they fire off, don't they? And they claim they just keep going out into space and keep sending new pictures of nebulas. I wasn't sure if the Hubble.
Well, that would be the Voyager 1, Voyager 2, I think, that's still sending communication of some kind back, but that's absolute crap, isn't it? They never did. They're not in space at all. They were never there.
Just to clarify in the official.
Yeah, well, you're right there. Yeah, well, this is the Hubble telescope anyway. You might remember there was a mission to repair its lens because it wasn't taking pictures properly. So they sent a mission out, and then there was this special spacewalk to attach it to the telescope properly, new lens. But like I've always said, they always create drama, and that helps to legitimize the fact that it's out there. Do you see what I mean? The fact that it's out there, it's not enough. You've got to create a bit of drama, and that helps to legitimize it. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just going to quickly read the Wikipedia on Hubble, just so I
please do that.
Familiarize myself with it.
Yeah,
Jin, I understand 100% what you just said. Just a made-up story to justify the Hubble telescope being orbiting around the globe. They're making up a lot of drama and excitement for the whole world to see, in it, to be deceived.
Yeah, with the drama, it makes it more real, basically. Yeah, go on. What's it saying about the Hubble? When was it put into orbit? I've forgotten the dates.
I can't remember, Jin, but all I know...
1990.
When?
1990.
Okay, there you go, 1990. So it's been up there 35 years now, isn't it?
35 years, 3 months, 10 days ongoing. It says mission duration.
There you go. And now, what's the orbital height, the altitude? 340, 350?
333 miles.
Okay, oh, look at that. 333 is my historic number there.
Oh, so that's quite interesting, isn't it?
So 333 miles off the Earth's surface.
It's saying it's estimated to decay in 2030.
It should have decayed. It should have decayed the day it was put up there. Actually, if the way they described the vacuum of space is true, it shouldn't have lasted a year. It would have decayed.
And it also weighed 11.1 tons.
Yeah, it's meant to be the head. Not in. I don't think it's in the Guinness Book of Records, and it's not in this FAI, Federal Aerospace something International. They've got all the records of the service missions. They've got that there when it was serviced, but they haven't got the actual Hubble being lifted as a record, which is odd, isn't it?
Also interesting.
Go ahead.
Do you know who manufactured it?
No, I know it's NASA and other people, but I don't know the exact ins and outs. Who are they?
Lockheed Martin. And a private company called Perkin-Elmer, which is also a weapons manufacturer.
Weapons manufacturer. Okay, well, doesn't surprise me. But Lockheed, I know Lockheed very well. They make aircrafts as well, don't they? And aircraft
Do
engines.
you know what else? Lockheed Martin also sponsor the censuses around Europe.
Wow, can you believe that? That a company like that would be affiliated with censorship? Silly, isn't it?
No, the sensor that comes to your house and you fill out who lives in your house.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's ridiculous. How could a company like that be affiliated with something in Europe and it's an American company? Doesn't make sense, does it? Does it? It's fucking odd. Really odd.
Be back in 5.
Okay, yeah. So basically, this Hubble now, meant to be 333 miles off the Earth's surface. It's meant to decay 2 miles every 5 minutes, right? According to Robert Persano, 2 miles in every 5 minutes. Orbital decay. How it can still be up there is a unbelievable belief. Right? Orbiting the Earth. But they say that the actual Hubble is called the Sophia, which is an aircraft, Boeing 747, fitted with the exact same telescope that's inside the aeroplane, at the rear section of the plane. That's where it lives, Boeing 747. That is the actual Hubble, taking the exact same pictures. If you're interested, I'll drop the little documentary from, what's his name? Robert Persano, Planetae Veritas. And he actually phones up the deputy projects manager, whose name is Mike Mislinski. And when you watch the documentary, you listen to it, you're going to hear Mike Mislinski state that he'd been working for NASA for 25 years and he's never once seen the Hubble up in space. Never seen it. So Robert Persano drops the idea that what if it's not up there? What if it's been the Sophia all the time, the Boeing 747 all this time, and you've been working here for 25 years and looking after a thing that's not up in space? Because he's never seen it. So how does he know it's up there? Strange.
Yeah, I'm outside. It's proper windy. Yeah, it's strange. I'm just reading the stuff on Wikipedia, and none of it makes sense.
Yeah, of course not. It's not up there. Can't be up there. And when it loses altitude, that's the orbital decay. It means that at some point it's gonna fall into the path of the ISS, and yet the ISS, no images of the ISS catching the Hubble. The last time it was serviced, I think, was in 2008. Can you check that? When was it serviced last? Its very last service, because that would be the last time that the shuttle lifts it back to its original orbit of 33 miles. And since 2008, it's been losing orbital decay. It should have crashed down to Earth by now.
From what I can see, the last repair was 2019.
Okay, 2019. Right, okay, 2019. All right. So we're staying, what, 6 years ago? "35 years." No, it's not. It's not up
What
there
it's
anyway.
saying is, it's saying there was failures, but it's not saying how they're repaired. It's just saying in 2019 there was this so-and-so failure, but it's not saying if a man went there and repaired it or they just repaired it like digitally.
Right, because I think that's what they meant digitally, because I don't remember a mission going out to repair, because that would be an undertaking. You would have a space shuttle. The space shuttles were shut down before 2019, so they wouldn't have been able to repair it. What went up there to repair it wasn't Elon Musk. Elon Musk hasn't been able to do anything. Just go to the ISS and back. So yeah. See, they're lying. They can't tell the lies good enough. There's always an anomaly. There's always a hole in their story. Something doesn't quite line up. But anyway, it's not up there anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That's the main point. There is no Hubble telescope. It was never up there. Space would have killed it itself anyway, the vacuum of space. Not to mention the micrometeorites, cosmic ray particles, or radiation, then the vacuum of space itself and the outgassing and outgassing, cold welding phenomena that totally destroyed the thing. Would never have been up there for that length. 35 years. Impossible. And then you've got the deputy projects manager. He's the guy that's supposed to have eyes on, in charge of that project, that mission. He hasn't seen it in 25 years.
Yeah, read the side chat, Jen. I think we've got some new people in here. Sorry, I'm at work at the same time.
It's okay. I'm looking now. Thank you very much. So you're working as well. They're juggling it, eh? Well done. Get back to your work. Tea time's over. Blow the whistle. Beep, 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 beep. Back to work now. Come on. Get back to your work. Well, anyway, man never landed on the moon. We know that. We don't have that technology. The radiation is a showstopper. Not to mention the very vacuum of space itself is a showstopper instantly.
What radiation?
Well, there's radiation that's coming off the sun. So that's the solar flare particles. Then you've got two radiation belts, supposedly, discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958 or 59, thereabouts, two radiation belts. And then a third belt created from 1959 to 1962 by three operations. That's Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Law. And the last one is Operation Fish. So three.
I don't know if it's me or you, but someone is lagging.
The one nearest, that'd be the third one, is like 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts themselves. So it would be instant debilitating death. So they could never have gone. That's the radiation I'm talking about. And then the radiation that's in space together with cosmic ray particles. So a lot of obstacles to overcome, isn't there? That radiation, yeah.
How do we know that the sun is emitting radiation if we don't observe this radiation here? Because obviously we can live and we've never been to the space.
Well, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's NOAA, they're the ones who are responsible for keeping an eye on the radiation that is emitted from the sun. And they've stated that back in 1972 or maybe 1971, the sun spat out 960 rems of radiation. Luckily, there was no astronauts on the lunar surface because they would have instantly died. So they must have instruments out there that record this stuff. Probes. Not that I know they do have that there, because I haven't been up there.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand. You talking from the perspective of globe earthers, or just like because, like you say,
Oh, no, I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, I know that. But you said that luckily there were no like on the lunar surface and stuff like this. So, like, it's if there was something like this, the radiation would kill them.
Correct.
Okay.
If there'd been any astronauts on the lunar surface when this 960 rems of radiation was spat out by the sun, if anybody had been there at the time, they would have been instantly killed. Okay? Not that any man has gone to the moon anyway, but let's say if there were any
I understand now. Okay.
Yeah, if there were any human beings there, they would have been instantly killed. The terminology was instantaneous, debilitating death. Not very good at all. Very painful, very instant, and wow, not good.
I mean, I wouldn't just accept like if if no one ever was into space and no one measured the radiation from like space radiation or sun radiation, I wouldn't just like take it into account at all if it's not something.
Well, I would have to take it into account because NASA is saying that they went there. So how could they have gone there with all those obstacles that are in the way? Cosmic ray particles, solar flare radiation, neutron rays, gamma rays, X-rays, right? Radiation from the Van Allen radiation belts, third radiation belts created by America and Russia, and then you've got the vacuum of space itself. That's a problem as well. The vacuum itself is a problem.
Okay, so you're not just like, so you're just saying that the theory in general is not consistent with itself, not that there is some kind of actual radiation, actual moon and stuff like this. Like you're just saying that if it was true, it wouldn't like, doesn't add up.
Yeah. There are so many questions that haven't been answered. So how could NASA have gone there? And if NASA went there, did they have the required shielding to protect for the radiation? They didn't have the shielding, so they could never have gone because they would have died if they had gone. See? That's what we're saying, yes. This is how we know they never went. They call it deductive reasoning. Okay, deductive reasoning. If these and these are in place, did NASA have the shielding to contend with this radiation? Oh, they didn't? Then how did they go then? How? How could they have gone there?
Didn't they lose that technology?
Yes, Don Pettit has recently said that. Yes, they have lost the technology, and it'd be a painful process to re-establish it. But he would go to space in a nanosecond. Or go to the moon in a nanosecond. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean. They lost the technology. And any machine that can actually read the telemetry, that machine has been dismantled and destroyed as well. NASA.
But how does NASA claim if the sun's 93 million miles away, then how are they measuring anything that comes off the sun?
Well, there you are. Well, there you are. That's a good question. But that's a question, that's an answer that only NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they're the only ones that can actually answer that question. They're the ones charged with keeping an eye and recording all radiation levels that come towards Earth. And apparently, the radiation belts block most of the radiation, a good 90% of it plus, and then you get some coming through occasionally.
Yeah, well, we've seen how devastating radiation is. When we look at Chernobyl, it's like the desert there. There's no wildlife. There's no greenery.
Yeah.
That's pure sarcasm. It's the complete opposite.
The thing is, the photographic images were fault. The photographic images were definitely destroyed. That was for sure. The radiation did affect the photographs, which leads to the question: well, how did NASA overcome And how were they able to take such perfect, pristine images? No radiation blemish, no impingement on the negatives, nothing.
I wouldn't say that there is no greenery and no life in Chernobyl.
No,
Yeah,
there is.
I was being sarcastic. It's the complete opposite. But if you watch the Fallout
bloody
TV show,
forest.
they show
It's an
nuclear
overgrown
fallout, and
forest.
everywhere's a desert, and there's like mongoloid animals everywhere with 3 heads. That's what they show you in The Simpsons and on television. But in reality, nature just comes back straight away.
Yeah, it's an overgrown forest. Although the tricycle that kid left behind is still there, probably one touch it'll turn into dust, but it's there now.
Yeah, but if you touch it, Jin, you'll grow a second head.
I'll have my radiated gloves on, don't worry. Yeah, but it's interesting that, nature's still...
Most people think that you get nuclear fallout because they saw Blinky the three-eyed fish in Simpsons, I promise you.
Yeah.
Think how many people watched The Simpsons and saw that nuclear power plant?
Yeah, because they were pushing it big time back then, and they still are today, by the way. Even Robert F. Kennedy was pushing it, saying that nuclear is the most expensive way to boil a kettle of water, and we should shut them down. They can't get insurance, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. No insurance company wants to insure a nuclear plant in the US.
They're building one in England, and it's costing like £8.2 billion.
Wow, what a waste of money for one nuclear plant. Why? Do you know what I mean? That's mad. It's not going to make the electric any cheaper, is it? It's not cheap now, electric.
It's a hell of a steam engine.
Yeah, it's a hell of a steam engine. Thanks. That is a problem, though, isn't it? That the price of electric's gone up in the UK, double, and they're still building nuclear plants. It's not going to make it cheaper.
Yeah, our grandparents put the infrastructure in.
What a joke.
Well, that's why there's a lot of problems now with the pipes, isn't there? Because the pipes hasn't been changed since my great-granddad installed them.
Yeah, you're right.
That was like 90 years of just the same metal pipe with build-up inside it of lime scale and all the other crap they put in the water.
Yeah. Which is you'll notice now that when they do replace the pipes, they're using this kind of like nylon-y, yellowy, plasticky looking thing. Have you seen it?
It's plastic, yeah.
Yeah, plastic pipes. They're removing the porcelain ones because you know the ones that are there originally, they're like clay, aren't they? Porcelain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jin, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, Johnny? Everything's okay here, sir. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. Got a little bit rained out yesterday. I wasn't able to finish everything I had attended on because it was got a little too intense. The rainfall was just too much. So it's all right. It's all right. I get out of work at a decent hour today, so I could go ahead and head back over there and try and chip away at it so I don't have to eat up another weekend.
Okay, that's good then. Yeah, luckily. That's fortunate.
Yeah, we got the long days now, so I think it doesn't get sun doesn't fully go down until like close to 9 p.m. So it's good.
Yeah, that's cool. That is. Yeah, here's about 7:30 p.m. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we're rotating away from the sun. The sun isn't going down.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's right. We're moving backwards, away from the sun.
Yeah, I think John's under the impression that the sun moves on by itself.
And in the morning, that ball rolls forward towards the sun in the morning, and then you turn and you look west. we're moving away from it backwards.
Hey, what team are you guys on anyway?
We're not conspiracy theorists, Ron.
Or to just elucidate information better. Because I'm right there with it in architecture. A lot of people, well, doesn't this symbol mean this? And it's like, yeah, but how do you know that symbol is what they were trying to say? That's a complete logical fallacy. Yeah, but it aligns with the symbol over here. And it's like, oh, dude, come on. Like, now you're just making a story. Like, but people do the same thing with everything, you know. I mean, so to hear like from honestly you and Veritas, you know, yeah, dude, I'd listen to that every day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't like Myron's show is really good. I don't know if you guys follow my boy Myron, but his show is awesome, bro. That's literally the only thing I watch. I mean, with you flat earthers, I jump on Discord, I'm talking with you guys, or when he's live, I'll go listen to his show, learn about what's happening in Iran or freaking the Diddy case or whatever, you know, whatever is happening in the world, he'll cover it, and I watch that. And so
he has good delivery. Yeah,
that dude's awesome. So it's like, well, we can do that too. So like, I'm just using that as a template. Like, well, if he can do it, well, we can do it. And so, yeah, man, I don't know. You guys should definitely tag along. It's gonna be a great show. Hopefully, you know. And I also want to like, we don't want to take away. We're not trying to take away from the flat Earth debate. You know what I mean? I know there might be some people in here that are like, oh, well, you're taking away from like what we normally do. It's not like we're not going to talk about the flat Earth, bro. You know, and also think about it. All these channels, all these YouTubes, different podcasters and stuff, they talk about all these stuff. How many of those guys are flat earthers? Like, it's like Flat Earther gives take on this. That could actually be the title of one of these streams. It's like, Flat Earther says what? You know, or Flat Earther takes on Trump or whatever, you know, like it could be, you know, there's a lot of opportunity there, but like no one.
Dang, man, that's a great title. Flat Earther says what?
Yeah, exactly. And so, and also, you know, like thinking about just the net positive. You know, Mickey's been talking about going mainstream and stuff, and you know, like I think overall, maybe a show like this could help put Flat Earth on the map even more. You know, maybe people want to get interested. Oh, Flat Earthers, these Flat Earther guys sound kind of based. You know, I want to hear more about what they say and stuff, and maybe they'll come and join the Discord and talk about it, talk about the Earth. So I don't know, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. I'm nervous. I'm excited. I don't know where we're gonna go with this, but hey, man, you got to start somewhere. And I'm hoping that people will circle back and want to talk with you guys after maybe hearing our show. So you guys should definitely join, take part. Should be a good one. We're thinking about starting up on Thursday morning. Probably around. I'm about to wake up freaking crack of dawn, but like maybe 8 o'clock Central. Kind of an early time slot.
I need to check my chart. I've been charting like the highs and low times of like when I can, right? I can't obviously do it like every day. But I was like, oh crap, you know, ChatGPT can analyze information. So I was like, what if I give it all of my YouTube charts and like, you know, tell me the high and low points of every day? And for a while, Friday mornings were like killer, right? Because of some of the events that we'd have there and whatnot. But yeah, it is actually more or less, I mean, I'm talking in Central Time, but it's anywhere from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. most of the time. And that's generally like, honestly, every single day. But then there's like a lot of anomalies. Anyway, I'll compile it together for you because that might be useful if you guys want to find some shows.
Oh, sweet. That's good to know, actually. Yeah, man. I mean,
Also, we get a lot of drama during the moon phases. It's very strange. Like when there's a full moon, like expect some
really?
drama in the room. Like,
wow. I
at
didn't
least
know
it's a
that.
strange correlation that I have noticed.
Yeah, maybe
Because
there's
it
something
pulls
to
that
stuff,
monster in
man.
the deep closer to the surface, dude.
I don't think
That's
it's
a
anything
whole nother
gravitational, but
It literally
perhaps chronal.
It is.
Yeah, there's just a lot of
Yeah.
topics we can get into that we wouldn't get into due to the kind of the setup of what we do here. We want to stay focused on flat Earth
You can do
and
call-ins.
debate and all this stuff. So I think opening up, it's still flat earthers and their takes on things. I don't know. I see a lot of potential. So maybe it'll blow up. You never know, man. Maybe this is how we go mainstream, and then next thing you know, flat Earth itself actually gets bigger too due to this. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Gotta start somewhere, I guess.
Do like little sub shows. Flat Earth on the streets.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, we actually came up with a name. I came up with a name. C belongs to the streets. You see? Yeah. C belongs to the streets. Yeah, man. We're thinking about doing that. That could be like my little nickname.
See, what's
Looking
good
forward to
about
this
that
shit.
is like local people too are really who you want to interact with because, I mean, unless it's like usually a younger generation person. I mean, no offense to the older guys, but most people don't talk on Discord, right? Or online for that matter, So like them hearing about the topic and general interest and that there is even more discussions happening. I mean, for me, I never even touched or even heard of Discord until I found a link for 24/7. And I was like, oh shit, all of this. So, I'm probably one of the old souls, one of those guys that would never have been on the internet talking about it, and unless it was for that one little link. But yeah, a lot of potential, man.
Look forward to it, bro. God damn it.
Hey Floyd, if I may ask, what's your age range? I thought you were like maybe in your late 30s, early 40s.
I'm 35.
You're 35, okay. Older generation. Give me a break. Damn, 35. I'm turning 32 this year, so we're not far apart.
Are we still taking event titles?
Oh yes.
Gravity is a lie. Change my mind.
No, you can do better than that.
They love gravity. It's their sacred cow.
That's true. It does bring a lot of good conversation because they're like, gravity's not a lie. All right, which gravity?
The gravity that's related to your consciousness.
Well, you don't want to scare him, dude.
Oh. Isn't it too late for that? Have you checked out the Superman trailer or premiere yet?
No.
It's about what you guys debate all the time, of course.
Debate?
The shape of Earth and what causes it. I hope you started to focus on the second part a little bit.
I have never made a claim to the shape or the cause of the shape of the Earth.
That's unfortunate because those are the most important things about the discussion.
Really?
Of course it is. The cause?
And if I found those things out, then what would I know?
Cause,
If
effect.
I found out that it was lake-shaped, I'm going to be like, oh shit.
Not cause. And you
Lake-shaped.
refuse to talk about cause. Why is that? Why should I guess you're doing that?
Oh man, it was created. Now what?
There's better answers than that, even academic. See?
Like?
Planetary gets woven across billions of years of accretion flow.
Oh,
Just like
man.
if you were to go outside, right, with a bunch
Mind
of
juice
rocks,
flowing now.
this uniform material, right, and just start like put your hand there and start like just rubbing around the circle like you used to do as a kid, you'll start to see things clump up into spheres. Right then and there. Right? So then you got your planetary system and you're here.
Like I said, don't scare
You're
them
going to
away.
get rid of sphere, right? But it's going to take some form. Who cares? But then you got planet Earth over time, just all crunched together and spinning from the residual spin that was put into it.
What spin that was put into it?
The twirling and stuff. The motion up there. You look up, see? Things moving. Force has to cause something to move. And when something moves, thousands of years of human history, some force had to almost have nudged it and has this momentum, and it's just going and going and going. Wow. It's not an assumption. I see the sun in different directions when I look up every day.
Yeah, how do you know it's not a clock?
Keeps it moving. Huh? A what?
How do you know it's not a clock?
Clocks need a power mechanism. It's the thing of force.
How do you know it's not being powered?
You still get back. Well, that's the question. What force is causing it? The cause.
And say you found the cause. And there was a man pulling and turning a switch. Now what? You gonna change your whole life now?
With the cause, you have a story about why. If you search even more. And then the why helps
infinite regression.
fill in a lot of blanks in between that are logical.
You're just going to keep searching and searching for a boundary.
No, well, if you look down, I guess the thing you guys say it's flat, right? So what I should do is drill maximally down and then across. See? And see what I find.
Okay.
The secrets to the universe would be there, right?
Let's make sure
you said there's nothing else going on.
And not a computer.
So I don't even have to go up. I can just go down and across towards the horizon.
Cool, man.
So if I go in this direction, I keep going, and I end up back where I started. What does that say?
Well, we don't know yet. You haven't done it.
Nobody's done it. Thousands of years. All this technology to fly.
Yeah, what does that tell you?
You know, when I went down and across, I found the best answers, actually, when I stopped looking up.
You were looking at the same spot, your computer.
Oh.
You never went outside, brother.
You can look places with your mind. I mean, isn't that where all the information is being received when you go outside anyway?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it, guys. You're going outside. You're just in your mind.
Way outside.
You can be outside and inside at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, the scientists have even explained how you do this.
Yeah, just fuck architecture.
Well, you can meditate. I mean, it's simple. They teach you how to do this on YouTube.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Is that physical?
Is it? It's mental.
Is that outside?
I mean, you believe in physics. Would you think magic causes you to have consciousness and qualia of experience?
No.
Well, there you are having these experiences. You can quiet your mind and go somewhere else other than where you're at. You can even dull your senses with your eyes open and it won't even process consciously.
If you close your eyes, you won't see.
You can keep them open and dull your senses and it actually goes away. It's a meditative practice. You shift your focus enough where your brain just, how can you say, doesn't process the flow.
Oh, so it is different.
There's different tiers to it.
I know.
How do you think Muhammad got to the far east and west of the horizon and saw his wonderful vision on his donkey? He did what I was saying.
Did he?
Focus. Well, I guess
Probably an imagination.
Wrote something really interesting. People who do this write really interesting things too.
He also let his wife die, so that's interesting.
Well, not to focus on them. I just mean the practice of meditating and focusing on places and actually entangling your mind with these plasma fields that are all over Earth that we now know about. Yeah. Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah,
what are you yapping about? What the fuck?
Here, let me put it in side chat. It's NASA, so you're going to laugh at it. That's the thing.
Don't mind news.
This is some yappuccino.
It is
Don't
a
mind
source, but you're going to laugh at it.
It's a broken link with nothing in it.
Guys, don't
Where do you
mind
even come
news.
up with this shit?
Straight from NASA, bud.
No,
Yeah,
this
the
is straight from
heroin.
Yappuccino Central.
There's no heroin. I'm black. I don't smoke that garbage. I'm not white. Side
You're not
chat.
black,
There's your
bro.
source. Yes, I am. And you're Hispanic,
That's cat,
right?
bro.
I don't let Hispanics talk to me like that. There goes the link in side chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Who told you
There
that?
goes your link in side chat. It's been my life thus far.
What, your cartoons?
What? No, when you step outside, bro. There's your link in side chat about the little portals, the magnetic portals that your goofy little brain can be caught up in.
Literally all cartoons. Like,
guess, see, there you go. Deny it, 'cause it's not.
Nigga, what?
Short combo. Jigga who? Jigga what?
Yo, you're tweaking, bro.
You seem to be. Catch yourself.
Oh, bro.
Dude, I don't know where you're coming up with any of this.
Lost in the
Nothing, we're
sauce.
done. You just denied it. I'm going to go eat dinner. Have a good night.
And there we go, Chad. There we go. Classic.
That's all he does every
Bro.
time he comes in here.
Tweakers. Straight
time.
tweaking.
Sounded like it, dude. Like, I don't like saying it. Don't want to keep saying it, but it doesn't sound all there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, something's off, bro.
He's like, you're outside right now in your mind.
Yeah. Like, what, dude?
Oh, really? I'll just take a vacation real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back.
Like, it's like you ask him, how sure are you of that? Are you 99% sure? 80% sure? Sounds like one of those guys, you know?
The gluteus maximus of the equation. We also have to ask ourselves, what is the paradoxical exfoliation?
Oh my god, you've heard too many times, dude. You've heard that way too many times.
Yeah, I know, dude. That's such a good sound clip,
Gluteus
bro.
maximus of the question. We also have to ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from crustacean.
Molecular harpsichord.
Exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
The harpsichord. Like, what even is that, dude?
Crustacean?
Speaking from some crustacean zeitgeist paradoxical foliation. Like, bro.
I'm just waiting.
What are
I'm just
you
waiting
even
for him to
saying right now?
I'm just waiting for him to throw in supercalifragilistic. Well, you know, Mary Poppins there. You know that one?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. They might as well say that. Honestly, like, I didn't think Flat Earth was gonna introduce me to like the weirdest weirdos on the planet. Wait, did I just say planet? Fuck.
Get him.
But seriously though, we literally talked to the weirdest weirdos.
Hold on. Creation Bear. That's like a 2-day ban for that, dude.
I know, just ban me now, dude. I haven't said that in a long time. I can't believe I just said that. That's like some Joe Rogan shit. He's like, he's the strongest fighter on the planet. Like, oh my god.
He's on a what now?
Yeah, I know. I haven't said planet in a long time. But yeah, dude. These guys are weird.
Yeah, by the way, CB, where does that clip come from?
I actually don't know.
Okay. I had thought for a moment, like for some time, that it might have been a guy in this room, literally, like saying all that.
God. No, it was. It was like a.
It was new 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, literally. It was a YouTube short that I found where this girl was like. It was like a sound clip that she played on her YouTube short. And I was just like, when you're a girl and you're listening to some nerd or something, I don't know, you remember exactly the
okay. I see what you mean, yeah.
You know what I mean? I just like, oh, this is genius. This is exactly how the Globetrotters sound. So I recorded it. It's perfect. It's literally perfect. The gluteus maximus.
For all we know, all she understood was gluteus maximus.
Yeah.
We had to start with that one, right?
I mean, we also have to ask ourselves, what is? Anyway, guys, I gotta roll out of here in like 90 seconds soon. I gotta roll out pretty soon.
Oh, man.
But yeah, join us for Thursday. We're gonna go live, maybe on Rumble. I'm hoping it's also like dual stream on X. But I think there's some really powerful figures in here like AI and Mike and Flat Lloyd and Neil. Anybody really. I'd love to see you guys there.
We'll be there, man. Is it going to be like a chill chat or like straight up live stream?
I don't think it's gonna go on our YouTube, but I think Miggy's working on firing up a Rumble.
Nice.
So that we can get into anything, you know what I mean?
True that.
We can talk about anything we want. Which is the goal. There's so much we can riff on. Current events. There's a lot of stuff happening in the world. I want to hear from the flat earthers, man. I'm gonna have to set an early alarm, but guys, shoot for like Thursday morning or wherever you are. Thursday around let's see, 9 a.m. Central.
All right.
So that means all you flat earthers, you're going to have a shower, brush your teeth, comb your hair, move your computer shit out of your mum's basement, lose 200 pounds, ready for a CB show.
Yeah, actually, literally comb your hair, get your fucking teeth brushed. We're gonna go live on camera.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna go live. If you want to pop in and show your face, like, I think Miggy and I are gonna be on camera. So
nice.
Damn.
Yeah, try not to get too, put your boners away, guys.
So you're going to have your hair all bleached up and redone before you go on CV?
What?
Straight from the hair salon, straight to its studio?
Hair salon. My hair is always on 10, bro. Come on now.
Are you going to stream the video also? Or just voice?
I think it's going to be on. I mean, Miggy's doing all the. You know me, bro. I don't do any technical shit. That's all flat load, right? But.
Gotcha.
Because I'd be comfortable with just like with going on video if it wasn't going to go out, but whatever.
Oh, I see.
Filter it up, bro.
I mean, just go get your little get your voice changer and your fucking, your voice and your face is all distorted and shit. Yeah, you can maybe do that. I don't know.
You can AI go buy a fucking anonymous mask, Oh, T-Dub. Wow. I saw that. He just went on video for a second.
Really?
You just put CB the burn too.
Yeah, I was just saying I'd go on. I'll go get my anonymous mask. The dollar store, some shit.
We eating pizza on the flat Earth.
How does that work?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know, flat pizza. I wish you could see the view. It's not very good from here, but there's the ocean is like literally right behind this highway. Crazy. But yeah, I gotta jet out of here, boys, in like 10 seconds.
Take it easy, man.
Take care, man.
Join for that show on Thursday, guys. You don't want to miss this one.
See you, Harry Potter.
Damn.
I had to.
They're probably fake, so he looks all hip and trendy and shit.
Yo, these are non-script, bro. They don't fucking do shit except for swag, and they're blue light.
There you go.
But you know how we roll.
Gotta have the blue light.
It's for the 304. You heard? All right, boys. I want to roll out of here. I'll see you guys probably tonight. Go ahead.
I said peace, man.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
Peace out, boys.
Just so you know, CB, hair number 463 is out of position. Just realign that one now.
That's crazy, bro. Why does your mic sound like that, Matrix?
Because I'm on my phone.
Your phone is trash. We got Android?
He's at work.
Doesn't matter what it is. Phones are shit anyways.
He's at work on his phone in the toilet, in the bathroom.
This is what my office sounds like.
Oh, is it? Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Probably sounds like a toilet because it's not much bigger.
It sounds trash.
Yeah, well, thanks. Anyways. Now, Flat Lloyd was here. Flat Lloyd, did you have a look at that data set that I sent you the other day?
No, I haven't got to look at it yet, man. Let me take a look now.
What?
It's a data.
I just found it interesting, that's all.
Actually, a globe.
Well, we had the whole fireworks 4th of July family.
Ah, fair enough, yeah. Who said the Earth's a globe?
I did.
Who said that?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Atheist Junior. Yeah, story checks out.
Yeah, I'm making I have the hot take that the Earth is actually a oblate spheroid.
Go for it.
What makes you think that? It's like 2025, bro. Haven't you been outside?
Yeah, I have. And if the thing is that if you go outside and look at the horizon, it looks flat. But see, you have to get to a higher elevation and get more.
So let me get this straight.
It still
looks flat.
And I'm not done talking. So you have to get up to a higher elevation.
It looks flat, and you're going to tell me it's not flat.
So massive that on our human scale, we can't see the curvature on the horizon. So
that's funny.
Try it.
Because there's a dude earlier that was saying boats disappear over the horizon. So if it's so massive, how did he see boats disappear over it?
Oh, because boats always disappear over the ocean.
So who's lying, you or him?
Top, bottom, every single time.
Boats disappear over the horizon, top to bottom.
Yeah,
but if it's so big, how are we seeing that? Wouldn't that happen like at a greater distance than what it's supposed to?
The horizon on our level from a human observation point, yeah, we can see ships going over the horizon and they appear to disappear, going from top down every single time. Can you explain why that happens? It's always
right, but what we're saying is that you're saying it looks so it's so big that it looks flat in one axis, but we see boats go over it in another.
No, that's not what I said. Those two things are not really exclusive.
They're on the same place.
It looks flat. And we can also see boats disappearing over that horizon, and they always disappear top to bottom every single time. Please explain
They disappear top to bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. If anyone else wants to kick that around, I'm more than welcome to sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, I want to ask him, right? So you're saying if you're just standing at the shoreline and you're looking out with your naked eye, you always see the ships disappear bottom up as they go out. Is that right?
No, I'm saying that they always disappear in the same way. I might have misspoken. Maybe I need to look a video of myself. But they, because on a globe Earth, the point of the Earth past where the horizon is would curve so far downward you wouldn't be able to see it, and the boat would appear to disappear downwards.
Okay, so just say there's a big boat. No, I get you, right? So just clarifying, right? So you're standing at the beach and you can see a big boat and it's sailing out. So yeah, a big giant boat, right? And it's sailing out, and at 3 miles, right? If you're 6 foot tall, at 3 miles it should start to dip behind the horizon. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I don't know about those exact parameters, but I'll just say yes for the purpose of our discussion.
Okay, so I just posted a GIF in the side chat of that not happening. You said it happens every time, so why didn't it happen this time?
Let me check out this GIF. I appreciate you pronouncing it GIF and not GIF, by the way.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, so is this boat stationary?
Yeah. So just picture, right? So just think like when he's zoomed out, you cannot see the boat, right? Because its angular size is too small. Okay, so if the boat was closer,
though, I'm talking about a boat that is traveling away from you.
Okay, so this one, just say this one traveled away, right? Let's say that this one was closer, okay, and then it traveled out to that distance, and you wouldn't be able to.
High mast, a really high sail.
This is a giant ship, right?
It's not about the size of the ship; it's about the vertical height of the ship. In the hypothetical example.
Yeah, but none of the bottom of this one's missing. Why would the height matter? If none of it's
so it's irrelevant.
Why would it? Right, but when it's zoomed out, you can't see it, right? So just say it was closer and it sailed out to that distance. It wouldn't disappear bottom up, would it? Because when he zooms in, you can see the whole ship again. When he zooms out, you can't see the ship. Think about it.
That's like saying, hey, this certain thing happens in example A, but why is it in example B where the parameters are completely different that something different happens? That's not a
wouldn't it you said it always happens, right? That's why I brought this up, because you said
a boat is traveling away from you. Boat that's moving.
Okay, so what if it traveled out to this distance where you can't see it anymore he can't see it until he zooms in. He can't see it. What's that?
My example, you're a stationary observer, right? So you'd be standing on the beach. The boat is
just
traveling
like this person.
away from you and has a high sail. That sail will appear to disappear from top to bottom in a downward direction as it goes over the horizon, because the curved Earth that is past the horizon is curving downwards.
Yeah, so shouldn't the bottom of the boat disappear first? Shouldn't the bottom of the boat start to disappear first, not the top?
No. let me look up a video of this. Maybe I can post my own.
All right.
Because
I would love to see. I would love to see a picture of a boat disappearing top to bottom as it sails out. I mean, you really haven't thought this through, I think, my friend.
I have.
No, you have not. Please go and look up videos.
Well, I want to see a video of this happening. This will be quite the video.
Now you know why I pulled up.
Because any type of video and photographic evidence that's ever been presented to a flat earther isn't immediately claimed, oh, that's a hoax, bro, that's Photoshop, which is you.
Stop trying to pigeonhole us into some crap that you don't even know.
Yeah, no, I just want to see one. I won't say it's fake, but I don't think boats are even... No one claims boats disappear from top to bottom as they sail out. Like, it's not how it would work, right? You haven't thought about it at all, have
Do I
you?
need to share a GIF in the chat, or can it be a video? I mean, I
It can be anything that shows what you're talking about. Like a YouTube video is fine, or something like that.
I think somebody in the chat is actually correcting me.
Can somebody just post a video of what he wants? Because we have them. I've seen them with the boat traveling away from us.
In the chat, sorry.
Yeah, so LT, he's saying the boat disappears from top to bottom as it sails out, not from bottom up.
Yeah,
he's
I
saying
know.
the top.
Yeah, I got that, and I think he's just.
Oh, you know what? I misspoke. Okay, I did misspeak. It from bottom to top. The argument is the same. I just misspoke. I apologize. It's been a long day. My argument remains the same. So I posted a link in.
Somebody has a video. I've seen them with the boat traveling away. We're stationary, watching it leave. It disappears from bottom up as it's traveling farther away, and then we zoom in on it, and you can see it return into view and see the entire bottom again.
Yeah, I just posted one. He saw it, but he said that because the boat's not moving, it doesn't count for some reason. Now, this one, it looks like the boat's floating in the air because there's obviously a superior mirage taking place. So I'm going to take a screenshot of the floating boat. Right, this one doesn't even look like it's disappearing bottom up. This is just a mirage, right? And it looks like the boat's actually floating in the air, not going behind the horizon. So I'm not sure what you're getting at with this one.
It posted a screenshot and not the full GIF. Sorry.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube video that you posted.
Oh, okay. Well, let me look at that then.
Yeah, you didn't check it?
Oh, I watched it before I linked it. Yeah, I'm watching the video, and then the horizon appears to rise up. Or
why would the horizon appear to be rising up?
Down from bottom to top.
Yeah, and then the boats are like above. The boat's above the horizon, right? Is like looming up in the air because there's a mirage.
What?
Like it's not dipping. It's doing the opposite of what you're saying it should do, right? Because we have a mirage. It's obvious. It's super blurry too.
You know what?
And
you're not wrong. Let me see if I can find a less fucking blurry video.
And find one with them zooming into the boat again, because sure, we see what you're seeing. That's perspective. That's the vanishing point. Zoom into it.
Yeah, so I mean, you can't always zoom it back to view, right? Because obviously in this next one you've posted, there's giant waves, right? See how it's not a flat horizon? It's like big giant ocean swells, right? So obviously, if there's big waves, right, try to find something where there's not big waves that's going to block the boat, because that doesn't count as Earth curvature. That's just big waves blocking something that's getting smaller as it moves beyond the waves in the foreground. You know what I mean? Like, that's a fair request. Like, the one I showed doesn't have any waves, and then when he zooms back in, you can see the whole boat again, but this one's got big giant waves, right? So obviously you can't, like, zoom through waves.
Now, let me see. I think this GIF I found is slightly better.
Okay.
I hope I'm not just reposting the same thing again. Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
the thing is, yeah. So okay. So can you see the big waves?
Sure.
Yeah. So do you think that because you've got waves in the foreground that are big, as the boat moves further beyond the waves, the boat keeps getting smaller due to perspective, right? And then the waves in the foreground are gonna block the bottom of the boat. Right, that wouldn't be like good evidence of Earth curvature. Can you find one where there's not big waves?
I will try to, but I don't think that is a factor, because the water could be perfectly still and you'd still see the same effect.
Well, you don't see the same effect, right? I mean, have a look at this one that I posted, right? You don't see the same. I've got lots of examples of this in very nice clear conditions. So, I mean, have a look at this one.
Which...
Right, this is like a giant ship, by the way, like way bigger than the ship in your one. and see how there's no waves, right? And then he zooms in and he can see the whole you can see the whole ship again.
That ship appears to not be moving, though.
If there were waves here, yeah, it doesn't matter if the ship's moving. The point is that when he's...
No, it does matter. It's key to the example.
Did you just say waves are irrelevant?
In this example, yeah, the waves are irrelevant. The water could be perfectly still, and you still see the same effect.
Well, no, because I just showed the water still, and it doesn't show the same effect.
Even in the video I posted, even with the waves being choppy, you can see it still goes in one direction. The waves appear to move up, like swallowing the ship, or the ship appears to be moving down.
Yeah, so in the one I posted, if we added big waves into it, then it would look like the same as your one.
Okay, but shouldn't it not do that at all if the Earth was flat, though?
Well, if you block something with something physical, it's going to be obstructed. Like if you put your hand in front of your bottom half of your eyes, you could block half of a giant mountain in the distance, right? Because you've got the waves. The waves are all over the ocean, right? And as they get closer into where it gets shallower, they get even bigger. It's called shoaling, right? As they get closer to the shallow water, they get bigger, right? So it turns from an ocean swell into a wave. So you're having to, and as the ship moves away, the ship's getting smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, right? So the waves in the foreground can block the bottom of the ship in the background. So that's why, it would be preferable if you could try to. It's just common sense. I mean.
Yeah, but common sense tells you when you go outside and look at the horizon that the Earth is flat. But that's not good enough. You need to get more data than that.
Yeah, so we do have more data than that, right? So we can check the math, but we can check the mathematics and work out the distance that the horizon should be at on the globe. Right, and then go start taking tests, and what we've found is that the horizon is never where it should be. We can see it 10 times further away, 20 times further away. We can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. So it can't be a globe, especially the size that they're telling us.
Why not?
Because you would have to have
who's they?
Well, the mathematics, right? So it's based off the radius value. 3959 miles is the radius value because they tell us the size of the globe, right? So you can even just go and use any Earth curve calculator online, or you can do the math yourself. It's just basic math. You would have to have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot, observing the ocean, right? You're standing there 6 foot tall. The horizon should be at 3 miles away if the Earth's a globe. But if we go out, and it's not there, right? It's 20 times further than it should be, or not there at all in some situations, then it can't possibly be a globe of that size, because it would have to be there, right? If the Earth's a globe of that size.
Okay, but that formula is not accurate over long distance. It's just a rough approximation that only works for the first few miles, and it doesn't scale linearly. It becomes totally inaccurate at larger distances.
Okay, then, if that is not acceptable, what would you require us to use? And we're happy to change to something that's more accurate.
Well, let me just explain to him quickly that this is a completely accurate formula. You can look it up on... Okay, so this is what you can do, right? I don't want you to try to debunk that, because this is the correct formula. And you can look it up, and I guarantee you that it is the correct formula. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. If you're doing an observation from 1 foot, it would be at 1.225 miles away. If you're doing it from 8 foot, it would be at 3.46 miles away, and so on. It depends on the height of the observer. And you can just do the math, or you can go on Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator and pick any Earth curve calculator and just put in the observer height, and it will tell you the distance to the horizon.
Right, but the formula that you're citing here...
No, this isn't my formula. I didn't even say a formula. Which formula did I tell you? But I didn't give you a formula.
Argument, and it's always wrong because
Well,
this
what's the formula that I'm? What's the
and it's assuming a parabolic and not spherical drop.
No, that's
Hold
incorrect.
on. Atheist.
No,
He's
correct.
asking what formula he presented.
Okay, well, which the 39-mile one that you just said?
Look, let me just explain it to you, dude. Let me just explain it really quickly. What you're thinking of
just
is
cite
the.
that?
No, I didn't. Right. So yeah, you're wrong. So this is the. I guess this is the mistake you're making, right? So you're talking about the 8 inches per mile squared formula. Right. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not the formula you use.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
What was the question?
In the background, someone said, "How the hell is the Earth much bigger than the Sun?"
Because, well, I don't have a because. The problem is you've came to replace what one would call cosmology. And so the only people that give cosmology are usually religious figureheads. I mean, one day you may understand what that means, but cosmology, meaning the makeup of everything that exists, how could we possibly know? See, in the first place, we weren't there when it first was created. So you're asking us, well, what does the entire Earth look like? Where's the edge? How is this? How's that? Questions that you think have been answered because of your own cosmology. Well, there's night and daytime because we're on one side of a ball. Well, we're on the ball because of gravity. Well, the sun is much bigger than the Earth and it's far away, which is why all of that. Yeah, you have a cosmology belief. So all you're doing is asking us, well, what's our cosmology? When all we're saying is we have a measurement. We don't have cosmology. We can't replace your belief system. We just
All right,
know
we
that
also
the Earth
have
measures
measurement.
life.
We also have a measurement.
Ooh, let's have
Actually, you don't have measurements. No, you do not have measurements. You haven't measured it yourself. That's a fact. Your father, your mother haven't gone out to measure this Earth. And the scientists who tell you they haven't measured it as well. So they don't have measurements, and you do not have those measurements. You cannot make that statement, young man.
Well, let's ask him what he thinks he has. What do you think you have for measurements? What were they measured with?
All right. The science.
What was let's start with what was the instrument that they measured it with? The device.
Satellite. What, the distance of the sun?
Yeah, what device did they measure that with?
Satellite.
Tape measure?
They studied the eclipse of Venus from 4 different locations on the Earth.
Okay, how did you measure the distance between those points?
With standard land measurements.
Yeah, that you're making that up, bro. Okay, lying isn't gonna work. That's just gonna irritate the hell out. Yeah, you are. How? Okay, what did they use to measure between those points? And it's 2 points,
Between
not
what
4.
points?
Get your story straight.
Yes. What points?
2 points, not 4. Get your story straight. How did they measure the distance between those points?
Bro, 4 points, not 2 points.
Why would you need 4 points? You're trying to create a triangle, not a pyramid.
All right, but 4 points just makes the calculations easier, I think. That's why.
Okay, so how did they measure the distance between the points?
Between the points, like on Earth?
Okay, maybe you don't
Yes.
understand your own thing, dude. It's probably the case.
Wait,
If you're gonna triangulate the position of the sun using the transit of Mercury, you're gonna need a baseline. That would be the distance between the 2 points.
okay.
How did you measure the baseline so that you could do the calculation?
First, how they measure like distance on Earth? What?
How did they measure the baseline between the 2 points?
I'm nobody. What's if I'm just listening?
I know the answer. They didn't. That's the answer. They did not.
You know how sad this is? This is like, you know how sad this is? This is like watching.
It's pretty. You're watching a mental struggle, Elijah. You're watching the mind thrash about.
No, but what's more strange is that, you know, as time goes on, like, I realize that they're no different than a child who's in a church, you know, talking about they have tongues, speaking tongues, and they start like getting the Holy Ghost and shit. And you know they're just bullshitting. You know what I mean? Like that's what this is like. You don't even know enough about your own religion to respond to the responses to what you believe you know.
Yeah, like they're claiming that they measure the distance of the sun using pyramidalization.
I have a question. How do you measure distance?
Well, you can use an odometer. You can use a pitot tube, like in a boat or an airplane.
Exactly.
They have
That's how
large
they measure distance.
Oh, they did. No, that's not how they did it. They didn't measure a distance.
How are you?
What they did was they calculated what they thought the radius was, and then using simple mathematics, they calculated the chord of an arc, right? So that would be the baseline distance between the 2 points. But they don't actually know that value. And whatever that value would be, because they assumed Venus is the same size as Earth, then you just have circular logic.
Okay.
Let's say they doubled the radius of the Earth. Well, then they would have to double the radius of Venus, and then they'd have to double the distance, and then it would all come out the same, the identical shit.
Okay. So, that didn't make sense. So,
The sad fact is, which you don't want to accept, is nobody knows the distance of the sun, and they never will.
don't you think it's possible to
Your audio is getting worse or something.
But well done for asking very good questions, though. Some of them might have been a bit naughty and a bit silly, but you know, you're really trying hard, and I like that. So well done, anyway.
So let me break it down to you. Like, let me give you like an overview.
Yeah.
Of like the globe Earth and heliocentric model. They make a lot of claims. The sun is this far away. It's this big. The planets are this far away. They're this big. The Earth is this big. Yada yada yada. Now you can just believe that, or you could go check to see if what they say is true, and verify it. Hold on, and verify it. To see if what they say is actually true. That out there in reality, that's the way it actually is. So people, I don't know about everybody in here, but many people in here have gone out there and checked. And when you actually check, what they say is out there in the physical and natural world what they say exists does not actually exist. The real world is different than the way they say it is on paper. I know that's hard and that's scary and it makes you pee a little bit in your pants, but that's the way it is.
Alright, I'll check it for myself then.
Go ahead, it's simple.
Okay.
How far away, like if you went to the ocean, the horizon, remember how you talked about that? How far away do you think that should be?
3 kilometers.
3 kilometers. I don't think it would be 3 kilometers, but.
Well, if they're like, what is that? How far is 3 kilometers?
Maybe he's short. Maybe he's 2 inches tall. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's
about a mile and a half.
It's 4.6 kilometers. So what we're going to do, we're going to show you an image taken from a 1 foot camera height.
Yeah.
Where the horizon is something like 16 kilometers away. Okay? Way too far. 10 times too far. Understand? So you thought initially that the horizon was the where the curvature of the Earth starts. Okay? So if the curvature of the Earth starts where it is in the image, then the Earth is like 10 times bigger, well, more than 10 times bigger. It's something like 100 times bigger than they say.
Wait, where is the picture?
Hold on, I'm getting it. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna post it. Here we go.
Wait, can I see it too?
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah,
it's in the
thanks.
chat. I didn't want to download it like that, but Jesus Christ, I wanted a GIF.
Okay.
Now, hold on a second. I got a GIF that'll display it better, so you don't have to. Okay, this. Okay. So the camera here is 8 feet above the water. If you look at the globe map, it says the horizon should be, what is it? 4 miles away.
Yes.
That far, hold on. That farthest oil rig is 10 miles from the camera. Okay? So we can see that the horizon is past that. So we know the horizon's more than 10 miles. Okay? It's more than that. But the globe Earth says 4 miles. So what's going on here? Why is the Earth way too big?
Oh, huh?
Okay, so let's do this. Okay.
Wait,
So
wait,
from this camera height, the horizon should be 5.5 kilometers away. Okay.
Wait, he's
The farthest rig is 10 miles away, which is I'm gonna give it to you in kilometers, which is 16 kilometers, like I said. So we have the prediction, 5 miles, actual 16 or more miles. Okay. You need to increase your render distance. What does that even mean? We increase your render distance to, like, it gets worse for you. This is already bad for you. You know, like, do you know what the radius of the Earth would be if the horizon was where the curve started? It would be 300,000 miles. 300,000 mile radius. Do you understand that that's where they say the moon is?
What's it?
They say the moon is 300,000 miles away. This matches a radius of Earth of 300,000 mile radius, and it would have a circumference of 1.6 million miles. I got another one for you. It's even better. So this is going to blow your mind. So you ever hear the Bolivian salt flats? The Bolivian salt flats, you ever heard of this place? It's in Chile. So it's a salt flat, and it fills up with water when it rains, like 3 or 4 inches of water, and it makes it into a gigantic mirror. Now you've been to like a store, right, where they have a curved mirror, and then the image is all distorted and everything. Well, this place creates reflections that are perfectly symmetrical. They're perfectly even, which is impossible if the surface of the Earth was curved. Okay, so check out this video and try to figure out like which one's upside down and which one's not. No one's trying to convince you the Earth is flat, plastics. No one cares what you think. We're giving you information you did not previously have. If you like, take it or leave it. They're walking on water. So underneath that is a salt flat, but there's a very thin layer of water that's only like maybe an inch, less than an inch deep. Plastics, I'm going to kick you out of the chat. Keep trolling and fuck around and find out. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, dude. This doesn't prove nothing. What does that even mean? Okay, if you do the mathematics based upon the claimed Earth geometry, the distortion of the reflection versus the sky should start in 0.7 miles from the camera. Okay? That means 2/3 of this image should have a distortion relative to what's being reflected. But we don't see that.
Wasif,
Yeah.
talk about the fact.
Well, you said.
Nah, why am I saying that? No, you tell them.
Just show them the video.
Nah, I'm good. Wasif, where are you?
Cosmo Girl, if you do the mathematics that proves the globe, that's utter nonsense, okay? Because within those mathematical variables, you need to insert measurements. And no measurement you can make that you would insert into them variables would prove a globe.
Can debunk the oil rings.
The oil rings? Shit, man.
Oh yeah, she's the one that has a PhD from yesterday. Remember, T-Dub? Yeah, but she can't do like basic spelling. Need this person.
I mean, it is
on
an
the
English
mic.
server. Let's give her a break.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah, I'm not just saying to you because I almost did it myself.
I know. I was
Because
going to
they're
ask
shit
that.
English.
Yeah, I was going to ask them yesterday what country they got the PhD in. This individual who won't come on the mic, who won't show any
I got
verifiable
it.
evidence
I'll
of their
post it in the
claims.
chat. I'll post it her alleged deets in the chat.
Tuco University in Tobago.
So, like Caltech, right? So I'm wondering why her English is so bad when she went to Caltech. Never mind that. You need to ask for your money back because they failed you. Absolutely failed you.
Damn.
Yep, get a refund. Yep, get a refund, Cosmo Girl. And actually, where is your proof of any of your claims yesterday where you said they used the curvature of the earth when building bridges and roads? We wanted one example with documentation similar to the documentation we provided for you to debunk the curvature, and you have yet to provide even one specific example.
Oh, shit. Mm.
It's not going to come in here, T-Dub. It's only because that crazy girl's in here. I was trying to listen on YouTube and get stuff done. She's not going to come up with it anyway, so I might as well just go back to what I was doing.
You know, with a CV like that, she must have built an extensive English lexicon of physics and other sciencey terms, right? Especially operating in Zurich.
So sciencey, Sporadic. Yeah, she's so sciencey.
I just wanted to tell it that it's not the oil rigs that you have to debunk. It's the horizon. The horizon is the point. The distance to the horizon is too far.
The only reason she would be concerned with the oil rigs again, because she said the math checks out for a globe. So do that. If the oil rigs plays a part in somehow the spherical math checking out, like let's see it. Go on and go ahead and do that.
Yeah, and she also promised to mic up today. So she said she was going to actually have a conversation with us today. I just wanted to clarify that because I was present. Welcome back, Cosmo Girl. Hopefully, we get
Thank
to
you,
hear your
John.
voice.
Yes. Can I get a witness? It's John Luna. She said that yesterday. It is now today. We're ready for the voice.
Yeah, can I say something before anything happens? Because I almost did it myself. This is the English hub server, and people are going to have, they're learning English, as we all know. So like let's try to refrain from picking on bad English composition, accents, all that stuff. Because I almost did it myself because of Cosmo Girl just butchering the English language. But it's fine. She should actually deserve it because she went to Caltech. So I don't know how she graduated without speaking English. Like it boggles my mind.
Yes, I understand your scolding. I'll go back to the YouTube.
It's not just you. It's not just you, man. It's so tempting to just.
I'm sorry for interruption. Earth is not flat.
How did you know that? Sorry for the interruption.
Earth is not flat, guys.
How do you know that? Also, don't make fun of their accents like I just did. It's so hard to resist.
So
yeah, look in the mirror there. Yeah, before you tell us how naughty we are, Indio.
So Lats asks, does flying over the Pacific make the Earth a globe? And my response was, taking off the runway makes it flat. I wonder if Flat can engage the rebuttal. At best, ask what's it got to do with the point.
Well, I must say, I am loving this interaction at the moment with you guys. It's classic, it's funny. Dandelion made me laugh because she was busy doing something, but she just couldn't resist. I had to come in and get her to engage, but it wasn't happening. But there you go. Keep it up, guys. It's very entertaining. It's sounding really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for the feedback. Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of like, we're going to the moon colonies by 78, Cosmo Girl on the mic by August 4th. Sir, it's going to be August 5th.
Moon landing will happen first.
Actually, Lats is responding to someone else.
Why do you think that Earth is flat?
Look, are you under your pillow? Look, what are you doing?
Why? Why?
We're jealous. The Cosmo Girl's a woman with
I'm so jealous.
education.
I'm so jealous of her education, Indio. Yeah, that's it.
God, I'm jealous that she has a big refund waiting for her.
Anyway, Cosmo Girl, we very carefully gave you the evidence yesterday. It's already been reposted today in multiple different forms. So the fact that you do not have any substantive response to that is really not our problem.
Yeah, she had a whole night to cram for this exam.
Yeah,
tell her, John.
So, Cosmo Girl, what constitute a proof? Because you tell us what a proof is, we'll give it to you. Tell us what constitutes proof, and we'll give it to you.
I mean, come on. Can I at least say that Cosmo Girl is clearly a 14-year-old boy? Can I at least say that, Indio?
Who says it's Rich
It's a
Evans?
PG-13 server. This isn't. I should leave. I'm gonna just get in trouble. What I want to say. Yes, you can say that. I wish you would say worse.
I know, me too. Wish I could.
Cosmo Girl went silent when asked, "What constitutes proof?" Cosmo Girl, so we can give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's either a 14-year-old boy or Professor Phil, same difference, right? Same attitude.
God, you're really trying to get me kicked out of the server.
I'm sorry. I better leave. I was not going to come in here. I wasn't. Yes, you're being very well behaved, Indio. I shall stop inciting you.
Remember those G6 guys were passing around a voice changer, and one time they logged in. It was like Peter, who sounded like a chick.
Oh, Peter, yes, I remember that. It was like the
I was
worst
in here
possible
yesterday's,
voice
and
changer.
she didn't say anything then either.
I knew he was trolling with that voice.
No. Which voice?
That's my buddy Seg. I think that's his real voice. I don't know. Isn't that your voice, Seg?
That's my real voice. Is what you talking about?
No, it's not. That's your voice with a slight, put on it.
Yeah,
It's like,
you need to upgrade
yeah.
your computer because the voice changer can't keep up with your microphone.
Yeah,
No, I don't have no voice changers.
Brandon's. Yeah.
What's a Brandon's? That's what we said when Joe was in office. Brandon's.
Well, maybe, yes. Cosmo Girl's a lost cause, and probably not a girl. Bestie is here. Kajas, Just Ross, I don't know. Oh, I like Penguins. Penguins was mad at me last time. I talked to him. Maybe he's gotten over it. You got any curvature proof today, Penguins? Lou. All right, Marjorie. If anybody's got questions or comments about the flat earth, feel free to speak up.
What's great is we're starting to see the same list of regulars come in here in our new presence here on the English Hub. We've got like a new fan list.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Penguins to do this debate that he challenged me about. Do you remember, Johnny? Thinking Johnny's here. Do you remember, Johnny? He threw out that challenge. He was meant to be debating me sometime. Yeah, well, I'm waiting.
No, that wasn't Penguins.
Go ahead and like us and subscribe on YouTube.
That was I Will Do It Yesterday, Jin. That wasn't Penguins.
Oh, okay, Penguins. Well, I'm still waiting for you as well anyway, Penguins. I'm waiting for you. But thanks for that, Johnny. I'm waiting for you as well. You can do it tomorrow. I'm waiting for you.
Loving T-Dub's new PFP. That dude doesn't have like pork chops. That guy's got tomahawks.
Oh, Cosmo Girl. My God, dude. How long do you think you're going to be able to LARP? Either you had like the worst physics education in the history of modern world, or I don't know what.
Hey, it's not her fault that she doesn't know the moon's bigger than the Earth.
Did you read what she wrote?
It's too long.
Make specific predictions from that hypothesis. For example, the horizon should be infinitely far away and always rise to a higher level, or dropping altitude or moving far away shouldn't make objects disappear bottom up. First of all, that's incoherent. And the horizon doesn't look. See, we look at the horizon. It's a visual thing. It's called where the sky appears to meet the Earth. It can't be infinitely far away. That doesn't even make sense. It's going to appear in your field of view. We don't judge the distance in infinitely far away. So that means, like, let's say the horizon line is 1,000 miles away. Well, how are you seeing the surface of the Earth at angles that are well beyond the resolution of your eye? Like, how would you do that? And how would it always rise to eye level unless your eye is at the level of the ground? How would it do that? And moving far away should make objects disappear bottom up first. Who even said that ever would happen? Like, whose claim is that? That moving far away makes objects disappear bottom up.
Indio, you ever thought about like the resolution? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I was going to keep reading it, but it's an absolute incoherent mess that must have came. I hope it came from somewhere else. I hope you didn't write it, Cosmo Girl. Anyway,
that is the kind of mistakes you'd expect from an AI LLM. You can almost see what the prompt was. The prompt must have been, how do I explain what proof is to a group of flat earthers?
Probably.
We need to hear from Kajas. There. Oh, good. You lit up there. Yeah, I see you're defending your buddy there, Cosmo Girlish, in the chat. So, do you got some proof of the curvature, Kajas? Is it Kajas or Kajas? First, tell us how to pronounce your name, please. You were lighting up, so we know you got some kind of mic type device there. Are you willing to speak to us? Much easier.
Who said that was written by AI? Have you seen what AI looks like?
Oh, now we're back to penguins.
Oh, God. Okay, Elijah, what were you saying? I'm going to ignore that guy. I'm going to ignore if he's even here. What were you saying about the angle, Elijah?
No, I was saying, have you ever considered the angular resolution limit in a plane on a clear day as you're looking at the ocean?
Yeah, but the thing is, with that is like, even according to NASA,
it's not an argument. It's purely I'm asking you if you've experienced something. It's not an argument. There isn't a point other than
I've never looked at the ocean from an airplane, so I wasn't over the ocean. I was over land.
I looked over the ocean, and you know what I saw? I saw these weird lines. These lines that, well, they didn't appear to be moving. Like the ocean didn't appear to be moving. Obviously, I can't perceive a wave from that height. So it's like what I was perceiving, I realized is purely because I can't resolve the ocean that well, I guess. So from that distance, it appears to be something other than what I experienced the ocean to be. It was like really it's an odd experience. Has anybody else looked at the ocean while in a plane?
Any takers?
Just oddly still. That's all. You do glance at oh shit. Gotta go.
Yeah, I've looked at it, but it's been a while since I went across it.
Yeah, I don't recall noticing it being still. I don't think the waves are perceivable from like the height that you're.
That's what I'm saying. So what you are perceiving is odd because you can't perceive that, but you know you're looking at.
Yeah. The details.
Yeah, I got one. I just took. I don't know if it's what you're talking about. Yeah, actually, that one I took not that long ago.
No, Kaja, whatever your name is. I think that's the same name as the former Lithuanian prime minister. It's like the same first name. So you can't prove the shape of the earth with your personal incredulity about what people would and wouldn't do. Okay, it's not how you do it. Oh my God, I can't believe they would do that. The earth must be a globe. People do stuff every day that you can't believe they would do.
We have Just Ross in VC. Not sure if he wants to mic up. He's another keyboard warrior. Hello, Just Ross.
Yeah, feel free to interrupt.
Hello?
So sporadic, yeah. Do you have a question, buddy? Not you, sporadic. The other guy. So I'm going to go slightly off topic.
Before you do that, I just would like to note the Cosmo girl ran away and did not so far deliver on the promise of miking up today. So tomorrow's another day.
Well, she went to Caltech. She should be able to manufacture a microphone on her own.
For sure, for sure.
That guy on Twitter, it's BS, never replied to me, by the way.
Yeah, that's actually what I was bringing up. I didn't know you knew about Sommerfeld. Like,
yeah, I did.
He's very obscure, man. Like obscure, like, you know.
Well, yeah.
Scientist.
He's so obscure that the U.S. Army relies on his research.
Yeah, he came up with a I think he came up with some theory. It's been a long time since I looked at them, but my interest is that it was either Helmholtz. Well, so it's the Sommerfeld Heaviside layer, right? He did that, like the waves on the surface of the Earth or whatever, electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, he's basically famous for actually, I think, his foundational antenna design theory. Very similar to a lot of these guys, Gauss, and Tesla, and even Voldemort, where they modeled the Earth as half planes between the ground and the sky, like mirrors.
Well, I thought he had some derivation
the heavy side.
He had some derivation of like longitudinal waves.
Right. So, yeah, he was able to model waves longitudinally.
Which they say is impossible, right?
It
doesn't exist.
Yeah, right. Which invites all the scalar weapon theory hypotheses.
Yeah, let's not get to that. Freaking Thomas Bearden. I've seen it myself. Okay. Who, you and Bob Lazar? Were you like hanging out?
I know. Basically, what bothered me a long time ago, Indio, was for this to be true, like sound waves have to be following in wave dynamics a geodesic curve. Nobody models sound waves along geodesics. Nobody claims, as far as I know, like anything like a mechanism to constantly redirect the wavefront. So how we understand sound propagation can very much be applied to how people like Voigt and these others modeled radiation propagation.
Can you tell me some facts about
And so looking into sound waves, like why aren't they curving around? Kind of leads you to go back in time and revisit some of these people that were quasi-etherists. Where they would model flat plane worlds where waves that propagate linearly. Euclidean geometry, Cartesian space, all that good stuff. And then you pull up some of these documents that float around the FE community, like that Army Research Lab paper on electromagnetic propagation over flat Earth. And they describe problems where the predicted charge density on a target is not what they would expect due to the expected drop rate of Earth causing a dispersion or causing a weakening due to the inverse square law, right?
Yeah. So you got the arc length versus the straight line length. Right.
Right. So time and time again shows that the charge density on a target conforms to all this half plane theory that goes back to the early 1900s, like Sommerfeld, and even before that. So this guy on Twitter was basically dunking on Einstein by bringing up Voigt's work on deriving how electromagnetic waves propagate through a flat space, right? And I don't think it really occurred to this guy that that's what was going on. He was more kind of focused on the ether idea as a way to debunk Einstein. And I just wanted to highlight him, here, check this out. You're basically advocating for a flat Earth and you don't know it.
Well, yeah, he didn't answer. Because Alan and Shane, they post his stuff sometimes. But I've been following him for a little while. I've watched some of the videos he's made. Some of them are pretty old. They're 3 and 4 years old. So I've watched pretty much all the videos that he made. I haven't watched any that he's probably made in the last couple of years. I've watched all the ones he made before that. And, he's basically ripping apart GR, general relativity, and some quantum mechanics. But the thing about the longitudinal waves is that, as far as I'm concerned, the elephant in the room is radiation pressure.
Yeah.
There's a radiation pressure. Yeah, and you can measure this. It's like an actual pressure, and what they say, well, they just jump out of the wave model and they jump into the photon model and basically make a ballistic argument about, photons have a momentum and an energy, and they're smacking the frickin' the antenna, right? But the radiation pressure, if you go with antenna theory, it depends on the impedance of the antenna.
Right.
If there's an impedance mismatch, and this is actually, I don't know if you heard me say this before. I haven't said it in a while. I think that the propagation, okay, so you have what they say ionic sphere propagation with distance. It correlates to whether it's daytime or nighttime, right? The ionosphere, right? In the daytime, it's lower, so it propagates not as far, 800 miles or something. But at nighttime, they propagate tens of thousands of miles, yada, yada, yada. But what I think is that when the sun's out, because the sun is truly like a random noise source in every wavelength, that the sun is creating a radiation pressure on the antenna, so when it goes away at night, that radiation pressure disappears, so you get a better transmission.
Yeah, so kind of like how an impedance mismatch would cause a reflection.
Exactly. Exactly.
I got it. Yeah.
So the radiation pressure is basically, for lack of a better word, scrambling the near field electromagnetic radiation from which the far field electromagnetic radiation propagates, and it just it can't transmit as efficiently. If you measured the phase, if you measure the actual phase run, it becomes so garbled that you can't get a signal out of it. Why are you talking over me, bro? Can you wait till I finish?
Name is talking here.
Congratulations. Do you want a cookie?
Yes.
Okay. Go ask Mom. Go, Mom, can I have a cookie? And she'll go, not till after you eat dinner. So go eat your vegetables, get your cookie, then come back. Okay?
Okay.
Wow, that was easy. Yeah.
Well, easy for me, not for his mom, because he's going to try to feed his vegetables to the dog.
Yeah, but put the peas in the seat cushions.
Put it in the napkin. It's just so big. Like, why is your napkin so big? It's like all the vegetables are stuffed in the napkin.
Yeah, my mom used to have major showdowns with me. I remember if Welcome Back, Kotter came on at 7 p.m., it was like a real showdown.
Why? Because you want to see John Travolta?
Well, I mean, I knew it was 7 o'clock. It's like, wow, I've been sitting here a whole hour staring at these peas. But I did like John Travolta.
I always thought he was gay, but like literally closet style.
Yeah, he wasn't my favorite. I mean, really, Alan Alda was my favorite when I was little.
He is. It did come out. And then,
Oh, well, there you go. My gaydar works.
Good job.
Let's head back in the office, but just want to say real quick, you know what I tend to focus on now is a higher level of abstraction, so to speak, with all this, looking at the geometric concepts that are involved in any of these frameworks that they propose. So when they're speaking entirely within a Euclidean framework, Cartesian framework, and then start coming up with excuses of why things shouldn't actually behave like that due to things like Lorentzian contractions and crap, then you can point out how fallacious their reasoning is, how unfalsifiable and all that.
I love how they mix geometries.
Yeah.
Like they mix geometries together. Well, we'll assume Euclidean until we get to this point on the Euclidean plane, and then we'll just switch it up and pretend it's something else.
I was just talking about that this morning. Let me show you something I found.
And by that, do you mean people account for different variables when they become appropriate?
No. They mix mathematical systems that are incommensurable. That's what we mean.
What does that mean?
There's a perfect example of that I posted in the chat. The Garmin G1000 glass dashboard. It's a modern navigation system, at least a dashboard for airplane. So you've got on one graph, look at the right panel. You've got a spherical coordinate reference system as indicated by the curving line of latitude. But then you've got flat azimuthal angles for showing the airplane's heading. And then above that, you've got the compass and everything else.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
So this is what I was saying like yesterday to some people. What's happening is these modern systems, inertial navigation systems, are taking actual measurements from the plane, attitude and heading, and they are mathematically contorting it to fit on WGS84 for the presentation layer of the pilot. So the pilot's flying using Euclidean geometry, and then he's presented with non-Euclidean spherical coordinates. So things like the transport rate is calculated on the WGS84. The Coriolis effect is calculated in ISS systems, which is basically a sidereal rotation cope. And then the Schuller tuning keeps everything range bound so that your little airplane icon over the Garmin GPS globe doesn't fly off into outer space. That's really how these systems work. Air data inertial reference units.
Dude, was like Frankenstein's monster, and they just like sewed all the skin together of different people and made one single monster.
I have to head back in.
All right, man. Thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
When I say incommensurable, I mean like things like spherical geometry and Euclidean geometry. There's an axiom of spherical geometry in which there's no straight lines, and all the points are equidistant from the center, which is not commensurable with Euclidean geometry, where that's never true. Except in the case of a circle.
Triangle.
Did Echo just leave after saying all that?
Of the Earth, roughly.
You had to go. You just got to go back to work.
What did you say, Metan? All right, both Rapid and Metan are speaking here. Yeah, what's your question,
Like the
Metan?
size of a circle, roughly.
Is it just me or is it mumble day? Is it like everybody's mumbling today or something?
Speak up.
It's Mumble Day.
Is the Earth a triangle or a prism?
Is that the most complex shape you control with?
No.
Yeah, why don't they ask if it's an octagon? I mean, at least give us some meat to work with here.
No, it's not a triangle because no one has proven a corner.
Argument from incredulity.
Any other questions? What about Rapid the Peacock? What do you got for us?
Cock.
I'm not allowed to comment on that. I've been scolded already. Oh, you're just listening. All right, well, ask a question and then tell us if you would like the 2-minute answer, the 5-minute answer, the 10-minute answer, or the 20-minute answer. And then you can listen. You're in a flat earth server. It's a channel. It's very unlikely that you'll come upon this many flat earthers in one place again in your life. So the burning question on your mind, Rapid, is...
All right, let's talk about the moon.
Hold on before we say something. I just want to say something to Kahas, and then you can talk. Kahas, we're not using a satellite to communicate on the internet, silly bird. Okay? Please, just stop talking for your own good. Jesus. Go ahead, the moon. Let's talk about the moon, I guess. I thought this was a flat Earth channel, but I guess we'll talk about the moon instead.
No, well, if the Earth is flat, like how do you perceive the moon? Is the moon flat
Circle.
as well? Or...
What's it got to do? Hold on. What does the Earth have to do with the moon? How are they logically connected?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
No, that's what I'm asking you. I'm not the one that associated them. You did.
Well, I mean, the moon, the tides, so it's connected that way. That's what I think.
Really? How do you know that?
Kind of walked out when the moon's out, the tide's higher.
Really?
Like during the day, the tide's lower.
You live in UK?
No.
You don't live in UK?
Nope.
Okay, so let's take UK for an example. Okay, so in the UK, the difference in high tides just on that island varies by 11 hours. So at different spots in the island, they'll have different high tides. And the difference is up to 11 hours between high tide in one place on the island and high tide in another place. So what you just said is factually false, okay? Because the moon can't be at the local meridian for 11 hours. Otherwise, the moon wouldn't be moving. So that's impossible.
I see.
So before you just make stuff up, you might want to think before you speak.
I have a question.
Are you here to save him?
Go ahead. Please save
No,
me.
it's a separate question.
You here to save your buddy from getting cooked?
No.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Basically, let's say you're looking out. You've probably heard this question before, because it's a pretty generic one, I assume. But let's say you're looking out off into the horizon and you see water and there's a boat. And you're looking at the boat through a telescope, and the boat keeps moving further and further away. And then you notice that the bottom of the boat disappears before the top of the boat because it's...
No, don't insert your explanation into the description. Don't insert your explanation into the description.
Well,
just describe it, and then we'll talk about what the cause of it is.
You notice that the bottom of the boat is disappearing before the top of the boat.
Okay.
Because it's moving further down the, I don't know, from where you are, it's moving downward.
You don't see it move down, though.
Well,
so when things get further away, like if I had, hold on, listen. If I had streetlights that were all 50 feet tall and they went up into the distance, they would appear to go down in my field of view, right?
Wait, say that again.
If I had like a row of streetlights, I'm on a straight street. It's a level. I have a row of streetlights. They're all 50 feet streetlights. They're all 50 feet tall, evenly spaced. I would see the tops of the streetlights appear to go down in my field of view, right?
Yes.
If
like perspective drawing, right? If I drew it in perspective, right, you'd see the tops go down and go to the vanishing point.
Right, yeah.
So they go down in the sense that they appear lower, but they're not actually going down.
Right.
Why do they appear lower then?
Because of perspective. That's why they appear lower. It's perspective. So there's something called linear perspective. So if you double the distance, you have the visual size. So if it's 1 degree at 1 mile, it's going to look half a degree at 2 miles and a quarter of a degree at 4 miles.
But if we had a telescope that can see in a straight line, suppose
So
the
you
Earth
see
is
forever?
flat, why does the boat ever disappear from the vision ever?
Okay. First of all, why do you think that that's actually observed consistently? And let me ask you this: have you ever seen that?
Well, no, but I assume if I grabbed a good enough telescope, I could go and...
So when I've actually went to the ocean to make this observation, and I did not see that. In fact, I saw a boat sail from 6 miles away over the period of 3.5 hours out to 30 miles away, and it never did that.
It never disappeared.
It never disappeared below the horizon, disappearing bottom up, none of that. Just got so far away, it just faded into, the air because, the air is opaque. Can't see forever. So I can show photographs that I took of it, and I can show you. Now, the boat was tracked with radar, like marine radar. So I know where the boat was. I know the heading of the boat. I watched it for 3.5 hours. I took photographs from 15 feet above sea level and 100 feet above sea level. At both points of observation, at the lower point, the boat should be 420 feet under the horizon. And at the 100-foot one, the horizon should be 12 miles away and the boat should be 120 feet under the horizon. So we can check, like, in reality, if this happens. Now, occasionally you will get this visual effect, but we can and have, and I can show that to you as well, we've replicated this on flat surfaces. So people think, hey, if I see this, it looks like it's like going over the curve of the Earth, but we can replicate the identical visuals on a flat surface. So what we do is we eliminate curvature as a variable, right? Do the observation and see the same thing.
You see the boat slowly...
Yes.
fade away.
I can show you a photograph, show you a video of us doing this on a lake that's 1,000 feet long.
But
now, a lake 1,000 feet long, it can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth because the lake is too small.
But how does the boat fade away from You said the air is too.
Listen, listen. If I told you, and I've done this many times, if I told you the explanation, you wouldn't understand it because you would need some knowledge of the physics of light. Things like total internal reflection, inferior mirages, superior mirages, refraction. So things like this, you would need knowledge of that for you to understand the explanation. But I don't need an explanation because we can make the same visuals where we eliminate the variable in question, curvature, as a possible cause of the effect. I don't need to know what causes it. All I need to know is it happens on a flat surface. And the idea is this is impossible on a flat surface. That's the claim. Hey, I see this. That's impossible on a flat surface, therefore it's a ball. But we can go to a flat surface, show it's not impossible on a flat surface, so that evidence is not evidence of a globe. Because the same thing would happen on a flat surface. People just think it wouldn't. They just think it. They imagine it in their head. This wouldn't happen. Yeah, it would happen, and it does happen.
All right, okay.
And I'll show you. I'm not going to just talk, dude. I'm going to show you.
Mm-hmm. Through images or something?
Yeah, I'll give you a video. I'll give you images. I'll actually give you a couple of videos. Oh, whoa, shit, wrong server. Give me a second. I gotta get this closer. So this photograph is of an RC boat. This lake is 1,000 feet long. From this camera height, the globe Earth predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet from the camera. Now, if the horizon, the thing that's supposed to be blocking the boat, is supposed to be 2,600 feet from the camera, how can it be on a 1,000-foot lake? Shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't be here to block the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So according to that idea that like the horizon is where the curve of the Earth starts, right? You should be able to see all the way to the other side of this lake, but you don't.
Yeah.
I'll give you the video. Then I'm going to give you another video where they do a light and where the water is completely still, and the same thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Okay, please don't interrupt. This video, you can hold on. You can see in the thumbnail, there's a little light way off in the distance. So what they do is they lower the camera, and eventually, when they get close to the water surface, that light completely disappears. Now, if the claim was true that this can only happen on the curve due to curvature of the Earth, it could not happen at this distance, because you can see at this distance is a very short distance. The Earth ain't that curvy, dude.
Right. I see. So they claim that it's 2,600 meters when it's only 1,000.
No. The globe Earth, okay, so I can get a curve calculator, punch in the observer height, and then that curve calculator will spit out a horizon distance. That horizon distance for a 1.5-inch camera height is 2,400 feet from the camera. Now, they measured the width of the lake using 100-foot sections of rope. Okay? So they have a direct measurement of the lake. It's 1,000 feet. So 1,000 feet is shorter than 2,400 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how can the boat disappear behind a horizon it can't reach?
Right, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so that's how we eliminate curvature as a variable. We do it at a distance at a distance closer than where the curve is supposed to start.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I'm also going to give you, I'm going to give you the observation I was just talking about, the 30-mile ship.
30 miles, shit.
How old are you? Are you allowed to be in here?
Yeah, that's a Cosmo Girl's other account.
Ah. What gave it away?
The whining.
Ah, I see. Okay, so hold on. So at best, the information of ships over the horizon would be ambiguous at most. But the main problem with it is the horizon itself cannot be the physical edge of the Earth. You know how we know that? Because you can go to the exact same place and observe the horizon for a while, and it'll appear further and closer throughout the day and from day to day. So if the horizon distance changes and it was the physical curve of the Earth, that would mean the Earth itself changed size. And I don't think you believe that.
Yeah, all right. And I have one more question.
So in the chat, well, before your question, in the chat, I posted my observation. I took this with a freaking iPhone. Okay, this isn't even with like a heavy duty camera. This is with an iPhone.
Yeah.
And if you want, like, if you go up, just to explain everything, that's the curve calculator. First one is curve calculator prediction. Next one is the coordinates. If you look in it, it has the latitude and longitude. Here's the overlay map. Here's my line of sight. Here's the little ship sitting way up in the distance. If you want more, I got one from 100 feet and also the compass heading. So the fact is, the idea, like ships go over the horizon, it would have to happen every single time you went out and observed ships. But it doesn't. No one, there'd be tens of thousands of videos of this. Hundreds of thousands. But there's only a handful here and there.
Hold on. So what are these pictures? What do the pictures you just sent demonstrate? You can still see the ship, right? But
yes,
it reckons
but
that
I shouldn't.
the curvature wouldn't show it, right?
Okay, you shouldn't, because the horizon's supposed to be 6 miles away, not 30 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So the ship hasn't gone over the horizon at 30 miles when, according to the globe Earth mathematics, it's dropped down 420 feet. Now, I'll remind you, well, maybe you don't know, but the tallest ship in the world is 280 feet tall.
Yep.
Okay. So this isn't the tallest ship of the world, and even if it was, you still shouldn't be able to see it.
Right. Okay. I'll have to test this out myself, but if that's true, then it's odd.
Well, I mean, that's all we ever ask anybody to do, right? We're not here to convince you, hey, the Earth is flat. We're hey, you've been told the Earth is a globe, but if you go out into reality and check it, it's actually not. And that's all we're saying. Just go check, dude. If you go check, you're going to find out that their claims of what the Earth is cannot possibly be true.
All right. And the other question, you don't have to explain it in depth. You can make it quick. But if you fly a plane from one end of the Earth and keep going forward whilst trying to stick to the Earth, like try to stay fairly close to the Earth so you don't fly out into outer space, you eventually arrive back to the original location.
Okay, how do you know
that? How is
that
possible?
Well, I don't know what is possible because I don't know anybody that's ever actually done that. Do you know anybody that's actually done that?
No.
Okay, then why are we? This is hypothetical. You're asking me how it's possible. How what's possible? You do imagine that? You just imagined it. Like you got brain cells and you have an imagination. That's how it's possible.
Well, fair enough. But there's a lot of
so what you're talking about is circumnavigation. Okay, and circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle. Now you can navigate in a circle around your house, right, and go out your front door and come back in your front door after walking around your house. That's that's circumnavigation. Doesn't mean your yard is a globe. The difference is the globe Earth circumnavigation says you flipped upside down. Your circle flipped upside down and right side back up, right? Circumnavigation on a flat Earth is just left to right, and obviously the circle is so big you can't even perceive the turning, right? Just like you can't perceive flipping upside down.
Right. I see. Like, because it's so big, it's you don't realize when you start turning back. In a way.
You wouldn't be turning back. You would go east in a circle and arrive back in the same place, or you'd go west in a circle and arrive back in the same place. Go out your front door, take a left, circle your house, come back in the door. Go out your front door, take a right. Circle your house, come back in the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your house ain't a globe, brother. So Hell's Angels posted in the chat a demonstration of how it works using magnetic north as your reference. The gift there with the compass and a magnet in the center of the AE map.
But for that to happen, you have to turn at some point. What if you just go
You're always
straight?
turning. But that's the thing. You can't go straight.
Why?
Well, that's a mystery, but it's known that like people don't. Well, there's two things. Naturally, so if someone's lost in the desert or lost in the woods or lost on some ice somewhere, and they think, oh, I'm going to travel, I'm going to go straight to some place they think it is, they actually will end up going in like 1.5 kilometer circles, even though they think they're going straight. They'll end up running back into their own footprints.
But surely there's some way to mathematically prove that
you would need
step you make is straight, and just look at the step behind
mathematically prove. You'd have to actually measure it, and the way to measure it would be you would need an external reference point that was viewable from all points on the path. Yo, hold on, dude. Why are you interrupting me? You need an external reference point that was viewable from all points on your straight path.
Right, but can't you just look at the step behind you? That's what I'm saying. Like, you make a step, then turn around and make sure that your next step is
Do you
still
think
straight.
that would actually work?
Well, at each point...
Like, say you were off by like 1/10 of a degree. You're going to go in a circle. You can like Google this, right? You can just Google, why do humans walk in circles? You'll get up-teen articles on this. It isn't some shit I made up. It's not even on livescience.com, dude. That'll be the first link you get. Livescience.com has an article about, like I said, nobody actually knows. There's a bunch of theories. One leg's longer than the other. It's one side of your hemisphere favors a direction versus the other. Imbalances. All sorts of reasons why people do this. But the fact is, it happens. Whether fucking we know why or not, it still happens.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And then, like hopping into an airplane or a boat, it gets even worse because you're flying in a fluid, and that fluid's in motion, right? So you actually don't fly in the direction you're pointed. So you have two things called your course and your heading. Your course is the direction you're actually moving, but the heading is the direction you're pointed in. So you're kind of moving almost like in a diagonal relative to the way the plane is pointed, because you're moving in a fluid, right? And that fluid's in motion.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as people think, dude.
I understand what you're saying. All right, well, that's everything I had to ask.
Well, if I could just add this one point towards you, sir, and that is, remember that you haven't gone out to check it yet. So you're carrying your education, which is what you believed in, but you haven't validated that education was correct. You haven't gone out to check anything yet. When you do that, sorry.
There's a lot of things I haven't validated, but I believe are true using facts. that already.
Yeah, but it's
hold on. That's incoherent. If you had facts, you wouldn't be believing it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, and you got it there. So if you just let me finish what I was saying, it's just that you haven't validated that the Earth is a globe. You don't know it's a globe because you haven't validated it. You're carrying a belief. The day you actually do that and go out and measure that curvature, it's not there. Well, that's when you're going to become a flat earther, and that's when you're going to realize that you've got to question everything you've been told. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Okay.
This is a very simple test to do too. You only need a friend and a mirror, literally, in about 6 miles of freaking water. That's it.
When you use a compass, to just keep walking straight, or just follow the arrows.
No, compasses, contrary to popular belief, compasses don't point toward a North Pole. Okay, they align with the magnetic field in that local area, and that is not pointing north and south. Okay, it's called magnetic declination. If you look at any land navigation map, you'll see on it where they have the compass, they orient the map, right? It'll have the north direction, and it'll show a secondary arrow naming the magnetic declination, which shows you how many degrees off from north it is at that spot. But it changes all over the world. Some places it's 90 degrees off, right? It just depends on where you are. So it aligns mostly in the north, but once you start going, the further you go from the north, the worse it gets. The more off it is. So there's a lot of things we've all been taught when you dig down into the weeds on it. Those ideas are super simplified to teach children. But when you look, why does the magnetic field actually work? It doesn't point north-south. It aligns to the magnetic field, which may or may not point south where you are.
But it aligns with the local magnetic field, which it changes. How big is the local magnetic field?
I mean, when I say local, I mean at your compass. So I'll give you, for example, in Perth and Sydney, they have magnetic declinations. Like in Perth, your compass, if you pointed it, quote unquote, geographic north, your compass would point a little bit northeast. And then if you went to Sydney, it would point a little bit northwest instead of pointing north from both locations. If you sailed to the South Pacific, when you aligned it north, it would say east. Your compass would be pointing east on your compass, but you'd be looking north. And if you tried to go north, you'd end up going west. If you said, hey, I'm going to align my compass to north and go that way, well, you'd go west. And you'd end up in frickin' Micronesia instead of Hawaii, which would suck. Well, Hawaii's not that bad.
All right, what if you're talking about GPS compasses? They don't really use magnets, they use triangulation.
I think GPS compasses use what's called can't remember
Satellite
the name
triangulation.
A Hall. There's a name for it. I can't remember the name for it. A Hall magnetometer, or is it a Schottky diode? I can't remember off the top of my. A Hall effect magnetometer. So what happens is it will tell you the orientation of the magnetic field, but it's still the same problem because the magnetic field has an alignment that isn't north and south. Okay, you understand that its alignment is not north and south. People just think it is. It's actually not. I can post the map in the chat. I'll just do that. This comes from NOAA. So that's a map. So you see these lines. If you're standing where these lines are, your compass is going to line up with these lines. It would be parallel wherever they are. So if they're going east-west, your compass is going to point east-west. And if you notice, only like in the northern part, right, did they actually point north? This has been well known. This is well known. It's been well known from I can post the 18th century map that specifically says this map was made to accommodate the deviation of the celestial sphere from the needle. And what they mean by needle is magnetic needle. This is a recurring problem issue that we have. It's not really an issue. It's just that, like, there's the way people that think the Earth's a globe think it works, and then there's the way it actually works. And people think that the way they've been taught in school, as they pretty much stopped teaching, if they ever taught it, the globe, pretty much stopped teaching that in first grade. And that knowledge is all they know. And they never investigate any further or even check that what they're told was actually true. And I'm going to say it again, when you go out into the world and check, you're going to find out that it's not actually true. I know probably from your viewpoint, it's hard to believe that you learned something that is completely wrong, right? But your teachers, they learned the same thing, something that was completely wrong, and their teachers taught them the completely wrong thing. They teach, like, you get taught this, like, cartoon, I call it the McDonald's globe, right? It's like it's fast food, it's just meant for everybody. It's basically like eating cardboard, you know. Oh, gravity, what's that? Pulls everything to the center. Compasses point north-south. Tectonic plates, earthquakes, blah, blah, blah. Like, all these reasons. Tides are caused by the moon. Like, but then when you look at the evidence, any of this is actually true, the evidence in the physical and natural world, it's not there. It's just not there. Tough pill to swallow, man. Anybody else got anything to say? Want to throw gas on the fire?
Only that his silence is poignant. Yeah, that's all, because he's thinking it through now. Yes, could it be true? It is 100% true. These are the truest words you've ever heard just now. Go check it out. In the most recent month.
Go ahead. Sorry,
Go ahead.
I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I was just, yeah, I wasn't going to 30 guess. I was just going to, we're talking about Metan right here. Still, yeah, I was just going to say I appreciate what he said earlier, which is, I'll check it out. If true, it's odd. That is like, I feel like that is the most oddest statement we could hope for in these channels to someone who's new to the information. I should start keeping a list of the I'll check it out if true odd people, because usually those people never return. There was one just the other day, same kind of thing, like, oh, that's really interesting. I'm going to look into this. You know what I mean? And then I'll like pile them with a whole bunch of evidence to go look at. And then I never see them again, which I interpret as, yeah, they realize it's even odder than they thought. And maybe they're not quite ready to embrace it, or maybe they're ready to embrace it. They just don't want to discuss it publicly. But just, you know, being willing to examine the evidence is pretty amazing compared to what we usually get, which is just kind of knee-jerk emotional responses. So that's cool, Metan. Yeah, do you have any other questions about what Indio said?
No questions.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think that you can figure it out yourself? Now, remember, they claim some Greek caveman from 300 BC figured it out with a couple sticks. Okay? But do you think that you, on your own, can figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe? Like, do you trust yourself? Or you have to defer to like a scientist or something? Like, it's too complicated for me. I have to just trust super smart people that write gazillions of equations on a chalkboard, and I don't understand their esoteric occultic symbols, so they must be right, and I'm going to defer to them.
I probably wouldn't be able to prove it myself mathematically.
Okay, how
because
can you
I'm
do
not
third grade geometry?
I can do math. I'm just not that.
Yeah, third grade
interested
geometry.
in
It's not
doing
even. Listen, this is third grade geometry. It's not complex math. It's third grade geometry.
it. Okay.
Pythagoras theorem, man. It's literally that simple. Can you do Pythagoras theorem? Like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So you can figure it out. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm.
The globe makes very specific geometric predictions. Can you do this equation? 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is the prediction for the horizon distance, which must exist if the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. If you go out and you make an observation that does not conform to this horizon distance, okay, then the thing like ships go over the, what is the sunset behind? What do ships go behind? What, if that's not the geometric edge of the Earth at that place, then what is it? What is that place? Is it optical? Or is it geometric? If it's optical, then the sun and the boats are going behind an optical illusion. If it's geometric, then the Earth is the wrong size.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have a dichotomy there. Like which one is it? Like it has to be one or the other.
Yeah.
Like there's some unknown third choice I haven't thought of.
Yeah. I'd have to look into the math.
Yeah. So I'm gonna post just for your edification, I'm gonna post now this is not a Flat Earther website. It's a Globe Earther website. It's called Flat Earth Insanity. Okay. It has all the formulas. Like so it has the it's a curve calculator. You can just punch in the numbers if you're lazy and not do the math, or you can look at the formulas that are provided with each calculation and do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But it's simplistic math, right? D equals square root, parentheses h plus 2 times r. Simple ass shit. That's not complicated math. You use that to make a prediction. And after you have your prediction, you go out and make the observation. And if the observation doesn't match your prediction, then the model's wrong. It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the end, right, science is an empirical human endeavor. It's not based upon theory and models and rationality, or purely rationality. It's founded in experiment and observation. That's the arbiter of all scientific claims, all physics claims, all models. The arbiter of its truth is observation and experiment. So regardless of what we tell you, we can tell you all these concepts. In the end, they don't mean anything unless you go out into the physical world and check.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a very well-reasoned position. It's not based upon like, I love the Bible, so the Earth is flat, or I love the Quran, so the Earth is flat, or it's a Buddhist cosmology, so the Earth is flat, or I hate globes, or I hate NASA, or I hate the government. It's not based upon any of that. Our viewpoint is based upon testing the natural world. It's not here on the internet, or in your house, or on TV, or in a book. It's out there in the world, and whatever the Earth tells us what it is, and we got the chips fall where they may. If we can't measure curvature and the surface of water is flat and most of the Earth is covered in water, then if the water's all flat, it can't be a ball regardless of what they show on TV and however they claim they taken photographs of the Earth as. Those depictions of the Earth can't possibly be true because what I go out in the world and experience isn't that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to observe things yourself just to either make sure it's true or say that it's false, I guess.
Well, yeah, especially important questions. Certain questions, like, don't matter whether, like, you believe it or not. Like, does Jay Leno really own a rocket-powered motorcycle? Like, yeah, if he says he does and has a picture, I'll believe it. It's not that big a deal. But when they say Earth is a globe, That is what I call an existential claim. If you want to know like existential questions, why do I exist? Why am I here? Where am I is a key part of that, right? It's a different type of question than a regular run-of-the-mill question that we encounter in life. This is a bigger question than that. So you'd think you wouldn't want to rely purely on trust, to figure it out. I mean, most people, they wouldn't just rely on, if people rely solely on the Bible to determine their worldview, right? Somebody wrote something down on a piece of paper and they go, okay, that's it. I read the book and that's what's true and I'm going to go with that. People consider that as like backwards and zealotous and, they consider it nonsense, that method of inquiry. But when it comes to the globe, they don't, even though they're using the same methodology as a Bible thumper, like they don't have a problem with it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why the globe's essentially a belief.
And here we pretty much consider the globe a religion. I'll tell you, just straight up tell you, I consider it a religion. It's a religion without a God. That's all it is. Sorry, Daniel.
No, I was just reiterating what you said. The globe's a belief system, and because of the nature of propaganda, unless you are a person who's able to detach yourself from the propaganda long enough in a certain area, you usually don't realize that you have been targeted by the propaganda and that targeting was a success. So, Mitan, you might have, I don't know, you can tell us if this is true or false, coming here believing the propaganda about flat Earth, which is that, oh, these people are silly, they're just stuck in the dark ages, they haven't seen the amazing scientific evidence for the globe yet. That's what most people come into this thinking, because that's what the propaganda has been designed to craft, that narrative. I believed that when I started looking into it. And then, then you can go one of two ways. You can go down the road either, by talking to us here like you've done today, or, whatever other hopefully legitimate source that people come across that explains the mathematical certainty that no curvature has ever been measured. So once you start going down that road, some people, they prefer the comfortable propaganda and the indoctrination, and they want to stay in their globe religion. Other people are more interested in truth, and when they see there's something to it, they're willing to pursue that to its logical conclusion until they're able to use their will and reason to overcome the emotional religious propaganda that they've been fed since birth. There actually is a third road you could take, or it's almost like an intermediary, like temporary road if you're not quite ready to actually understand, like, the extent of this globe brainwash propaganda religion that you were indoctrinated in against your will without your consent. You can also just say, I thought these guys were silly, but turns out they had some arguments, so I'm not going to fully embrace it. In fact, it's too scary for me to even look down too far, because once I do, Professor Phil starts hammering me in my DMs, and it's just too much conflict in my life. So I'm going to leave the argument, but if anybody ever brings up Flat Earth again, you could do one of two things. You could either at least refrain from joining in the general brainwash, zombie, mind control, ridicule, laughing, nervous laughter that people in the regular world come up with. They giggle like tiny children because that's when they were indoctrinated onto the globe, and it's scary to go back to that moment they become childlike, playground gigglers. So you could just refrain from giggling. I think just sitting there and staring at them in silence would be one way to go. Or you could say, if you were really brave, you could be like, hey, well, I talked to some flat earthers and there's actually something to those arguments. I fully understand them because I didn't investigate them, but they're serious about their ideas, and they've actually gone out and tested it in the real world in a mathematical way with measurements that are carefully documented thousands of times over. So, yeah, choice is yours, Mitan, but we're always here 24/7 if you have any questions.
Cool. Yeah, it's something to think about, but yeah, that's all I had to ask. Thank you.
Cool. Well, you've been a great person to talk to. Thanks for being here. Hopefully we'll see you again sometime. If any other questions come up, feel free to ask us. Oh, I don't know, like you could, if you're just interested, this is just if you're interested in getting more information, if you click on my profile picture there, you can see the link to our home server, which is the Library of Flat Earth information. You do not have to be a Flat Earther to join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have many hardcore Globers in there. So joining it means nothing. It just means if you want to look for some more information, there's a bunch of information channels there, discord.gg/Flat Earth. So you're welcome to join if you wish. Anyone, including me, Tom.
Okay, last question for you then, sir, is how confident are you now that you are definitely living on an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year?
I haven't ever looked into it myself, so it's just based off what other people have told me. But
Give us a rough percentage. Just give us a, it doesn't have to be exact, just give us a rough percentage, like 85, 87, 62.
I don't know.
42.
95, 97%.
Oh, at least it's not 99.
Look,
you got a lot. Why not just say 100%? Just say 100%.
Oh, no, come on. 97's good.
Look,
think about how hard we work to get up from 100 to 99. Down to 97. That takes a lot of work, Jen. You got to give him some credit for 97.
97%? Get out of here. That's 100 in my book. Sorry.
He was 100. Now you changed it. 97.
Look,
Is the 3%?
But
Yeah, go.
I'd have to
I want to see if I'm right.
look and see
Because of
97.
Is it because of distrust of government?
I don't know. Mainly because I've never verified it myself, so
Good answer.
theoretically I'm sure there's a chance that it could all be a lie. Though I assume the chance is
only a
small
3%
based on my
chance,
own
it sounds
assumption.
like. You're 90%, 97% sure it's a globe at this point.
Look, I'm hoping everyone hasn't lied to me, but if they have, then they've done a good job. But I think it's unlikely.
Yeah.
So
Thank
you
you
have
for that answer.
97%. You have 97% confidence in government propaganda and 3% confidence in your own natural experience of reality.
It's sure, yeah.
He got you there. I've got a question.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Oh, go on then.
So I don't know if this has been asked before, no, but how do you explain like the day and night? Like, how is it like daytime in one location and it's nighttime in a completely different location?
Well, it's quite obvious that the Earth has to be bigger than the Sun. So the Earth being so big, the Sun itself and its luminosity cannot light the whole Earth up. So not everybody can see the Sun at the same time. Well, that has to be the answer, surely. The Earth is just that big and the Sun itself isn't bigger than the Earth. The Earth is much bigger. That's simple.
Oh.
Yeah. Because everybody does get a good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Everybody gets that. Everybody on Earth gets that. Surely the Earth has to be that big. Yeah?
Right.
Yeah. So let's see now. It's coming up for 3, which means it's coming up for... So it's coming up for you, if you're in England, it's coming up for what? 7 o'clock, 6:30 at the moment. Is that right? Something like that? 6:30, yeah?
Yeah.
In England?
Yeah.
Right, so you've still got the sun at your end, yeah? It's still daylight for you. Here in Japan, it is coming up for 2:30 a.m. So in the next 4 hours, I'm going to have my end. You won't see it. It'll be nighttime for you. You will not see the sun in the next 4 hours because it'll be 10 o'clock. It might not be pitch. The thing is, it won't be pitch black dark, because we're in the summer months. But that sky will not be black. It'll be dark, and it'll be probably dark purple, but it won't be black. But you won't have the sun there. Okay? Check it out. Just check it out. That's all you got to do. Wait until like 9:30. You'll see I'm right.
So how far would you say the sun is from the Earth?
Well, we don't really know that. Nobody knows that. I mean, I can give you an estimate, but that's all I can give you. And that would be between 3,000 to 5,000 miles. And that's not an affirmative number. It's definitely not 93 million. All right? It's not 93 million. No way, Jose. Impossible. Say that confidently. 100% confident on that. Okay? So nobody knows the exact distance to the sun. It hasn't been measured properly. That's why we gave you an estimate. I gave you an estimate. Most of us don't like even doing that. So I've been naughty, actually. And there you go. It's always best to say you don't know because you don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's true. Makes sense.
Yeah. And approximations and estimations are not exactly correct. So the answer really is I don't know.
So then how far would you say the moon is from Earth?
Similar distance, similar distance. It is not 238,000 miles away. That's another lie. Again, it's the same methodology that I use for the sun and the moon, and it would be approximately 3,000 to 5,000 miles. They're in the same locale. Because remember what I said, yeah? The sun isn't bigger than the Earth. The Earth is bigger than the sun. So now you're not looking at them anymore. That's all bunkum now. Because the sun is bigger than the Earth, isn't it, in the solar system? But that's not it now. You've got to realize that when you do go out and measure and discover that we are on a flat Earth, that automatically destroys the heliocentric model. And now you have a sun and a moon that are the same size, orbiting or rotating on top of the Earth, above your head. They have to be smaller in order for everybody to get a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Because not everybody is seeing the sun at the same time. Impossible. Good questions, by the way. These are good. These are questions of someone who is inquisitive, and you're comparing the flat Earth truth to the model that you don't even know about properly yet. It's good, isn't it? Very good. You're doing okay. Doing all right, man. You're going to get there. I hope that you come back and you prove Dandelion wrong, that you guys never come back. Hope you do come back. Because Dandelion has been right. Go ahead.
Going back to the sun. So if it was, let's say, 3,000 miles up, you're saying that the sun is much smaller than the Earth. Wouldn't you still, regardless of where you are, still be able to see the sun?
No, because you'd be out of range. You can't because you do have your night and daytime. I'll give a little example, okay? If at night time you're on a football pitch with your flashlight and you aim it 2 feet from the surface of the football pitch and you aim it downwards, can you light up the rest of the football pitch? You can't, can you? But yeah, it's flat. Do you know what I mean?
So you're saying that the sun is just that, like the Earth is just that much bigger than the sun, to the point where it's
totally has
daytime.
to be. That's common sense. That's logical. Yeah, absolutely. As logical as having your flashlight above a football pitch. You're at one end where the goal is. The other end, they're not going to see your light until you move towards it. And as you move towards the other goal at the other end, yeah, now it's getting dark where you were just now at the first goal. Can you see the difference there? As the light moves across, you illuminate what is local. The sun is local to the areas it's in. That's it. As it moves on its circuit, the luminosity cannot light up the whole of the Earth. Impossible. Such is the beauty of the design.
Okay. But I was listening on what Mitan was saying before.
Yeah.
So about the ships on the horizon. So if you're saying that the sun is rotating above us, why is it that the sun appears to go down?
Okay, that's an optical illusion, much the same as the horizon, much the same as the lamps. Remember, he said he was on a street full of lamps, like street lamps. They're all definitely the same height. But when you look down the street, they appear to be going down, 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 down. That's an optical illusion. That's angular resolution and perspective. That's why the sun appears to be going down. It's only because it's moving away from you, and the distance at which the sun is from where you are, it's moving to the vanishing point. The sun is actually vanishing from your point, and that's how it works on a flat surface. Okay? The sun is moving away from you to the point where it's disappearing, and that's known as the vanishing point. Everything focuses into the vanishing point when you look straight ahead. Okay? Everything converges, should I say, to get it exact.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
There you are. There you are. That's why it appears to be going down, but that's an optical illusion, because at 12 noon, it's burning the top of your head at 12 noon. So as it moves away from you heading west, right, it's still at that same altitude. It doesn't drop down, because it's going to burn the top of someone else's head further on in another country. So it's not dropping down, is it? It's going to be 12 noon somewhere else. Do you get me?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's the time zones. Everybody's got to have a 12 noon. So everyone's top of their head's going to get burnt. Everyone. No one is going to be, unless you're inside a building. But if you're out on the streets and at the beach, in a park, at 12 o'clock noon, you're going to get burnt to the top of your head in summer. Definitely. Nice, isn't it? You see, in winter, 12 noon, the sun is not exactly above your head. It's over to, if I'm facing east, it's over to my right slightly, the sun, because it's winter. I'm not getting the max. In Australia, noon, they're getting it because it's their summer in the Tropic of Capricorn. But here in Japan, Tropic of Cancer, Britain, when it's 12 noon, it's not on top of your head. It's off. It's only when you're in the Tropic of Cancer at summer that it starts to really burn the top of your head. See, there's a lot you're taking for granted because you're not really checking it. That's all. And we all did that. Everybody does it. When you connect with it, when you understand what's going on around you, your earth, and it's not a ball, you're the one with the knowledge, you're the one with the spring in the step, you're the one that's cool about it, relaxed. You're listening to the scientists and you're laughing at them because you know they're lying. Okay?
All right.
And that's what,
But,
yeah.
no, I don't understand that. So, again, going back to the sun going down above the horizon, why is it that, you look ahead, the clouds above where the quote-unquote horizon is, they're still lit up, yet the sun is much lower. Is that the same argument, or?
It's all part of the same thing you see. There's nothing unusual happening. That is the norm. Everything converges into a vanishing point. That's what happens. And all that actually is an actual optical illusion, but that's what it is. Okay, the sun's up in the sky. It's not down, on touching the land. That would mean that the sun would be burning the land. So, no, it's not. It's just moving away from where you are. Not the Earth's curvature. Remember, you're meant to be seeing the Earth's curvature earlier than the sun over there. Do you remember he showed you that 12 inches off the Earth's surface, just 12 inches, 1 foot, right? According to the size of the Earth, your geometric horizon should only be 1.22 miles. If you increase the height, so let's say 8 feet, then the horizon would be at 3.46 miles. The thing is, we're seeing well beyond that. We're seeing 6, 10, 29, 30, 275 miles away. That cannot be a curved Earth. Impossible. Okay?
All right.
And that's what you learn when you actually go out. You're asking the questions, but as soon as you go out and measure it, all your questions will be answered in an instant. Because it's just flat and everything just makes sense. Falls into place like a jigsaw puzzle. At the moment, you're asking all the correct questions, though. Nothing's unusual. It's not silly. It's all correct. It's just that you're running on the curvature of the Earth that's not there. You're on a ball that it doesn't exist. You don't realize that yet. But once you actually go out and try to confirm it, that's when the penny drops. All the pieces that we've been giving you just fit into place. And you're just going to say, bloody, I'm a flat earther. I don't believe it.
Okay.
And I'm going to laugh when you come in and say that. Yeah.
All right.
And it is,
another question.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So in terms of satellites and rockets, what is it the same way as the way the sun is rotating above? So are the satellites also just doing like a circular rotation above the Earth?
Well, all the stars and the sun orbit above our head naturally, as God, the Creator, intended for it to happen. We have no control over that. But rockets, on the other hand, now, there's a problem with rockets that most people don't understand. And that's when you see the rocket take off, okay, it's got fixed nozzles, okay? Those nozzles are fixed. So that means they're going to be optimum only for a short time from the takeoff, okay? And that's why they end up taking this parabolic arc that they take. Because then if it wants to keep going upwards, straight up, vertically up, the nozzles have to be adjustable, and that means they need to be increasing in size as it's going up, because as the air begins to diminish, more fuel needs to be spent to keep that thrust going. But because it's fixed and the air's running out, it's got one choice only: parabolic arc. Do you see what I mean? So they don't go to space, cannot go there, okay? And the rocket can't carry the fuel to get it up there. That's why it takes an arc. The nozzle itself, all those nozzles need to be adjustable. They need to increase in size as the rocket is going up. Do you understand? And as it goes up and the air thins out, more fuel is spent keeping that thrust going. But because it's fixed, it does an arc and runs down, falls back into the ocean, okay? That's how a rocket actually works. Amazing, isn't it?
Ah, all right.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because that's the truth right there. Yeah. Even I got it wrong as an engineer. I thought it was the other way around. You know, the fact that the fuel is coming out, that's what's giving it its forward propulsion. But no, the actual fuel coming out is pushing off of the atmosphere, the air, right? And as it goes up, that air's thinning out, right? So there's not enough medium to push off of. That's why it goes in an arc. No air up there. Has to go in an arc and come back down. Yep, that's it. So when you hear these scientists talk about rocket science, you can say, yeah, rocket science is crap because it doesn't get you to space. That's why it's not rocket science. I love saying that to them. Rocket science doesn't get you to space. Can't go there. Yeah, definitely can't go to the moon. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
If the satellites are orbiting, or doing like a rotation thing above the Earth at around 12,000 miles, how can the sun be closer than the satellite?
You're talking about the sun itself, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, above our head. And I said to you that it's approximately 3,000 to 5,000 miles.
Yeah,
Don't know the exact number, right? Let's take the furthest one, to be fair, 5,000 miles off the Earth's surface, okay? Well, it's fixed, isn't it? It's on a fixed course. It cannot alter its course. It's going to outlive humanity because that God put that in place. This is what you've got to start to understand, that there's a superior force than human beings. We might be making rockets, but they don't go to space. We might have laser beams, but they can't hit the moon. They're lying. Okay, we're limited, we human beings. No air, we're dead. So there's a stronger force. The vacuum of space will kill the spacecraft anyway. Because there's no air there, all the gases that make up the molecules for that aluminium just starts to turn into smoke, starts to release. Okay, that's what happens in a vacuum. So the vacuum is a powerful thing. No air kills you, and you just evaporate, basically, in a vacuum. Yeah. So the sun and the moon are doing what they do, put up there by God. No man knows what the sun is. I don't know what it is. I've never been up there to check its makeup. And all the theories are just theories. They're not facts. No one's gone to the moon. No one's gone to the sun to know what it is. No one has. No one. No one. No famous scientist. No one's gone. All those astronauts are liars and they haven't been to the sun. So they cannot know. They cannot know.
No, you're saying that no one knows what the sun is.
Sorry?
You're saying that no one knows what the sun is, like what it's made of?
Nobody knows what the sun is. No one. No one knows what the sun is. They can give you theories, but they haven't proven it. And when you haven't proven it, how do you know? You're running on beliefs and assumptions, and they're not the truth. which is why I gave you the approximate value to the sun. I don't know it exactly. I haven't measured it. I know it's not 93 million, but I don't know the exact number. And I keep telling you, don't I? I don't know the exact number. How could I? Haven't measured it yet. See? But I know what it isn't. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And you've got to be honest to yourself as well. Because you're believing in everything they've told you. What you've got to do is extricate yourself from the information and then check it again. Have another look as a newcomer. Okay, let me see now if what they're saying is true. That's all you've got to do. That's the approach. Extricate yourself from the information that you were given and try again. And that's within your rights. You don't just have to readily believe.
So basically, you're saying that like the scientific, like analysis of like spectroscopy and stuff like that.
Spectroscopy, yeah,
made up.
Don't trust it for a second, because I feel that it would be limited locally here on Earth. Here locally, yes, it can work. Now, to tell me that it's going to work to those planets up there, that's absolute crap. And you've still got to go there to confirm what's being said is true. So you can't hold that as proof. Not a proof at all. I haven't validated anything. So on Earth, you can validate and you can see the limitations. From Earth to those planets, whatever they are, we don't know what they are. We haven't been there, remember? Just a story. Yeah. Question everything. Everything you've got to question.
Couldn't it work in the same way? Let's say you use like spectroscopy on something on Earth, and you realize and you see that the elements is true.
Yeah.
But then couldn't you also, by using that as a confirmation that hey, this works, and use it on the sun?
No, you still have to go and check the sun for it to be true. That would still be running on a belief. It wouldn't be running on fact, because you can validate it here. You haven't validated it with the sun, so you would not know. You'd have to go there to check it to know. That's how you know that the equipment can do the distance to whatever the distance is to the sun, and those planets are working. All right? Otherwise, you're into a realm of beliefs and bamboozlement. So no, I don't want to do that. I want to make sure. If I can validate it on Earth, then I must apply the same logic and validate it on the moon and the planets. The same.
Yeah.
Has to be. Can't be any degree different. Do you understand?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
That's what integrity is. That's integrity. Yeah. That's the integrity of the situation. If I'm using the validation system here on Earth, then it stands to reason that I must take that validation system to the stars and to the planets. Got to use the same system. Got to. Otherwise, I'm now guessing. I'm not quite sure. There's doubt. There's a degree of unsureness coming in. You know? A little bit of doubt. And that's not integrity. There's doubt, then it's not perfect. That's why, no, we don't know what the planets are and their makeup. We can never know unless we go there. And as we can't go there, no human being knows what those planets are. You've been sold a bill of goods. And rotten now, they're stinking the place out.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no hope but to confirm. That's it. And then the other things you may hear is, that I'm holding an unreasonable position. I say no, because we're being bamboozled. You've lied about the moon, we've proven that. You've lied about the shape, we've proven that. Okay, you lied about the distance to the sun, we've proven that. So basically now, you can't tell me that to hold a position of making sure we check everything is unreasonable. That is the best position, so that we don't lose our taxes, billions of dollars, now numbering trillions of dollars, to the space agencies now. That can all stop now. Because I think it's totally unfair that a child born tomorrow will be born to debt. That child had nothing to do with the debt, didn't benefit from it, had nothing to do with it, but yet it's landed. It's going to be lumbered with the debt when it becomes of age. That in itself is itself. See? It's unfair. Yeah. So that's the reality of the situation. And that's what flat earth is. It's a barometer to check everything. It levels everything out. Everything's leveled out beautifully right across your life. The great leveler. I love it. Love the flat earth. It's like sinking into a hot, nice, relaxing bath. Oh, therapy. Flat earth. Lovely. It's good to be a flat earther. But you never put, I bet you never thought you'd ever hear those words. There you go. I'm like a helium balloon. Yeah. 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 Any other questions you got? Please ask. I don't mind. Don't hesitate to ask. Doesn't matter how odd it may seem. Everybody learns. And Dandelion directed you to the, click on her image if she's there, and then you go straight to the Flat Earth homepage, the home base, and there you'll be inundated with so much information, and everything is a learning curve. You know, that's the only learning curve you're going to meet there. You won't meet the curvature of the Earth, but you're learning curve there. A massive repository of information. Years of accumulated knowledge. Years. I'm still there. I died. Mic check. Mic check.
Oh, you're here. All right, that's all I have. Yeah. Thank you for
You are welcome, sir.
If I have any
You're
more, I'll come
welcome.
back. You know.
Yeah, the door is wide open, mate. You come back. We're at 24/7. Prove Dandelion wrong. Come back. And come back and say, you know what? I'm a flat earther. I just can't believe it. That's what I want to hear. I can't believe it, Jim. You said it. I'm a flat earther, man.
All right. Well, you enjoy.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
And you too. Enjoy your day, mate. Wicked.
All right. See ya.
My one's just beginning now. Tuesday morning already. I mean, Tuesday morning already. 1/4 of the day nearly gone. Nearly 1/4. Sorry, no, not 1/4. 1/6. Could I say something like that? So enjoy yourself. Bye. Okay. 1/8 is what I should have said. 1/8. And if anyone's been communicating in the chat, I do apologise. I haven't been looking at the chat because I just sit there with the mic and that's it. So I shall now look in the chat shortly and see what's been going on. Hold on a sec. Hold on a minute. Oops. Okay, there we go. Nice. It's rubbish collection day today, so we've got to take our rubbish out to the rubbish dump. I should be doing that later on. And then I'm going to go up and do my exercising. Yeah. Keep the old body ticking over. Exert muscular force. Well, welcome to whoever that was who came in. Whoever you are, welcome to the server. If you have any questions, please ask. We are here to help you and bring you to the understanding that the Earth is indeed a flat, non-rotating realm.
Okay, how do you know that?
How do I know
all right. How do you know? Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
Earth
yeah,
is
yeah,
flat.
That's quite simple. The reason we flat earthers know that the Earth is flat is because we have gone out into nature to measure the curvature of the Earth. And we're finding what we call extended horizontality. In other words, we are unable to measure the curvature of the Earth. Okay? Obviously, the Earth has a size, doesn't it? What is the circumference of the Earth, supposedly? Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, then with the circumference comes a radius. Do you know the radius of this Earth?
Yeah, apparently yes.
Do you know the radius? No? Okay. Do you know
Something
how far?
about 3.5 miles.
No, that's not the radius.
1,000. Sorry.
It's not that even. It's not that either. Now, basically, do you know the rotational speed at the equator? How fast we're meant to be spinning at the equator?
I don't
Supposedly. Okay, good. Do you know the angle tilt of the Earth? The actual angle tilt of the Earth.
What is it? What is angle tilt?
I'll tell you that. I'll give you the numbers in a minute. Do you know how fast the Earth is meant to be orbiting the Sun on this yearly orbit? Supposedly. No. Okay, that's fine.
Maybe.
Do you know? Hang on a second. I didn't know the answers either. Do you know how fast the Sun, together with the planets, are moving through with the galaxy, how fast they're moving through the universe?
I have no idea.
That's no problem at all. And then the final question is, do you know how fast the actual galaxy with the great attractor and the rest of the universe, how fast we're moving through the universe with that? How many billions of miles we're covering in 1 year? No, you don't know. Okay, good. Right. So clearly, you don't know the model that you think you live on. Okay, you have no idea. So when I tell you that I've gone out to check whether or not the Earth's curvature is there, that puts me well ahead of you, doesn't it? Well ahead. Because I have to have knowledge in order to do that. Yes or no?
Okay, the question was, how do you know?
I told you that just now. I just told you. Because I went out to try and measure the curvature of the Earth. And I'm finding extended horizontality. And then I asked you the question, the Earth is meant to have a size, isn't it? Because if you don't know the size of the Earth, how can you measure the curvature? You don't know the size. I know the size it's meant to be. You don't know that. All right, exactly. That's why I said to you. Okay, good. That's why I said I'm ahead of you a long way, yes? Yes?
I'm not sure that you are ahead. I'm not sure
how
that
could I
you are
not be?
ahead.
How can I? Hang on. How can you not be? How can you say that when you don't know the model? I've gone up to check, and I'm telling you it's flat. That puts me ahead of you, doesn't it? Because I've done something you haven't done yet. I've gone up to check, and I'm coming back saying it's flat. Hang on, and then wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me finish. You are then asking me, how do I know? I'm saying to you, I've gone to check. So that means because you haven't checked, I'm ahead of you. You haven't checked. Yeah?
Actually, I did check.
Oh, you did check now.
Yes.
Now you did check.
Yes, I did.
How could you check if you don't know the size of the Earth? How could you check? You don't know the size of the Earth. So how did you check?
How did you check? How did you check?
You see how your ego is stopping you from being honest. Okay? I told you I went out to check the curvature of the Earth. That's how I know. And the curvature of the Earth is not there. Now, in order for me to know the curvature of the Earth, I would have to know the size of the Earth. Right? You don't know that size. You've admitted it. Okay?
No, I have no idea about the size.
So how could you check? How could you check the size of the Earth when you don't know the size of the Earth? How could you check? You see?
How could I check?
Yes. How could you check?
Question.
You said you checked. You said you checked, yeah. So, but I'm asking you, if you don't know the size of something, how can you check it? You don't even know the size. So how did you check it?
Is that you who is asking a question here, or that me who is asking?
You asked me the question. I have answered every question you asked me. Every question. How do you know the Earth is flat? I went out to check it.
No, you
I did. I said I went out to check the curvature of the Earth.
You just said, I checked.
I went to measure. Yes, I went to measure. I went to measure the curvature of the Earth is what I said.
Man,
that's what I said. I went to measure.
Details.
And to just clarify on Jin's behalf, what he's saying, what he's trying to get across to you is you need to know what you're testing against, right? You would need to know what the alleged radius is of the alleged sphere in order to go and look for the curvature that is connected to that radius, right? So that radius would require a certain amount of curvature per mile in order to achieve that radius across a certain distance. So without having that value, you wouldn't know what to test against. So you wouldn't know how far you should be able to see on that ball, right? Does that not make sense?
Right.
Why he's saying if you don't know the size, you wouldn't know how to verify whether or not what you're seeing verifies the size or goes against what they're saying the claimed radius is. That's the whole point of what he's getting at with you.
Okay. So what did you find? What is the curvature? How do you think? Okay, you did the measurement.
Okay.
Can you give me
Thank you.
Can you give me specific details?
Well, I'm going to do that right now for you. But so basically, like I said, because I'm ahead of you, I can do this because I am ahead of you. You see, that's why I can do this for you. You're not ahead of me because you don't know the model. So you're behind
you don't have to tell him you're ahead of him 8 times. Just give him the information.
I'm going to give it to him shortly now. I'm going to give him the chart. That's what I'm going to do. So if you hang on a second. And if you wish to take over, you're welcome to do that, sir. No problem, whilst I get the chart for him. So if you wish to take over, you're welcome to, sir. Go ahead.
All right. I am opening the chat.
Good. So I'm now going to post to you the curvature chart, okay? It helps you to understand how much curvature there should be from point A to point B, okay? I'm just scrolling down now to get it for you. Allow me a couple of minutes to locate it. Sorry about that. I have a collection of other images that I have. But I will do that for you. Here it is. I've got it. Okay, so I'm now going to post you this image. All right, here we are. If you look in the side chat, it will be arriving now, hopefully. Okay, do you have it? Can you see in the side chat, you have this image, yes? And a chart with the distance of the miles and the curvature. Do you have that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to post one more image. It's called the Black Swan. Okay, so that I'm going to use this Black Swan image from my collection. Hang on a second. One more image. This is going to help you understand how much curvature there should be if the Earth is a globe, okay? So let me just get that up now. Give me a couple of more minutes whilst I scroll down and get my Black Swan image. It's going to be a picture of 2 oil rigs on the ocean, and the image was taken from 8 feet above the ocean. Okay, so just a second whilst I get it. I'm scrolling down now because, like I said earlier on, when you know the numbers that they give us of the size of the Earth, then we should be able to confirm that. And when we go out,
I'll pop the Black Swan in for you there, Jin. It's from 1 foot observer height.
Okay, yeah, well, I want to get this one, the one with the horizon very prominent and no bendy arms and that. It's a really good one. Well, I'm nearly there. I'm just scrolling down to get it now. It should be coming up any minute now. It's really clear, and it's because I'm trying to just keep it. Well, that sounds like a Harley Davidson going by there.
Loud pipe save lives. Beautiful sound.
Sorry.
All right, so what?
I'm just getting this image for you. My apologies for the delay. I have the image now in question. Give me a chance to post it now. My apologies for the delay. And what I'm going to help you do is just understand that the curvature should be there. And if it's not there, you're living on a flat Earth. It's simple. Okay. Can you now see the image I posted to you? Yes?
Yeah. Yes, I see the image.
Good. Now, the image telling you that was taken from 8 feet. Yes? Okay.
I don't know the height. I don't know from which height.
Well, it's 8 feet. It was taken from 8 feet off the ocean. Okay, 8 feet. You can see it there.
How do I know, man? How do I know?
Well, you can know because you can go to this location and check for yourself. Okay?
Exactly. I need to go to that location.
Well, hold on 1 second, Jin. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, we have a full high definition video that goes along with this observation, and I'll share it. So
I already saw that video.
What?
That's the cropped video.
Yeah, of this oil rigs.
Sorry, Jin. What aren't you understanding? The gentleman who produced the video gave the information that it was taken from 8 feet above the shoreline. That's the information that's given with the video.
I can't. Yeah. From that video, I can't understand the real height from which the video has been taken.
If you went to that shoreline,
I can't.
Listen, if you went to that shoreline and did that video clip and you recorded an 8-foot height from the shoreline and you posted that information, would people not be able to take you at your word? Or would everybody have to think, nope, he's lying. Maybe it was 7 feet, maybe it was 9 feet. That's what I'm explaining to you. The gentleman that produced the video gave you the information. This is at an 8-foot observer height. I hope you can understand that. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So this was taken at 8 feet, okay? Now, if the Earth is 24,000...
How do I know? Not accepted. Not accepted.
You don't accept it?
I don't know from which height.
Why are you
Not
here?
accepted, because
well, I'm trying to help you, but...
I can't see the height.
Sorry?
Just quickly, bro, just quickly, right? So let's say approximately 8 foot. You can see in the video it's approximately 8 foot. It doesn't matter if it's 7 foot or 12 foot or 10 foot, because we can see so much further than you would be able to see on the globe, right? You would have to actually be like 70 feet in the air to have the horizon at that distance. Okay, so just take that into consideration.
Normally, you have to establish a ruler or orthogonally to the Earth's surface, and then you must approach the ruler so I could see from which height you are taking the video.
Hey,
okay.
Church. Yeah. Hold on. Hey, Church. I spoke to you the other night. Are you still in the mood where you're just going to say nuh-uh to everything and be combative? Is that why you're here?
No.
No? Okay, so you're going to listen then, right?
I already have listened to that. That is not
okay. So
there is no ruler. There is no ruler.
What ruler? Where?
Yeah, he wants a
At
ruler
the
on the
video.
ocean.
For example, look, if I want to prove you that I'm making video from a specific height, I need to establish a ruler on the Earth, orthogonally to the Earth, right? And
so what you're telling me is that there's no way to measure the curvature of the Earth from surface level unless you have a ruler at the horizon. Is that right?
No, you do not understand it.
Where the video was recorded from. That's what he's talking about.
How about this?
I'm telling you. For example, I'm standing on the surface of the Earth, and I want to prove you that the height from which I'm taking the video is 1.5 meters, right? I have to stab the ruler into the Earth's surface so you can see the scale of the ruler.
No problem. Hey, how about this? How about this, Church? How about you give us your measurements then, since you have better ones? Show us where they've got the ruler and stuff. How do you measure the Earth, Jen? Or how do you measure the Earth, Church?
It's funny,
if
isn't
you want to make a video which you use as an evidence, you should make high quality.
Church. Where is your Earth curve measurements then? Let's see yours.
I'm not talking about curvature measurement. I'm talking now about the height from which a person takes video.
Yeah, I know. Blah blah blah. So there's no measurements of Earth curve then, is what you're telling me?
No, it is not what I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. Well, what are they then? We'll put the burden on you. Since you don't like our evidence, we'll take your evidence. Where's the Earth curve measurements?
Yeah. Can you present your evidence? Me? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking you, since you don't like our stuff. Hold on, Jen. Since you don't like our stuff, why don't you show us the Earth curve measurements that you have?
I don't have any evidences.
Oh, okay. So then the Earth is going to be exactly what we experience it to be, which is flat and stationary. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth, Church.
But I see flaw in your evidence.
Excuse me, Church. I'm having a hard time biting my tongue here because you just said you go out and you do a high quality video to show we're trying to present you a high quality video. And you're not looking at it. You're not listening. The gentleman went to the shore. He took his tripod out. He measured 8 feet from the shoreline up. He put his camera level and he filmed outward.
Yes,
and you're not grasping that. You're not grasping that. You're saying, how do I know it was 8 feet off the shore? Like you're being very ordinary and argumentative, and you're doing what he said. You're doing the
We just need to post. We just need to post the full video. All we have is memes, right? We have stills, Nobody posted the actual full video. I think if he watches the full video, he'll see how the controls were made. Yeah, he documented his height of where the camera was before he showed the observation in the full video. No one posted the full video for you yet, so just hang tight. I think that's where this miscommunication is happening. We've all seen the full video, so we take it for granted. Apologies.
DJ did offer to show him the full video, but he started spazzing out.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I missed that.
Hey, Jedi, good to see you back, man.
What's up, guys?
Just imagine I see the ruler in front of me. Imagine that I see the ruler in front of me, and I can measure my.
Imagine you watched the video. My friend, imagine you watched the video that DJ said he was going to give you, where the high quality video shows the man putting a camera on the beach, measures the height above the sea level, and takes the image that we're showing you. We offered it you 10 minutes ago. It seems like this is your standard of evidence. Maybe you should just let us post it so you can watch it. Would that suffice? Yes? The thing that you're asking for, we have it. Do you want it?
You know, I saw dozens of such videos before.
Awesome stuff.
And of the much better quality than this video you gave me.
That's awesome stuff. So you have measurements of above sea level to determine where the horizon is based on the height of the eye of the optic, right? At 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We're all tracking. This is what we're talking about, right? You've seen this before, so this isn't a good quality video, but you've seen other better quality videos that show the same thing that we're trying to show you. Yes?
You know, the problem is I don't believe the video.
You don't believe the video? Well, maybe you could try to recreate it yourself like we all have done. But you don't seem to want to do that either. Yes.
Church, if we showed you a video of them going to Mars, would you believe that? How come you can't look at this video? What's your issue?
My issue is that I can't post pictures to the chat.
Your issue is you can't post what? Your images of Earth curvature?
No, I can post you your images back to show you what you have
show us what
before.
The height of the optic is 8 foot above the surface. Because that's the thing that's in contention, isn't it? The height of the eye of the camera, right? That's what you're not happy about.
I'm not happy about that I can't post pictures to the chat.
Yeah, no one cares at the moment. We'll either get you permission if you start being reasonable, but I want to understand what you're doing. So are you in contention that it's 8 foot or not 8 foot?
I want to show you your own picture.
Why? What's in there? What's it going to show us?
Just what you showed me. How?
Fuck me, dude. Can you not explain what you're going to show?
Okay. Someone was trying to measure the distance to the moon.
Why?
And he
this has got fuck all to do with the black swan on the horizon.
Yes, and that person came to conclusion that the moon is 100.
It's got nothing to do with the moon. I've only been away for 2.5 weeks, but what the fuck? We're not talking about the moon. Are we talking about the moon?
Welcome back.
Yeah, dude, I've missed you. I've missed you, Jedi. Your presence has been missed.
I appreciate it, but what the hell's going on?
Yeah, sorry you had to come back to church. Hey, church, I think we've all gotten off on the wrong foot. I think you really need to take a look at this video I posted in the chat. Take a minute, take a breather, watch the video, and then come back and talk to us, okay?
I saw it before. I saw this video before. So what?
You saw the whole video before?
Yeah, no, Church is permabricked, so he's just going to be the Mr. Wasting your time,
okay, so
unless you just want to make contact.
Okay, so you're just basically denying that his camera height was 8 feet. That's what you have in contention.
For example, I can climb to a mountain and shoot video from a mountain, and I can tell the horizon line is 30 miles away.
Here, do me a favor.
There's people who've recreated this exact image, man. People have gone there and tested this for themselves. It's in Santa Barbara, California. We have some people in the group that are close enough where they make the drive out there and recreated this image. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, but it's not like this place is off on the surface of Mars where no one can go and verify it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not some like fairy tale land. This is something that you could do yourself if you make the trip. You know what I mean? And you get the camera that's capable of zooming in 10 miles away. So just, just be real with yourself. This isn't out of the realms of reality. It's not like people are sitting there trying to fake the fact that the Earth is flat. Everyone's just noticed it, and they're talking about it, and they're proving it by making observations that anybody can recreate. So, yeah, dude.
Look, how do you know that
your cognition is like stopping you?
Church, if I may add to that, I think I heard you say, and I didn't hear you complete it, but you said, I could go to the top of a mountain. I don't know what you were going to say, but please, Church, go to the top of the mountain with your camera and bring us proof of your curve. Please, just go and do it. We don't want to hear what you can do. Go do it. What we're presenting to you, someone went and did it. You're telling us what you can do. You haven't done anything.
From this video, I see that image has been shot from height of about 20 meters.
Go to the top of the mountain, Church. Shoot your video. Bring us back proof of the curve, please.
What? Sorry. From that video, the one that's been posted, you can see that the height of the camera is above 20 meters.
It's about 20 meters.
About 20. You think that the tripod is 20 meters high, do you? When it's
I don't
shore
know.
next to the water.
Tripod.
You think that's
I know that.
Look, stop talking.
I said, hey.
You think the tripod is 20 meters tall?
Are you mad? Are you mad?
No, I'm mad at you because I don't understand why you keep talking through me when I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
Can you
I want to understand you, but you keep fucking wittering on. It's fucking intolerable. So are you saying that the tripod is 20 meters tall?
No.
No. So how have you got the estimate that the camera is 20 meters above the surface of the water?
By the picture itself.
By the picture itself of what? Of the tripod being lapped up at the bottom by the water. Trying to clarify what you're saying, but you keep talking for me. So shut up. I'll ask my question and then you can answer. Are you clarifying this by the image of the water lapping at the feet of the tripod? Because the tripod's on the beach?
I don't know where your tripod is.
You don't know, for fuck's sake. Go away.
I don't know.
It's in the side chat right there. Dude, he shows you exactly where he's standing in the video that you said you'd watched. I just posted a screenshot. He's literally standing on a little tiny platform, right, that's at the level of the sand. You can see the sand right in front of his eyes. It's approximately 8 foot above the level of the water. It's obvious. Right, look at the video. I'll give you the timestamp so you can go and check yourself. Okay, so go to approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds and watch it.
He claimed he's seen it and he's seen better quality videos and everything else. This guy says a lot of stuff and shows us nothing and brings us nothing, tells us what he can do, but he hasn't done it. Like, he's just ordinary. This guy is bricked.
He doesn't know the model, remember? He knows nothing of the model as well. We questioned him on that and he knew nothing. So there you are.
Okay, do you mean this 4 minutes video that is that I should take a look at, or some other video?
No, the video that's been shared in the chat by John Luna at 16 minutes after the hour. Go to 2 minutes and 45 seconds, or 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and you can see exactly where he's standing.
Okay, 2 minutes 40 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see where is he standing. 2 minutes 40 seconds. I can
Yeah,
see
watch-
only
watch-
where he's
watch- watch it.
standing.
You're watching the wrong video. You're watching the wrong
Hold on,
video.
Flatman.
That's it.
Watch from 2 minutes 40 seconds. Watch for about 30 seconds after that. He pans around where he's standing. Also, at the start of the video, he shows you exactly where he's standing, right? At 30 seconds into the video, he shows you right where he's standing.
I thought you said you watched it, dude. I said I posted the video that shows that's going to answer all of the questions that you keep asking. I thought you watched it, man.
So the coordinates are also in the video of where he's standing, and you can actually go on Google Earth, right, or Google Maps, and you can check the elevation above sea level, exactly where he's standing.
All right. Yes, now I see where is he standing. He is standing on the shore, about 200 meters from the shore, from the water.
No, it's
200
it's not
meters.
200 meters, bro. It's about 10 meters.
It's all right there. It's all verifiable. You could even go to Street View on Google Maps and see exactly where the heck he's at, dude. Come on.
Sorry,
I'm telling you, this guy is bricked. He's bricked.
He's about 20 meters above the surface, and the water's about 200 meters away. What other bollocks do you want to say? You understand why the eye height's important, so we measure it. It's not like a rough estimation, or we're just going to lie to you and say, hey, look, I can see this thing from the top of the mountain. I shouldn't be able to. It's got mathematics involved. We're trying to estimate a distance to the horizon based on the height of the optic. That measurement's going to be off if we don't have a correct measurement of the height of the optic above sea level. It's the point of what we're doing and we're trying to show you. Why don't you understand that?
I understand what you mean, and I see mountains. I see mountains. I see mountains around.
That's nice. We're trying to figure out the distance to the horizon.
All right. When he shows where he stands,
that's nice.
The mountains.
So, do you see, my friend? You see the image with the oil rigs, don't you? You see the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. Question for you: why are the oil rigs in the image? Do you know?
Sorry.
Do you know why the oil rigs are in the video? Do you know why they're there?
Because apparently he wanted to make such a video with oil rigs.
No, because we know the distance to the oil rigs, because they're static, and because of his placement on the beach and a healthy little tool on Google Maps, you can figure out your distance to it. So we can make an estimated distance to the horizon, which you don't find on maps, by the way. So that's why all of this is important. The height of the eye of the optic and the oil rigs to give us an estimated distance to the horizon. For the example, the horizon could be in front of them. And being as the closest oil rig is about 6 miles away, we can say it's no further than 6 miles. Or the horizon could be beyond them. And the furthest oil rig is 9.6 miles away. So we could estimate the horizon's at least 10 miles away from the observation height of 8 foot. Do you understand why this is important, yeah? Hello?
Yes, I understand that you think...
Oh, good. So you do understand. So we don't need to talk about the fucking moon. Good. We want to know, from the 8-foot observer height, the horizon, according to the Globe Earth model, should be at 3.46 miles away. Before the oil rigs, but it's not. The horizon's beyond the oil rigs at least 10 miles away, which shows that the prediction of the curvature of the Earth with the horizon isn't observed. Do you understand this argument yet?
Yes, I understand.
Good. So we don't see a horizon where the Earth curve prediction says it should be, do we?
And to clarify, Church, this is not something that's exclusive. We don't have to go out and try hard to make observations like this. One of our friends just went crabbing with his son yesterday and took a picture 12 miles away. You know what I'm saying? This is not some rare thing. This is something that people do all the time. They see beyond where the physical geometric horizon is supposed to be according to the radius given to us. So this is not something that's like, oh, this guy had to go and fake it. No, you could do it any day. Any day on a clear day. You could see further than you're supposed to see over the surface of the water. So that's all we're trying to get at here, man. We're just trying to open your eyes. It's not that complicated.
Okay, then how would you explain satellites are flying above your head and you taking a GPS signal from them?
Don't need to.
Hey, Tito.
How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Welcome back.
Cheers, bud. So, what's this? What we got to explain now?
Do you know? Yeah, do you know the GPS navigation?
Yes, very well.
Have you ever been in forest with GPS receiver?
I don't think I've been specifically in the forest with a GPS receiver.
All right, I will tell you a little story. I've been to a forest with a GPS receiver many times, maybe more than 10 times. Okay, and every time when you are surrounded by the trees, you are losing the signal, and when you go into the open space, the signal is returned back. So you are receiving signal back. You can see your position only in open spaces. When you are in very narrow road where you're surrounded by the trees, you just stop and receiving the signal.
Yeah, you need a direct line of sight to receive the signal. Okay, I get that bit.
Okay, that tells you that the signal comes from above.
Okay, and?
Okay, so how would you explain?
The signal comes from above.
Satellites?
Sorry, you've just told me what happens. The signal comes from above. You want me to explain the signal coming from above? It comes from above. What you want to tell me the technology that's involved? There's lots of different technology that exists in the sky, isn't there?
And
isn't there?
By the way, you can.
Hello, there's a question. There's lots of different technology that resides in the sky, isn't there?
Yeah, that technology is called
an aeroplane, a satellite, a drone, a high altitude platform, also known as a weather balloon, satellite. There's lots of different technology, isn't there? You just keep appealing to one. So we can receive signals from the sky. Wow, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenal, absolutely.
Yeah,
and you can see satellites are flying on the night sky.
You can see things in the sky, but these are satellites, are they? What's a satellite? What's a satellite?
We know that it is a satellite.
No, we know. I'm asking you.
Scopes.
What is a satellite?
You can see, for example,
no, not what I can see. I'm asking you to describe it. What is a satellite?
Yeah. Object orbiting the Earth.
Orbiting, so rotating 360 degrees around a sphere. Orbit, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the pitch data to show that the satellite you claim rotates 360 degrees around a sphere, please? If you can give me that, I'll believe that the thing's rotating around a sphere.
I can see only part of the sky. I don't know.
That's lovely, thank you. So you can see things in the sky. We can all see things in the sky, but you're claiming that when you can't see them, that they're underneath your feet because the satellite is rotating 360 degrees around a sphere to complete an orbit. If you can show me the pitch data to clarify your claim of orbit, that would be great.
What do you mean by pitch state? What is that?
Pitch. So you understand an orientation of an object in three-dimensional space. You understand that an object rotating around a sphere is going to have to change its pitch. It's going to have to pitch downwards. To navigate a quarter of the circumference of that sphere, that's going to be a pitch of 90 degrees. To circumnavigate half of the circumference of that sphere, that pitch is going to be 180 degrees. You understand where we're going when we're going around in a circle, right? The pitch of the satellite is going to have to continually change to maintain orbit, like you said, around the sphere, 360 degrees. Why are you still talking?
Yes.
I want you to understand what I'm asking of you, because you asked for clarification.
Okay. So maybe
don't be rude. You asked because you didn't understand, so I told you. Then you decided to scream through me explaining to you what you didn't understand.
Okay.
How rude.
Okay. Now I understand what you're saying.
Good. So have you got that data then, please, to prove the rotation of the satellite around the sphere, please?
I have to prove a rotation of the satellite.
Prove your claim, that'd be great. Yeah, if you could prove your claim, yeah. Don't just make the claim and have us believe you just because you say it. No, prove the claim. We're not fucking children here.
Okay, the satellite has special engines to rotate
That's
itself.
Lovely. It's not what I'm asking for.
It rotates itself.
That's lovely. You're going to have to provide it rotates itself within the data showing it rotates. These things that are in the sky have to know where they are in three-dimensional to fucking navigate. They're going to want to know their orientation relative to something that would be the Earth. If it is navigating around a sphere, its pitch to maintained altitude would constantly change.
Apparently, you mean the satellite should be
rotating, rotating around sphere. That's what orbit means. Yes.
It should look to the surface of the Earth by only one of his sides, right? That's what you mean.
No, what I mean is what I fucking said, not what you just said.
Its rotational rate would have to match its orbital rate, so to maintain orientation, wouldn't it?
To translate the signal to the surface of the Earth, satellite should rotate itself accordingly.
But
to the position.
Can you
to
prove
the position of the orbit?
Can you prove within the navigational data that the satellite is rotating? Because let's put another example in there. An aircraft flying above the surface of the Earth. Now, we have the pitch data held within the black boxes. Some of us are fucking pilots. People fly airplanes all the bloody time. We understand that when we maintain altitude above the surface of the Earth, we maintain horizontal flight. Now, we understand that horizontal is not curved, for example. If we were flying around a curved surface, our flight would not be horizontal. It would be a curved flight, which would necessitate the pitch of the aircraft changing. You understand?
Okay, now we come to the gyro, right?
Yes.
The gyro, the device that measures position.
What does the gyroscope do?
It should preserve rotation. Actually, it should preserve axes.
Okay.
The exact position in space of the axis when the plane starts its flight.
A gyroscope. When you spin the three gyroscopes up within commercial aircraft before you take off, those gyroscopes will maintain a rigidity in space. For example, when you move 100 miles, that horizontal plane will still be the same horizontal plane 100 miles away. You understand that the gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. Are you saying it doesn't?
It should.
It does. Are you saying it doesn't?
No, I didn't say it doesn't.
So are you saying that the gyroscope would rotate 360 degrees within an aircraft that's flying around a sphere So not maintaining that rigidity in space, its horizontal plane.
I don't know.
You don't know now. Oh, brilliant.
I don't
Why'd
know.
you fucking bring it up then?
Maybe if you will create an optical gyroscope.
An optical,
with
still
measures.
the same bloody process involved. Still maintaining rigidity in space. The artificial horizon within the cockpit is derived from that gyroscope. That artificial horizon is parallel with the visual horizon outside of the cockpit. The aircraft is parallel to the sea level below, and the aircraft doesn't change its pitch to rotate around a sphere. This is why I'm giving you this example, because you said a satellite orbits, the same thing that an aircraft would have to do, but we don't use the term orbit, even though it's having to rotate around a sphere.
All right, now we have to analyze the behavior of the gyroscope regarding to.
And why are we doing this anyway, Church? I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we haven't lost sight of what we're discussing here. We were talking about the lack of curvature and how the Earth is in a sphere, right? So we just jumped on to talking about satellites and how satellites work. And I mean, yeah, it's all quite fascinating. But how does this make the curvature that doesn't exist is kind of what I'm curious about. Just wonder why we're talking about satellites and signals and such and gyroscopes when we initially were talking about the lack of curvature. And I mean, I figure you would be, amazed at the fact that there isn't any curvature, but instead you've just like jumped onto several different subjects. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but just wanted to clarify that we're still on topic here, right? This is getting somewhere. Right?
We jumped to the gyroscopes because they are believed to be a reliable tool for measurement of the axis, of preservation of the axis, regardless of moving of the object and rotating of the object in space.
This is all tied to your claim that somehow satellites have something to do with Earth curve. But we still need the Earth curve in the first instance. So if you don't have any evidence for that, then I guess the default position would be that the Earth is stationary and planar as observed and measured.
How people came to the conclusion that Earth is a globe? How do you think?
I don't know. They didn't come to that conclusion. There is no conclusion. You'd have to have curvature for that conclusion, right? So I guess I would be asking you that question. No? So you don't have to have curvature to assume that the Earth is a globe?
No, you don't have to.
Okay, well then tell me.
You don't
tell me. Yeah, just tell me then. How in the globe Earth model can they explain that the Earth is measured to be flat?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. Say it again, please.
How in the globe Earth model explain that the Earth is indeed flat and measured that way?
I can't understand your question, sorry.
Yeah, no, you understand it plenty. You just don't want to answer it. So how do you come to the conclusion? I should be asking you the question, actually. How would they come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe when it's measured flat? That's my question for you.
I like that question.
Okay. Here I go. Take a look. People were monitoring the movement of the stars on the sky. And they thought that those objects are stars, but those objects are actually planets. And those planets had such behavior as retrograde movement. Like they move in spirals. And people thought that it is actually what those stars do, until one person came up with an idea that all these very complex mathematical model can be simplified if we will put the sun to the center of the system. Then all the trajectories will become elliptic. Okay? That is how they found out.
No, that's not how they found out. You said that within your explanation. That's not how they found out. That was just a simplified way of modeling the sky. If we model it like this, the thing that we observed can be explained in a different way. Now, you haven't discovered anything. You've just come up with a different way of potentially explaining something. Well done. But that's not discovering it, is it?
Just compare your senses.
No, you're not understanding, dude. Shut up. Right? Maybe English isn't your first language, right? But this isn't discovery. This is model making. This is having a phenomena that can be explained in many different ways. You're just circling this one with the sun at the center and the circular paths of the things in the sky. So the things that we observe as retrograde aren't actually retrograde. It's just because we're also in motion as well. You've taken this way of explaining it and saying that's proof. Do you understand what fallacious reasoning? Do you understand what bad logical arguments are? You've just given me an example of one. Do you understand that a model is a reification of non-physical things? I can make you plenty of models, for example. Doesn't mean that the models I make, and I can make many, are representations of reality, or every single model is a representation of reality, even if they contradict each other. You understand what you just did, don't you? I don't need to keep pointing it out, do I?
I see that you are unhappy with the model.
No, it's your use of logic I'm pissed off with. How you don't understand what I've just explained to you with your retort of what you... it fucking beggars belief. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not dishappy with the model. I'm pointing out that your logic using models is fallacious. With example.
Yes, because you say, I see X. If my model about X is correct, I will see X again. I see X again, therefore my model is correct. It's absolutely circular and affirming the consequent.
I thought it was funny when he brought up the Sagnac effect from FOGs, fiber optic gyros, or ring laser gyros. Because the whole thick of it is these things don't detect rotation, which is why the Lorentz contraction was invented as an explanation for why you don't observe any movement.
Exactly, that is what I said. We should understand better the behavior of the gyroscope when it moves around big masses like Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't detect anything. You lay the laser table, the loop table down, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't detect anything. Why would you say it's detecting movement?
Because behavior of the gyro when it moves around big masses may be different from its behavior when object rotates instantly.
No, that's wishful thinking. What you're saying is, I'm going to assume that the Earth is this massive object, and for some reason my gyro isn't working. More fallacious reasoning.
I don't think that gyro is 100% precise device. I think
that's
it has a little bit of
you then, is it?
Deviation. Because gyro...
The pilots feel pretty good about them. They use them to make sure that they don't crash into stuff. So I hope that gyro is working the way it's supposed to do, or supposed to be, maintaining its free space, because otherwise your artificial horizon is useless.
That's why they have 3 of them. They have 3 artificial horizons, just in case one fucks up. It's one of the primary safety devices within the aircraft, knowing its orientation to the Earth.
So actually, what are you trying to achieve
At the moment, with regards to what? Telling you about how gyroscopes work, that will be because of the argument of satellites. You're going to need to demonstrate that the satellite rotates 360 degrees. That's why we built all that stuff up. We bought the aircraft as an example that we can all understand, and that's where we started talking about gyroscopes. You want gyroscopes to do something that they don't do.
Okay. Then how would you explain to the companies like SpaceX sending rockets to the space, and then they have stages of the rockets that return back to
I
the
don't have to
launch
explain
pad?
this. Why don't you explain it since it's your claim?
It's like a fucking firework. I've got stages of a firework.
They also
Explain
have
that
a
to me.
video.
Ooh. And that shows what?
SpaceX also has a video.
Of what?
It's also an evidence.
Showing what? Video of what? My backside? What? Come on, dude. It's like a drum roll.
The Earth
of what?
is a
Gotcha.
Evidence of Earth having a spheric shape.
Evidence. Okay. So that means that we have to measure the curvature of the Earth based upon the evidence that the Earth looks curved from your quote unquote satellites. So we should be able to measure that curvature then, shouldn't we?
That's precisely the point.
No,
That's
you
what we've been
can't
trying
measure.
to say.
Precisely.
Yes, you can, dude.
You can.
If it's the radius that they say
You
it
can't
is, then it has
measure.
to be measurable, dude. Yes, you can. What are you talking about? You can't. You should be able to see this measurement, this drop over distance based on the radius. That's our whole thing. That's what we've been trying to explain to you, man. It's very frustrating for us because we're presenting you with great data, and either you're not comprehending it, or your cognitive dissonance is stopping you from comprehending it. I don't know what it is. Maybe you're just not accepting it.
And if I may add, if you're one of those Globers that believes the boat's disappearing bottom up because it's going over the curve, then yes, you should be able to see drop over distance. Like, come on, man. There's no curve. No matter how high you go, no matter how hard you look, you and I could watch that boat disappear bottom up, wait a half hour or so, pull out a telescope or a camera with a good zoom, and zoom the whole boat in, and it's another 10 miles out. So there's no curve, man.
Yeah, I mean, you think if it was something that couldn't be measured, we'd be having this conversation? I mean, we've all seen the same pictures. They act like we haven't seen satellite images. Like we haven't seen alleged curvature from all of these different heights and altitudes. And then we go and we check on the surface. Why? Because on the surface, with the radius value, you're supposed to see certain values of curvature, right? You got to have these numbers. They have to add up. They have to coincide with the radius value that you've been given, right? 66 feet for 10 miles. Oh, almost 270 feet for 20 miles. Remember? That's why you have a curvature calculator that all of these great universities seem to agree upon, right?
And what else did we do with the satellite images of the globe? We put them in Photoshop. We put them through photographic forensics. And what did we find? Computer manipulations. What else did we find? Admittance from the people that present those photos that they're just computer-generated images.
They never said that they are just computer-generated images. They never ever said that. That's a lie.
Oh, stop it, Robert. Hey, Robert.
Robert,
Hold on,
What's his
Robert.
name?
Robert, hold on.
Oh, there we go.
Robert,
Don't worry about Robert.
Robert. I want to clarify something with you. Not everyone's your brother.
Is he still fucking here? The hell?
Brother.
Alt account after alt account.
Hey, my brothers, I've seen a concavity. I've seen concavity from high altitude footage. I mean, the Earth is concave because I've seen concave images. Earth concave?
Jeffsy.
Hey, I've seen concavity from the high altitude footage. Come on, someone tell me. Is the Earth concave?
Some days it is, and some days it isn't.
That sounds good to me. Depends what side of the bed
I mean,
you wake up.
if you've got photographic evidence, Gemsy, then I guess how can we deny it?
Seriously, they can see some of this footage and they say, look, it looks like a globe. Then some of the footage looks like it's not curving, and some of the footage looks like it's concave. So which one is it? A lot of the time, they just pick the one that they like. Most people, the globe. But Robert, my brother, should admit that it is concave because it looks concave in some of the footage, right, Robert, brother?
Oh, he left. He left after he got muted. Unless he got banned. He might have been banned permanently already. Yeah, he's been banned permanently. So if he is listening, he'd be listening on YouTube. Yeah, yeah. DJ doesn't play that. He runs a tight ship. No Robert on that ship.
Yeah, he keeps making alt accounts. Yeah, Cyclone, he's the channel owner. He said no, Robert, and Robert's like a crazy stalker, basically at this point.
I think he's somebody's employee. He's probably a NASA employee. He's been assigned to he's been assigned to come in and disrupt the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord crew. They're like, what do you mean they keep banning you? Well, get in there with an alt account. How many accounts do you need? Whatever you need, Robert, get back in there.
He made a server dedicated to this, like to trying to get us to go in there. It's like just go away. I had to block him because he's just in my DMs all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna surprised he isn't sending people like gift baskets. Like, come on, guys, just unban me. I want to be on your live streams. Well, Church, I mean, you got to keep that boy on task. He likes to go off onto like any subject but curvature. But good thing he moved on as well. So hopefully we get some reasonable people in. That'd be nice.
Reasonable is hard to come by.
Yeah, they got that. They have another event going on, so we can't launch an event. But yeah, that would probably help our chances a little bit.
Any crazies coming today?
Yeah, Robert. You said any crazy, so yeah, Robert.
Yeah, I didn't really hear anybody else that was too out of their minds. But yeah, there were a couple people just came in and was like, "Earth is not flat," and then they just leave. You know, have a couple of those. There's always a few of those here, especially when we're doing an event. Like, I took some time out of my day to come in and let you know that the Earth isn't flat, and then now I'm going to leave. Oh, we got Luca 77.
Who's that?
Luluk is an OG, dude.
That's OG. Nice.
Some of the OG ladies.
Hi, Lulu.
So DJ, when this event, do you know when this event's going to end? That's happening right now?
No, I have no idea. I don't think you can check.
Okay. When? Yeah, we're catching back up. Yeah, Vivek was like, let's get 24/7 back up to number one. I was like, all right, we're going to have to start hosting some events. And yeah, just since yesterday, we've gained, got some traction. So we'll be retaking first place in this server shortly. Activity's been minimal past couple of weeks.
Just popping over to relationship advice now.
Yeah, just a quick welcome back to Jedi. I just heard you speaking there, really funny. It made me laugh. I was doing the dishes. Didn't take you long to get back into it, did it?
Jay. Hello, people. Good day. Hello.
Hello.
Ranjan. Hello. You know the Earth is bulged, right? It's rounded. You know that? No.
It's what? Did you say it was grounded?
Yes.
Grounded, is it?
It's a bulge. It's a bulge and rounded, my friend.
Yeah.
It's a
How do you
bulge.
know this?
Bro, take take a space shuttle, okay? And go outside the space. Go outside the
So
atmosphere.
did you take a space shuttle?
Take
Hang
a
on.
long.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Is that what
and
you
take
did?
a
Did you take a space
Take a
shuttle?
revolution.
Did you take one?
Is that what you
Take a
did?
revolution
take a
around
space
the
shuttle?
globe, okay? You will
But
find
did you take a
answers.
space
Calm
shuttle?
down.
That's a bit
Welcome
mad,
back
isn't
to
it?
the channel 901. Welcome back, guys. This is Arsip Singh Garwal.
Who's this
I'm here
obnoxious
with-
dipshit? Who's talking?
We are here with Mr. Jay,
know.
Mr. Flat Earth, and Mr.
Okay.
Cool
Do you have any proof of a
Peasant.
globe? Yeah. Do you have any proof of a globe Earth that you'd like to share?
Yeah.
Think like that. If you think the Earth is flat, right? Let me ask one question. If the Earth
Are you
is
gonna ask
flat,
questions? Okay. So you want to know?
Earth
All
is
right.
flat.
So you don't
Okay,
have any
prove it.
proof of
I'm
a
bringing
globe
up
Earth,
facts.
probably, right?
Wait. That's a very dumbass question. Like why the
He's
Earth
in
is
doubt.
flat.
Bro,
You
bro,
have to
bro,
He's in
practice
doubt
a
because he's
solution with
asking
your
if
hands, bro.
Prove
You're
me
already
wrong.
having a
Earth
seizure,
is-
dude. Why don't you
Earth
calm
is
down and
square.
start thinking logically about the conversation we're attempting to have here?
Yeah.
All right, let's
Just take
go.
it easy, man.
All right, let's calm down and have a good conversation. Very constructive one. Okay, let's go.
All right. Please don't say get in a space shuttle because you've never ridden one in yourself. So you can't be offering me to do something that you've never done. That's retarded.
But
Okay.
I'm telling you a solution, bro. I'm telling you a solution.
Not a
I'm
solution
not
at all
saying to
because
get
my question.
inside.
Hang on. It wouldn't be a solution because I'd ask you, did you ride in a space shuttle? But you haven't you? So there you are then. So it's not a solution at all, is it?
Do you?
No, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. That's not something I need to do.
So you believe that Earth is flat? So you believe in Earth is flat?
Listen, I
It's
have
not a
traveled
belief,
in the
it's knowledge.
spaceship. Okay, like guys, I have traveled in the spaceship, and this is what Earth looks like. This is a photo from my camera.
So you can do that,
Oh, wow,
can you?
that's
How
cool,
much did
bro.
it cost you?
One
much
sec.
did it
Have we
cost
got
you to do that?
Have we got two people speaking through the same microphone?
Yeah, I reckon we have here. Yeah.
Right, so
Oh my.
just one of you choose who's going to be the spokesperson.
Yes. Who's
One
going to
is
be the
Just
spokesperson
keep
and
it
the
on
other
track.
one will be the oily rag? Which one?
I'm the
I wonder.
spokesperson.
Yeah, we only want to talk to one clown at a time, please.
Yeah.
Guys, check out the chat box.
Yes, please, one retard at a time. Just one retard at a time. Come on, guys.
You go first.
So you don't have any proof of your globe then, yeah? What is the angle tilt of the Earth, supposedly? What is that angle tilt? What is the radius of the Earth? What is the supposed circumference? How
Angle
fast
tilt
is
of
it
the Earth is
rotate? How fast is the
22.4.
Earth rotating on its axis at the equator?
Guys, can't I share my photo in the chat box?
How fast is the Earth rotating in India? How fast is the Earth
I don't
rotating
care
in
about
England?
India, bro.
What is the actual tilt of the Earth? The supposed actual tilt. What is that? Do you know that
They
answer?
don't know the model, ladies and gentlemen.
Do
They
you,
don't
do you
know
know
the
the
model.
Yeah, do you know your supposed tilt of your spinning water ball or no? Yes or no? That's an easy question.
What?
They don't have a clue. They don't know they live on a ball.
Who the fuck is living on ball? Earth is square.
You don't know that you live on a ball, do you?
Did you guys
Earth
ever
is square.
attempt environmental science? Let me ask one question. Did you guys did any environmental subject or like physics or so? Let me ask one question. It's a normal question.
Yes, the physics of water. Yes, water physics. We've done that. Every day we do it. Physics of water.
Looks like
Yeah,
you're talking
clap for
about
him.
fluid dynamics, I guess.
Come on, let's
Looks like you're talking
go.
about fluid dynamics, I guess.
No, it'd be fluid statics, hydrostatics. So the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal. Correct? Correct?
Guys.
Is that correct?
They won't even answer that. This is how bankrupt they are. They have no clue. So you guys don't know anything about physics or the ball that you live on? Is that about right?
That
Bro,
dude left.
my balls are hanging down there.
Yep, and then you go right into the degenerate type behavior. Because when you don't have anything to say and you don't know anything about where you live, then you just start talking shit.
Listen, buddy, Earth is square. Okay. First of all, go into space and check it out.
Go on then. Did you do that? Is that your standard of evidence that you're asking us to do, is to go to space? I assume that you've done that as well. You've done that, yeah?
Yes, I have done this.
Really? So at this point, no one is going to take you seriously. Man, he first pointed at his fucking genital. That was showing his masculinity. Now he's going to make up stories about going to space to save face. Go away.
I'm not making stories.
Go away. You are making stories about going to space. There's a list of people that have been to space, my friend.
Okay,
Does your name appear on it?
Listen, I am pushing anyone, okay?
Don't ask me to listen. I asked you a question.
Yes, ask me.
I asked you because there's a list of people that have been into low Earth orbit and that have been to the moon beyond low Earth orbit. There's a list of those people. Does your name appear on that list, sir?
What's that list?
For fuck's sake, dude. Are we really going to play this game? I've got you, but you want to carry on.
The fuck, bro?
You know what? You know what? You're making the rest of the Globers look even more ridiculous. Like, you're claiming you're an astronaut, dude. You are ridiculous.
Bro, you haven't been in space?
Bro,
You have never been to fucking space. You've never left your basement. Just shut up.
Come on. Okay, it's up to you if you don't want to. It's up to
You haven't been to space. This is your standard of evidence that you're imparting. That you've not done it.
Bro, give me your number. I will share you the
you
picture.
have, and
Give me your number.
everybody's going to sit and point
Give me your
at
ID.
you and laugh.
Listen, give me your Discord ID. I will share you the photo. Give me the ID, bro.
2 minutes into the conversation, you've already compromised yourself for making it be a fuck. Why should we listen to you?
Please. Next question.
Next question. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Guys, have you ever
No, you asked for the next question. That was the next question. Answer the next question. How do you have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container for the gas to press against?
What the fuck are you speaking, bro? Speak in English.
Yeah, exactly. You want to vacuum a space, yet you don't even store it. Do you understand what causes gas pressure?
Gas pressure is actually the pressure that gas pressure is on Earth. Space have no pressure.
No, I'm asking you what causes gas pressure. Please follow. Not
Why
where
the
it
fuck
is
would
and where it
study science,
isn't.
bro?
What causes gas pressure? Come on, educated Indian man.
Yes, ask me.
Oh, I have, like 5 times. Answer me.
Ask me again.
This is a joke. What causes gas pressure?
Yeah, he's trolling at
Listen,
this
bro,
point.
I didn't study science. I didn't study science.
Okay, let me help you. What is the cause of gas pressure? How does gas pressure happen?
I don't know, bro.
Okay,
I don't know.
Thank you. You don't know the model? You don't know the gas pressure problem? What do you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this guy has, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this guy's claimed he's been to space, yet he doesn't know what causes gas pressure. Brilliant. What a genius.
Bro, listen, buddy, my father paid for it. Okay, my father paid for it.
Oh my God. Now you're going to appeal to the wealth of your father, demonstrating that you've done nothing yourself. You're just going to appeal to other people, making yourself out to be a weaker man. My goodness me.
Bro, let me be weak, but I'm speaking facts.
You're speaking no facts.
Listen, brother, the thing is you all don't want to hear the truth.
Hey, buddy. DM me your photos of you getting on whatever you fucking got on to go to space.
Come on, give me your number. Give me your number. Give me your number.
Excuse my French. DM me your evidence. I want to see your proof.
Come on. Okay, okay. What's your name?
Send it to me right now.
Don't send him any details, dude.
What's your
Won't
name?
read it.
Flat
Nobody
right?
believes you, bro. Nobody believes
Don't,
you, man.
definitely don't send, because you know these Indians are very good
Just
at taking
let, bro,
identification.
please, let me just send you the photo. Okay, I don't want to fight. Let me just send you the photo.
No. No one's taking you seriously, dude. Whatever credit you had before you cut your has gone.
It's okay.
No
I don't
credit
want.
for you here,
I'll be able to eat a curry at Star Restaurant on the moon soon. I'm telling you. The amount of Indians that said they've gone to the moon.
I can't share my photos here.
Anyway, Jedi, welcome back anyway. That's what I
Cheers,
was going to
buddy.
say
Thanks,
earlier.
man.
Yeah, you was making me laugh earlier on because you were saying to the guy, none of us are children, but you said, none of us are fucking children. I thought, I hope we're fucking not. And then the other one was, some of us are fucking pilots. Are they? Who are they?
I've spoken to a couple of pilots.
I've never
I
happened to
almost
space, guys. I'm kidding, bro.
Shut up, mate. No one's talking to you.
Yeah, and then you said, what do you want me to show you? My
last year.
backside? My backside? You
This
killed
uncle
me.
is
You killed me, mate.
Is this guy still talking? Do you want attention, mate? Is that what it is? You've come in for attention. Don't care what type of attention it is. Even though we don't like you, you're still going to want the attention. Okay.
But I still got the attention.
Yeah, well done, you.
Yeah, well
you've still got attention. Well done.
That's the only proof
Welcome
not
to
to
the
it now. Do you have any proof
Thank you, guys.
of the curvature of the Earth from the spacecraft that you took to the moon or wherever you went to space?
That spacecraft is lost, bro.
Where's the spacecraft now?
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
No,
so you never went to space. Okay, right. So you don't have any proof. You don't know you're on the globe. You don't know your model.
I don't know if it was a dream or reality. Okay.
You don't know. So are you dreaming now?
More reality.
Are you dreaming
We shouldn't
now?
trust this guy at all. He doesn't know the difference between realities and dreams.
He doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know that model. That's for sure. Doesn't know how.
Hey, Jake, can you teach me like what the gas pressure is? Like, I actually want to know about it.
Okay. Let's do it like this. Look. The reason we are flat earthers is because clearly they told us that the Earth is a globe. Okay. So if the Earth is a globe, it has a size. So clearly we got to check the size, and that's what we've gone and done. We've gone to check the size of the Earth, and we're finding no curvature anywhere. It is level, horizontal, no measurement of curvature. So my question to you is, have you seen the curvature of the Earth in your life?
Yes, but
you measured it?
Yes. When I go to the rooftop
where
of
did
my
you
house,
see it?
I can see
Where
the
did you
Earth
see
bending
it?
from the sky.
Where did you see it?
From my rooftop.
From a rooftop?
Yeah. Where were you at the time? Which country?
From a roof.
Yeah. See what I mean? There you go. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, you gotta laugh.
Listen, if you go on a bigger building, okay, if you go on the rooftop, you can actually see the like
really have to keep listening to this
Earth
guy.
bending, okay. Bro, this is fact, bro. Are you stupid? This is fact.
Dude, you're
what's your age?
just wasting your time and our time. Shut
Come
up.
on, man.
Shut up.
This curvature, I'm intrigued now. This curvature that you saw from the rooftop, we're talking about a curvature along the horizontal plane, so actually being higher. Did you turn around?
Actually, you can see the curvature if you are high enough.
Hello? Question. Did you turn around?
Turn around.
Did you observe the horizon 360 degrees around you? Did you want to try and address your claim about one part being higher than the other parts when you looked in one direction? But how would that happen when you turn around 360 degrees and see a circle of the horizon around the observer? Even if you were living on a sphere, this is what you would see. You wouldn't see the curvature of the horizon having one part higher than the rest. You idiot. It's like, dude, have you got any intelligence? Do you think before you speak?
Who?
You!
Bro.
Everything that has come out of your mouth has been utterly redundant, hasn't been thought through. Some of it's been absolute bollocks. You've made it up on the spot to look good. Now you're making claims like you can see the curvature of the Earth when you go to a rooftop.
Jay,
Idiot.
what's your age?
So are you going to start
So
telling the truth now?
No. You guys actually think Earth is flat.
We know
Sorry,
it's flat.
say
We
that
know
again?
it's flat. Didn't you hear what I just said to you? We know it is flat.
Which channel have I joined? What the fuck is this?
Are you not paying attention? We told you that we went out to measure the curvature of the Earth. It's not there. What's the problem?
We know you're slow.
I want to join you, bro. I want to join. This sounds.
This guy's really retarded.
Linda,
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. I will join you, bro. This sounds interesting.
Linda, we know you're slow, but you should be able to pick up what we're putting down.
Yeah, I can't believe he's this backward. Come on, man.
Come on, man. I am not backward.
Yeah.
I just didn't meet you guys earlier, bro.
Well, how could you then ask us? So you really think the Earth is flat when we went out to measure it and it's measured flat? How can you then ask us, do we think it's flat when we're telling you we know it's flat? And you don't even know your own model. You know nothing of the model that you're meant to live on. You haven't checked anything. Come on, man, wake up.
Please, we are gonna shoot a movie with you. I'm gonna shoot a movie with you.
Oh my God.
I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Brother, check your DM, personal message. Jedi.
No.
Come on, man.
This guy struck me more of a Jag Dish, not a Linda. But hey, man, if your name's Linda, that's cool.
I just don't get it, man. You can't be this backward. Come on, man. It's a joke.
Come on.
She belongs to the streets.
It's my bad. I didn't meet you guys earlier, bro. I'm so feeling bad.
It's okay.
He just have to drop the troll and just get a little serious and maybe have a conversation. But he's just messing around a little bit.
Yeah, we've given you some serious facts, and it's just gone over your head. You haven't even registered anything because you think that we're joking here.
Well, Prab, why do you think it's so ridiculous? Why do you think flat Earth is so ridiculous?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think? What?
Yeah. Why do you think flat Earth is so silly?
Who?
You. Why do you think that flat Earth is silly?
No, I don't think it's silly. It's very interesting, though. Listen to the guys who said this, right? It's interesting. It's very interesting to gain new knowledge on the fact where you guys are presenting your facts. It's interesting.
So he is listening now. So it's a good transit from where we were. Now he's listening.
Yeah, speak.
So what Gene told you earlier, that across the Earth there is no curvature to be measured, so it's not as thin. It's not a ball. There's no curvature. Ball needs curvature. No curvature across the Earth or the waters across. So no ball. Simple.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a little bit of what was going on. Like, what makes the guy who said it's interesting or not interesting? What makes him think that level being horizontal is ridiculous? And what, or maybe like, what has he seen in reality that shows level to not be horizontal?
Who says we live on Earth?
I didn't hear what you said there, bud.
I said flat earther guys are interesting. No,
you don't have silly. Yeah, you don't have to trust them. You can go out and prove to yourself that level is horizontal. You can do that. You don't have to
but
trust
I don't want to prove myself. I trust your knowledge.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, trust that nobody doubts or disputes it. They use level to be horizontal all the time, every day. In reality, I would trust reality as well if I were you.
Earth was never round, you know. It was flat from very first day.
You trust what?
I'm saying Earth was never round. It was flat from very first day.
Well, there is something called where you can look into. Geologists, they use this principle constantly. Right? What it's called is it's called the principle of horizontal origin and lateral continuity. So when you say it's always, like, as it's in its original state, been horizontal, the experts say yes. They say that they use the principle of horizontal orientation in the rock formations and the lateral continuity, meaning that all across the world, these rock strata, they align in a horizontal orientation so that they can then measure a fault line or a break or a cavern or a valley, and to determine age and reasoning for that event. Yeah, they say it was originally and always horizontal. Yeah, they do say that. Not just say it, they measure it. They measure it that way. That the elevation change from one strata of rock to the next over continents is at the same elevation. And if it's at a different elevation, they can tell by the way the rock is. Say you have quartz, and then you have granite, and then you have lime or something like that. They can say, well, this lime is 3 feet lower than this lime. And then they see and they find a cavern or a collapse of land. And they say, okay, water came under that and washed it away. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Sounds like this guy's at work at the call center. There's just like loads of people shouting in the background.
Guys,
I think so.
What other topics do we have?
He is at work at the call center, that's for sure.
Do we have any other topics?
Shouldn't you be trying to get old people's credit card information?
No. If you have, you can give me.
Well, this is the like when you. I don't know if you said it was. I don't know if you said it was interesting or was not interesting. And this is the interesting part: is that the Earth is in reality, and all aspects of reality are happening here on Earth. So you can talk about literally any topic. If it's connected to reality, then it's going to be connected to this topic.
That was a great no, by the way. No, I don't do that.
Follows it up with, but if you have, you can give me.
I think he's just copied and pasted his Bitcoin wallet address in the side chat.
अरे नु क्या मेरी बोलना छड़े यार.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing that flat earthers run into a lot. Pratt H, right? Is that the other guys, the guys who don't want to talk about flat Earth, they don't want to talk about reality. Like you don't, like you said, it's not interesting. Reality is not interesting.
This is interesting.
And it happens often.
It is interesting though.
All right. Yeah, if somebody convinced you along the way at some point that you can't know what the Earth is, then they really got to you. You know what I mean? Like some people say, I can't know what Earth is as they're standing on it, right? They're like, I can't know what this is that I'm standing on. And it's kind of, it's kind of bizarre. If you were to ask a child, like, what are they standing on? They would be able to answer. Extra curry? What?
I don't know what it is with the profile pics. These feline profile pics. It's always with the trolls.
Guys, let's talk about Jupiter.
How does Jupiter prove you're on a spinning water ball in space? It doesn't. It's a light in the sky. We don't want to discuss Jupiter. We're discussing what's under your feet, or you can find another server or whatever. You have proof of your globe.
Yeah, the cat people are weird, man. Yeah, for sure.
Motherfucker, I'm not weird. You are weird.
What?
Oh man, you triggered him with that. He's like, dude, don't talk about my profile pic.
Yeah.
No offense, Resolve.
Cats are fine.
Yeah, more cat profile pictures than anything come in being weird trolly, weird trolls. It is a thing. You've identified with a couple groups here, Prob. The weirdo cat group. Like you may be unknowingly, most likely knowingly.
Actually, my brother put on this picture. He's a kid.
Yeah, it's a family thing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is this serious?
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
You're a bad man. A very, very bad man.
I think that was from a YouTube video by that Kit Boga guy that rings up the scammers.
Pierogi.
Nah. Kit Boga.
Listen, partner, the Earth is a bar, okay, partner? We have been to space, okay, partner? We're going to Mars.
Another cat profile pic.
Yes, buddy.
Bottom right.
What?
Look, there's another cat profile pic. Bottom right.
They all work for the Indian Space Agency.
My cat is here.
That's what I think, man. That's what I think.
Well, Danny the Dinos claims to be a girl, so that's kind of acceptable. I guess we'll see.
Guys, you have any YouTube channel?
Yeah. If you look in our panel, you'll see the YouTube icon. You click on that profile, and there's a link in the profile. Takes you to the YouTube channel.
All you can hear on the YouTube video at the moment is that guy's background noise.
It was nice talking to you guys.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, come back another time.
Yes.
I heard the March of the Clowns there. Is there like a March of the Globey song?
It's either the circus music or the entertainer. It's one of those two.
It's the ice cream truck song, dude.
They're all the ice cream. Chuck Greensleeves in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the first one's called the March of the Clowns. Yeah.
I was always partial to the Killer Clowns theme song on the soundtrack. It was like it was kind of a spin-off of that.
I see we have a newcomer. We have a newcomer here, Fatty. Fatty, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Would you like to introduce yourself, Fatty?
Nice.
Buzz-looking alien! Where?
Just waiting for you to speak up, Fatty. Welcome to the room. Would you like to introduce yourself?
We also have dragon fruit rustling in the background.
Oh, is that who that was?
Fadi, yeah. Fadi is a regular. He comes in and listens. He spoke to us first few times he came in, but yeah, he's just an innocent bystander at this point. I think he likes listening to the Glovers spiral out.
We got Mia. Hello, Mia. Don't be shy, y'all.
Cat profile down the bottom, Daniela or something, is asking questions in the chat, asking if the Earth is, flat and the other planets, are they flat as well, and all that type of shit.
Okay, where's over fences? Sick over fences on her.
Hello, Caterpillar. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello. I'm from Russia, and I'm just looking here.
And what was that last part?
I'm just looking here, and just I don't know Proxima English.
Oh, okay, awesome. Have you heard about some of the terminology used when describing the Earth?
Probably I've heard. Yeah, I think I've heard that.
Like some would describe Earth as a globe, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, as but a globe, right? A globe, would that be a specific shape, or would that just be in regards to the Earth?
Like different tires, and we mean that, yeah.
Yeah, like that would be a tire would be round, and that's different than sphere, which is different than globe. These are different terms.
Yeah, different. No sphere, yeah. Not just round or flat, like in Minecraft.
Right. And then, have you come across any evidence that shows the Earth to be any of those?
No, I believe that Earth is a sphere. Maybe. I haven't been in space, but I believe in the science. I believe the science.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
Scientific.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, who would not believe in science, which is cause and effect? Falsification or proof of a cause. Yeah, anybody would believe in science. It's you can demonstrate science. And so to demonstrate would be to perform an experiment that proves the cause of an effect. Do you think that there is science in regards to the Earth being a sphere, proving the cause of the effect?
Maybe it could be, because there are different opinions, and maybe it's true. So I don't know. Maybe it's like I like conspirology, but I like more in a different way. For example, I like talking about Epstein's file.
I don't know that term, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody can pick it up with you. I'm pulling up to a place I got to go. But yeah, I'm sure somebody could pick up with you some of the terminology and the the language used to describe Earth.
Oh yeah, and Samino, where are you from?
Me, I'm from the USA. East
Okay,
Coast.
and it's okay. So I think maybe you heard his name, like Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that's what you said, Jeffrey.
It doesn't have nothing to do with what we're talking about today. You mentioned opinions. There's no opinions in science.
Like maybe it could be in a form called dispute. When
no, that's not science.
Yeah, it's more like political disputes connected to them.
Yeah, so with science, it's empirical and it's deductive. So it's a method of finding the cause of effect. So believing in science, as far as this topic is concerned, is not going to apply a whole lot. We're talking about geometry, which is not science.
Yeah, it is.
You think geometry is science?
Geometry. I think Geometry Dash is a good game.
Have you decided to abandon the conversation and just say things that aren't related to the topic? at this point?
Yeah, it's related because it's a game that includes lots of pixels and blocks. And so,
yeah, bro, we're talking about pixels here. We're talking about the Earth.
The Earth? I think on Earth there are lots of people and lots of I would call them as not people.
But you don't want to talk about the topic, do you? You just want to say things and troll. That's kind of why you're here today.
It's Mickey Mouse.
You want to talk about Mickey Mouse? Yeah. So you're not here to talk about anything meaningful or whatever. You're just here to troll, right? Just go ahead and admit it for me. You're here to troll. You're here not to talk about the topic. You just kind of want to hang out and be generally a jackass, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, so can you tell me, do you experience the Earth as a globe or do you experience it as flat and stationary?
I believe in a scientific...
He's asking you what you experience, not what you believe. I know English is your first language, but he's asking you about what you experience. Do you experience the Earth in motion?
Not emotionally, but
So that's answering half of his question. Well done. No, you don't experience motion to the Earth. Good. Do you experience curvature of the Earth over distance?
I believe in the sea.
You believe in the sea?
The and all coordinates that it exists.
Again, it's not asking you what you believe. We're asking you what you experience, what you see, what you sense. Do you see curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
I experienced that. That's Barack Obama's.
I'm not wasting my time talking to you.
Barack Obama's wife is a man, probably because she looks like a man.
Is this your brain melting out your ears at this point? Is this what's happening? Being very poignant and on point has caused your brain to literally melt out of your ears, and this rambling is your de-escalation of cognitive function. Is that what's going on? You're going slowly mental. Fucking idiot. Go away.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what just happened, that would have been an example of probably my first, maybe like, if I had the mod powers, temporary, like 2-day ban or something. That's, he's not listening to anything. He's bringing up topics that have nothing to do with the topic or the information. Like, just terrible. Please, Globers, that if you're listening, do not come in here and do what that man just did. Please, don't do that. Thank you.
What was his name?
What? That wasn't church, was it? That was at. Oh, he's probably gone now. It was like I think it was 3 or 4 letters. Go ahead.
Was it not Pug? Pug car.
There was that Pug.
Car.
Yes, there was Pug Caterpillar.
Thank
I see him packing. I kicked his ass out of here for an hour.
Bravo.
Thank you, sir.
There we go. Anybody? Yeah. Anybody with any honest questions, please go ahead and mic up or post them in the side chat.
I was having a good back and forth with her. I don't know if she wants to get on VC, if she's listening to it.
Yeah. And whilst you're thinking about your questions, just think about it for yourself. Where and when did you see the curvature of the Earth? Did you capture it in any of the pictures you've taken recently, or when you're on holiday somewhere maybe? Have another look. Maybe we can do some quantitative measurements there to see if it really is curvature. Yeah, start thinking about it. Serious, flat Earth. The Earth is indeed flat. So, but you know, let's see what you got. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're not fucking children around here. That was funny, that was. Oh, and the other one was some of us flat earthers are fucking pilots. It's good.
Yeah, man.
I feel like we're going to come up short on sightings of the mythical curvature.
Oh, we're going to come up well short on that. There's not going to be enough curvature to go round, is there?
It's not even fucking crumbs, man.
Mega orange.
If curvature was to feed a nation, we would have all starved and died by now.
Yes, I would have eaten you. Turn it to cannibalism. You know, visions of you looking like a hot dog would be coming across my mind now, like in the cartoons, you know. You in a sandwich.
Seems to be a good mix of pretty reasonable folk coming in, and then your usual nutters.
Yeah. Those two young kids earlier on were really funny. You know, they asked some good questions, and that I think they realised that, you know, they can't prove their globe now. Now they're having to rethink everything again now. Yeah. Hopefully they'll come back and try again with some new questions, different angle.
I might have popped in after them guys, but that's good to hear.
Yeah. They were quite good. You know, India had them, you know, really in stitches as well. It was good. I was going to say that the best question that came up earlier on today is the one where how is it that the Earth is flat? Everybody doesn't see the day at the same. Everyone sees the day at the same time, or doesn't see the day at the same time. Sorry, actually, I can't even get the question right myself. It's so silly. But yeah, he was asking, how comes everybody doesn't get to see the sun?
I've heard that one probably, 5 times this week, Jen.
Yeah.
Already. Yeah. Shouldn't it be day all the time if the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Shouldn't the sun shine everywhere? It's like, oh man. I love like having to explain to people how their eyes work. I love that. Just like, have you ever looked down a long hallway? Have you ever thought about what you were witnessing when you did that? Like, we had that earlier today, right? DJ, we were talking about perspective with that one gentleman. He was like talking about how I was driving away from the Colorado mountains and up. How do you explain that if not for curvature? It's just like, oh my God.
Oh, that was the AFK guy.
And I think it took a good bit, and then Imrail freaking jumps in and starts making a non-argument. It was like really frustrating conversation. I'm driving around. I'm all like sitting here like worried about things I shouldn't be. I'm sitting here like, what the heck, man? Can we just have like just reasonable folks with good comprehension skills? That'd be nice.
Well, they fucking come in pre-triggered. That's the problem.
We're way too happy. We're way too happy dropping this F-bomb in here, guys. We are way too happy today.
Yeah, they come in and then they ask you why do you think
Try
the
and
Earth
keep
is
it
flat?
PG-13, gents. You got to try.
Yeah, we do.
and
We try
lay
to
off
keep it
the
straightforward,
F-bomb.
man.
All right.
Yeah, we
Yeah, we got to
keep
try.
it clean, keep it straightforward.
I know.
We're keeping them honest. I mean, they
gotta
come
be
in.
like grandma.
All right, they come in, right, and they say, "Well, so you think the Earth is flat?" I said, "Yeah, no, it's not that we think it's flat. We know it's flat. That means we've got knowledge. How did we get this knowledge? Because we went out to check and measure the curvature of the Earth. Because if the Earth has a certain size, we should be able to measure that size. See, they're not even on that level. They're not even on that level that it is possible to measure it. They're not even on that one. That's not on their menu that you can actually measure." Really catches them out, that one. And then I said to that guy, because I've gone out to check, I'm now ahead of you. Meaning that I've gone out to check, so I know. All you've got to do is do the same. And then we're on par. And then he started lying that he had checked. Oh, that's when it started getting silly then. First he doesn't know the model, and now he's checked. Well, how did you check if you didn't know the size or anything? What did you check anyway? Yeah. But anyway, yeah. A few of the other just came in and they kind of leveled him out. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, they just don't seem to realise that it is possible to measure it.
Wow, they've been told it's just so big. It's just too big to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then the other one that gets them is when you tell them that the Earth is bigger than the sun. That really knocks them for six, doesn't it? That one. What do you mean? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. When you're talking about the flat Earth, you have to leave the heliocentric model behind because the sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth. The Earth is much, 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 much bigger. Has to be. You know, I'm copying his name, Robert Simmons, with the. It has to be photoshopped, okay? Because it has to be. That's why I keep saying it has to be. Has to be bigger.
Well, technically, it really doesn't. It just needs to be above the Earth and moving around. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be small. The sun doesn't have to be smaller. It just needs to be above. Just needs to be above the Earth and have a limited range. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's still the Earth still would have to be bigger than the sun to do that. Would have to be.
Well, if you had like a focused beam, right?
Yeah.
This is just for an example, right? You could have a focused beam, and this thing could be huge and far away, but it's just focused. You know what I mean? So the amount that it actually hits is not that big. So it could be like massive, right, and far away, and still just have to stay above the Earth and just run its circuit, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's going back to the 93 million mile sun idea. Come on, man. No.
Oh no, well, it's not about going back to an idea. It's just saying we don't know how far it is away. That's all.
Yeah, it's not 93 million. That's for sure.
We don't know the size of it either. You know, so that's the other thing.
No, we don't know the size of it. We don't know the distance. Exactly.
We don't know the size. We don't know the distance. We just know it stays above the ground, right? We know it stays above the oceans. It's always above us.
Yeah, I still say the Earth is bigger than the sun. I would still say, looking at what I've seen, 63 years being alive, and looking at the way this thing is working, the Earth has to be bigger than the sun and the moon. Has to be. For the distance it's covering, as well as its amount of luminosity.
I would say that that makes sense logically. It makes sense based on what we perceive. Yes. But yeah, to make a positive claim or not, then it's like you have to prove it. That's why it's like making positive claims is like, eating some poison a little bit, because like now you got to prove. But you can just say, it's just my opinion. I can't prove
based
it.
on my
People are going to start asking you how big the Earth is. So how big is the Earth and how big is the... But I get 100% what Jin's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with him too. I get it as well. I just hate getting sucked into those positive claim things with these. Some of these people are just so maniacal.
Yeah, but I think that's still provable. Even that is still provable.
Is it?
Yeah, we can prove that, can't we? Of course we can. We got an aircraft. Aircrafts can follow the sun.
Jen. There's lots of ways to prove something. Do you think we could logically prove this? Would we prove it another way? I'm not trying to piss you off or trip you up. It's just, can we have this conversation? How do we prove that then?
I said we can if we had the tools, is what I'm saying.
Okay, how would
tools
we?
in hand, it's possible.
Okay,
so I'm going to use the aeroplane. That's it.
Okay.
That's enough.
Okay, so what would the aeroplane do, and how would we use that to prove the size of the? We're appealing to the future, aren't we?
Yeah, well, of course we are.
Okay,
of course we are. Yeah, so we could use the aeroplane.
We couldn't logically prove it then if we're appealing. Jim, we couldn't logically prove it in this way if we're appealing fallaciously to the future, something that we could possibly do if we had the tools available. So
yeah,
no.
What I'm saying is, if I had an aeroplane today, now, get in there, let's follow the sun.
And that's going to give us the size of the Earth, or the distance to the sun, or the size of the sun.
Well, we can
demonstrate to us that the sun is definitely smaller than the Earth.
We're gonna have to do some mileage there, cover some. This is where the problem begins.
Jen.
Sorry?
Don't die on this hill.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying to see it through. I'm saying maybe we may have to set up several.
We simply have no direct access to these objects.
No, I'm saying if we did, look, if we had direct access to the equipment that we need, I think we've got the technology to prove it, is what I'm saying. We can definitely prove that today, without a doubt.
Sorry, what
appeal to the future. That's the Globers, they love that go-to.
No, I'm just saying we can, regardless of the Globers. I'm saying we can do that. We've got the technology to prove that the Earth is indeed bigger than the sun and the moon. We can do that.
So, how? We've got an aeroplane. Describe the method.
Well, I'm saying that now that I'm thinking it through, we may need several aircraft, because the problem is following the sun. Remember, we got that SR-71 that can do what? Mark III, for example.
Okay,
so you're going to follow the sun's path, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, so we're following the sun. Okay.
And recording distance travel.
What are we recording? The distance that we travel. Okay.
Yeah. Across the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be the distance that we travel.
Yeah.
With regards to following the sun, the sun's geographical position as it moves across the Earth. How is it to tell me that the sun is smaller than the Earth?
By the mileage.
How?
Wow.
Come on, the mileage, man.
How? For me, you're saying mileage. Okay, then tell me how the mileage is going to tell me the relationship with size of sun and Earth.
Flat is not, Earth is not flat, guys. It has a shape of a sphere.
Can you be quiet? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about distance traveled here, right? That distance is going to be greater than the size of the Earth. The size of the sun,
How do we know the size of the sun?
Well, okay, that's the only thing that we don't know, the size of the sun.
This is your argument, Jin. We're talking about the size relationship between the Earth and the sun. Which one is bigger or smaller? And you're saying that we don't know the size of the sun.
The thing is, right, if the sun is not 93 million miles away and it's closer, then I'm sure we can estimate that size of that sun somehow. There must be a way of measuring that sun size. There has to be.
Okay, so now we've gone to throwing your hands up in the air to there must be some way to prove this shit.
There must be some way of measuring that size of the sun.
Yeah, there has to be, but we can't think of it, can we?
I've heard it's 32 miles across. That's what I've heard.
So can I tell you the idea how to measure the sun?
Go
on.
on.
Work 100%. All right, look. So you just take a ruler and you measure it.
That's going to be its angular size.
Yeah, we want the actual size.
Okay.
Yeah, its
So
actual
the angular
size is going to be very difficult.
The angular size of the sun and the moon are the same. Are they the same size and are they the same distance?
Yeah. So look, if you wanna.
Yes. So are you going to skip over that? Are you realising you're just about embarrassed? I asked you a question. I pointed something out when you got out your ruler to measure the angular size to prove something. We have the angular size of the moon the same. Does that mean they're the same size and the same distance? That's a question.
Huh?
Fucking hell.
Well, look, so to measure the sun is a sphere, right? And the formula.
No, we don't know that.
We don't know the shape of the sun, right?
No, we don't know that actually. We've got to get that. That's the problem. You see, we don't actually know if it's a sphere or not.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Like 100%. Okay, so what should we do with that? It's like
This
a
is
huge
it.
problem.
This is what I'm trying to iron out, but we can't, can we? We can't send anything to the sun. We can't go to the moon, so we're stuck.
Oh, we can't go to the moon, right? Yeah, I completely forgot.
We can't go to the moon. We can't go there. We don't have the technology to get there.
So we've never been to the moon before, right?
Never been. No human being has been there.
Holy shit, bro. So what should we do now?
Well, nothing to do with you. What you do is you throw away the junk that's in your head that they've gone.
Continue talking.
You throw away that junk for sure. That's because they've never been there.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. And shut down all space agencies because they're wasting money there.
Well, why would you think they have?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of like, I don't know, Gagarin or like Neil Armstrong?
Gagarin, he didn't even do what they said he did either. The first man to orbit the Earth. He didn't do that.
Oh, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Oh shit! So I got tricked.
Yeah, you got tricked for sure. Yeah, if you look at, for example,
saw something on TV.
Yeah, if you watch the documentary or What Happened on the Moons, part 1 and 2, you want the part 1 section of this because it's part 1, 2, and 3. You want part 1, and David Percy explains to us how they tricked us, right? Because when you see Gagarin in his capsule, supposedly, the capsule was so small that you couldn't get a camera in there to film him. But yet we've got two shadows showing that there was two light sources, and we had a perfect image of him. So that was a cut out type of a capsule. So he wasn't actually in his capsule. Photographic trickery right there. So he never did what they said he did. He never went up. He never went up into space and orbited the Earth. It was a lie. Gagarin. He never done that. Okay? See how easy they can trick us. Very easy.
You'd probably have to clarify that back in that day, cameras were massive, not like now.
Yeah, they didn't have them small enough to get in there, you see. And then the lighting was the clue. 2 lightings, 2 shadows. There you go. You know, it's simple. Simple deduction. He wasn't in his capsule. He was in a cutout. They did that and then, pretended to get up onto the gangplank or whatever it's called. And they go up and come back down. And then the rocket went off by itself. Fireworks and landed, hard landing on land. They seem to love that in Russia. But there you go.
So Vazgen, why don't you tell us why you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah. Now he's realizing he doesn't know it's a globe. That's what it is now. Yeah.
Or is there anybody else here that wants to tell us why they think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. What's your best proof?
Olmax is here.
Hello. What are so many people and no one is speaking?
That's more of a problem for your side because the question's been asked for you to provide evidence that the Earth is a sphere. And yes, everyone's microphone is closed because there's no evidence the Earth is a sphere. But I noticed that your microphone is open. Do you have evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me?
Mm.
Yeah, of course, I have evidence. But are you answering as a questioning this serious or like no serious?
That's super serious.
Okay. Yes, I know because when some people went to the moon, to the moon, watch the Earth that is it's not flat, no? I don't know. Or what?
No, they never went to the moon, man. It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Nobody's done that. That's not proof, I'm afraid.
Can anyone in here explain me what chat is this?
Yeah, why would
It's
you
the
have to
one
go
that
to
is
the moon to know?
titled. It's titled 24/7. That's the time and days throughout the day and the week. Flat Earth. So we talk about the Earth being flat all of the time.
Yeah, 24/7, 7 days, 365 days of the year.
Oh,
Yep.
fantastic.
Welcome.
Welcome to the flat Earth. Proof.
Thanks, bro. Go on.
Yeah. So the moon landings were 100% Hollywood film footage and buffoonery. That's what that was.
But okay, I can. Okay. If the Earth wasn't, no, if the Earth was flat, the time of all over the world would be the same, no? Why in some part of the world?
If you were to just keep everything the same as what you think it is, right? So you've got this massive sun and you've got the tiny little planets, right, in the solar system. And if you took the Earth out, the globe Earth away, and put a flat disk shape in there or some sort of other flat shape, then yes, that would be ridiculous to think that you could have nighttime and daytime, right? But that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that the Earth is a disk in space. We're not saying that it's part of a solar system. We're not saying it's even in outer space.
You said that
We are the center of existence, is what we definitely are. Center of existence. We don't know anywhere else that has life but us.
The Earth,
That's a fact.
the Earth is the Earth is an extensive plane over which the lights, the sun, the moon, and the planets and the stars, they move above the plane of the Earth, right? So we're not in a solar system. We're not in that type of universe that you think.
We are the center of existence. That should make you think about God, because he didn't put you on this earth for nothing. Come on now. See? Starting to get scared now. There's a God. Oh my word. Oh my God.
You are joking, right? I don't know.
I'm serious. This thing didn't come by itself. Okay? This earth didn't come, this whole thing that we're living in didn't come by itself, did it? Think about that. Think about the humble carrot. How did that get to exist? Who made it? The carrot. Ninjin in Japanese. Yes.
Where are you from, my friend?
Me, I was born in England from African parents. So my heritage is from Nigeria, Africa. Although I was born in England, London, I am now talking to you from Japan. Good morning. Yes, it's morning here.
Good night from here.
That's right, I know.
Okay.
So yeah, there has to be a God. I'm not a religious man, but clearly there has to be a God. Has to be.
Yeah.
And there must be something after this life we've lived. Yeah. It's a test.
Yeah, maybe it is a god, but the sun is the center of our solar system.
No, it's not. It's the Earth that's the center. The Earth is the center. Everything else orbits or rotates around it.
But why?
That's what we experience.
Yeah, but why?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why? Because God created it that way, and that's what we observe. That's
And
why.
And why it created that way and not another?
Oh well, God, but you have to ask God that when you die off and you meet God. You ask Him that question. See what He tells you.
But do you see the solar system? That you think that?
Yeah. Why are we discussing creators, right, and God? Why are we not talking about measurements and surface here?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just talking about the creation itself, the whole thing complete.
Yeah, well, the awareness here would help. The guy's clearly, very basic in his understanding of English itself.
Yeah, but he's asking the question, why did God create it the way it was? He's still asking some intelligent questions.
From square one.
He's still asking the right questions. He's still asking the right questions. He's going to get there. You've got to let him go there at their own pace. That's what I'm doing. Let him do it at his own pace. He wants to know why God created the because he's of the thinking that the
he never asked that stuff. Jin, you started talking about it.
He did. He said, if you were listening, you would have heard him say that the sun is the center and we are the planets. And I said, no, we're not. We are the center of creation and everything orbits around us. And another gentleman said
Jin,
the same thing.
We're the center of creation. I would left the wing when it wasn't relevant.
Of course we are.
Before he claimed the sun being the solar system.
We are the center of creation, mate. Of course we are. We're the only thing with life on it that we know of.
That's but can we keep it empirical for him? He's a newbie in English and this
it's still going to be there. We're still keeping it.
I'm a beginner in English.
Yeah. Because I'm answering his questions and his line of thought at the moment. And then we'll get on to measurements when that time comes.
Sorry if I disrespect you. Obvious it be.
No, Mark. Man, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
No, you're doing okay, mate. You're going at your pace. I'm following your pace at the moment. Yeah, we know it. We know the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. We're measuring the Earth as a flat place. We're not measuring the curvature at all. Okay, the Earth must have a size. Okay, and when we go to check that size, we're finding everything is level, horizontal, flat, no curving going on anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm asking why in your country, if at the morning, and why where I live is at night. I don't understand.
Well, because obviously the sun itself cannot shine its light all over the whole Earth at the same time. It cannot do that, can it? Can it?
Of course it can.
Can it?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course?
If it's flat, the world is shining all the.
Okay,
world.
let me give you a question. Okay, a football pitch, soccer pitch. You have your flashlight. It's night time, and you have your flashlight pointing down to the grass 2 feet. Can you light up the whole football pitch? Can you?
Yeah, but if you
no. Answer the question. Can you?
Okay. No, you can't.
Right. Thank you. That's it. There is no buts. The Earth is bigger than the sun, so the sun cannot shine its light all over the place. Can't do it.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I didn't know that the Earth was bigger than the sun.
Yeah, that's right. You never. Most people don't. Of course, if you think logically now, you will see that the sun is bigger than the Earth. That's why it cannot shine its light all over the Earth and everybody see it at the same time. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That's my bad.
Everybody's daytime all the time. How can that be? Right. So think logically sometimes. Simple logic is all you need. We're not in the solar system. Okay, we're not in that solar system. Sorry. We are the center and everything else orbits around us. When you think like that, everything makes sense. Okay?
Yes, I understand.
Right.
You mentioned the Earth must have curvature. How much curve are you talking about across like a small lake?
Well, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth that would be coming from the 24,901 mile circumference, the radius of which is 3959. 3,959 miles. So by rights, I should be able to measure that curvature, and we're not anywhere.
So if I'm on like a 10-mile wide lake, how much curve should there be?
66 feet. That would be 66 feet of curvature there, and it's not there.
I think 66.6.
Whatever, 66.6. It's not there.
Yeah, that's a lot of curve. I don't think it exists either. That's like the height of a 7-story building.
Right, and then if you went to 20 miles, it increases to 266. That's a lot of curvature. So, no, we're not measuring it. It's just not there.
I have another question, Jean.
Yeah.
A part of Earth and Sun, are they another planets?
Say it again. Apart from the sun and the moon,
exists other planets like Mars, like Jupiter.
yeah,
no?
these planets, we honestly do not know what they are. The images we're given are computer generated, CGI, artist's rendition, artist's idea of what it might look like. We don't know. And when we look through the best telescopes in the world, when we look at Mars, it is just a shimmering blob light. That's all it is. A light that is just flickering and shimmering, nothing else. We don't see the mountains. We cannot see the ice caps, the valleys. We don't know anything. That's all a lie. That's lies from NASA.
Okay,
Okay?
that makes sense. So only exists Earth and Sun, right?
That's all we know so far. We don't know what the sun and the moon are, remember? We just about know Earth. Sun and the moon are close, right? But we don't know what they are. What they are, we do not know.
Okay. And I have another question because I think this is so interesting, so I want to learn more.
Thank you very much. Can you speak into your mic a bit better, though? A bit louder in your mic, please.
I'm going to try it.
Okay,
But my
thank
mic
you.
is not very good.
Okay, thank you.
Why the South Pole and North Pole you can why they are not at the same place? Because if it is flat, you could you understand me?
Yeah, I think I do. The North Pole, of course, is in the center of
course.
Earth. That's what we have there, and then the South Pole is to the outer edges of the Earth. That's all I can say there. I haven't actually been to the South Pole myself.
Okay.
To confirm that, that's the problem. And I still question all those who've said they've gone. I asked them the question, yeah? How did you go to the toilet? That's the number one question. How did you go to the toilet during that ordeal? In the cold, in the wind, minus 60 degrees, minus 120 degrees, sorry, 120 degrees mile an hour winds, minus 60 degrees Celsius. How did you do your toilet and the rest of the nonsense that you got to do? So I don't trust that they went to the South Pole. Do you understand?
Yes. Then why the South Pole is ice? Why it's cold if it's not in the center?
Well, it's cold because the amount of ice there, the sun will never reach it to melt it, because the sun is on a fixed course, and the ice is actually a temperature regulator of Earth. It helps to keep the Earth's temperature and weather systems in balance. Even though where we are, we have fluctuations of temperatures and we get the rain, we get the snow, the sun will never melt that ice. It's too much ice and the sun can't do it because it's fixed. Okay? It's there as a regulator. That's what I think it's there for.
Okay. The North Pole is in the center, and that's why it's cold, and the South Pole have so much ice that the sun can't melt it, right?
Cannot melt it at all. No, too much.
Okay.
Impossible, because the sun is fixed on its course. It would have to change course to melt more ice, obviously.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not changing its course. Never will.
Yeah.
Unless the creator decides to do something, but I don't think the creator is going to do that. It's a fantastic place we live now, as it is. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. And that of course put it God, because for equilibrating the earth, no? So much ice
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. Do you have something more to add? I think it's very
Not
interesting.
just now. I mean, I'm satisfied with what the earth is and happy that God created a good place for us to live. What I'm hoping for is a revolution to remove all governments that are ruining our lives. That's what I want. If you want to know the truth. But that's not flat earth, is it? That's revolutionary talk.
And why do you think they want to lie to us?
Because they're having a good time controlling us as it is now. They're taking our money, they're taking our labor, they're lying about the earth, they're lying about the space, they're lying about everything. So there you are. They're in control.
How are they stealing our money, lying about that?
Yeah, they're stealing everything.
How?
How? Well, it's quite simple, isn't it? When they make weapons of mass destruction, they don't ask the taxpayer, okay, taxpayers, I want to go and kill some people in another country. Can I use your money to make the weapons and the bombs and the ships and the aircrafts and the bullets and the uniform and then pay for their insurance and their Medicare and their food and what else? And all the clothing, okay? And then their retirement money when they retire. Can I use the money for that? They don't ask us, do they? They just do it. That's stealing. Because if they ask us, we're going to say no.
I have another question.
Okay, taxpayers. I want to pretend. I want to lie about going to space. Okay, can I take your money so we can give it to the NASA and the JAXA and the RASA and the ESA and the Indian one? Okay, Indian space agencies. Can we use all your money? We're not going to space, but we want to pretend we're going to space and we're going to use money. Is that okay, taxpayers? They don't ask, do they? They just do it. That's
They are
stealing
not
your
going
money.
to take my money no more because I know that the earth is flat.
Yeah, they know. We know it's flat, okay? So that means you, as a human being, you don't vote. Because if you're voting, then you're voting for them to steal from you. So when you don't vote, that means you're not really participating in the system because you're not voting for it. There's your first step outside of the system. You're no longer voting. Okay? So that means now you're looking at others to do what you do. And that's the beginning of the revolution. You have to lead from the front. I'm leading from the front. I don't vote for any government. Never will. I vote for myself. Thanks. I'm the fucking government at this point. I have to be. Govern myself.
You know, if another reason for the lie is if knowledge is the ultimate power, and if everything that we believe to be true is literally a lie, that we would have zero power.
There you are. It's an excellent point.
Exactly. You're right. And I have another question. All people that are in this Discord are flat Earth. They think that the Earth is flat.
They know it's flat. They don't think it. They don't believe it. They know it.
They know it. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
And
there's a difference.
And okay. Okay. Nice. It is being recorded for some reason or something. No.
Yeah, being live streamed on YouTube 24/7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those people
glad
know
to hear
Jin CBR1 as a revolutionary. That's right.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. I don't think it's right that children are born coming into the earth tomorrow, and when they grow up, they're going to be having a big debt from the government. Here you go. Here's your debt. Oh, thanks. What's this debt for? Space agencies, the wars, the battles that we've had. Ridiculous. Yeah, and it's our responsibility to stop this, by the way. We're the ones that are meant to stop this. We, the ones that have no power, supposedly. But we do have power. We've just got to stand up.
Yeah, we have to stand up, all of us, and protest for the government. And that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be protesting. I'm going to remove them out of the office. I'm not going to be waving a banner. I'm going to put myself in the chair. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be the government. Believe you me. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about protesting. So remove. I'm in. Thanks.
If I could, I will vote you to be president.
Sorry?
If I could, I would vote you to be president.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, you'd be voting for a good man because I won't take any money at all until I have achieved what the people want, and the list will be there. So in 1 year, I must have made these achievements. So no salary. I don't get a weekly pay. I get a yearly pay. If I fail, I get no money. There you go. That's what integrity is all about. I'm about making sure that the people are satisfied. That means you are my boss. I'm working for you, actually. Right. You will pay me when I'm done the job.
Ever so slowly back to the flat Earth.
Yes. There you go. All that was happening on a beautiful flat Earth. That was a dream, ladies and gentlemen. What could be happening on the flat Earth that we live on, where there's no curvature and we're not spinning out of control, covering 19.2 billion miles through the stars, but all the stars are in the same place.
Nah, impressive. I have to clap.
Yeah, you have a question?
I have to clap. This
Thank you.
awesome conversation. You are very smart.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we do try to keep it real. There is a plan for the future, but let's get everybody on the same page, and that is, when you go out to check for the curvature of the Earth, it's not there. When you realize that, it makes you check everything else about life, and once you check everything about life, you become very serious about life, and you start to see the wrongdoings, and then you want to tell everybody.
Right, but that sounds like a cope, not like a sincerely
Dude, the
held
moon's
belief.
made out of diamonds. I'm not arguing with anybody in here about it.
It's not a cope. I don't care if it is a sphere.
No, I didn't ask you if you cared. I asked you if you think it shades like a sphere.
I wouldn't
You
be the
say
cope
no.
then if I don't care.
The cope is that it is so obvious, even to a fucking 3-year-old, that it shades like a sphere, that I think you might be deliberately lying, even to yourself maybe, about the obvious
What was
shape
the
of the
specular
moon.
highlight? Where's the specular highlight then?
I deny that it needs one.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because a specular highlight of a sphere is a property of the material of the sphere.
How do you know the material?
What makes you think that I need to know the material?
Well, maybe you're wrong about what material it is. Maybe it is material that
I
would
never
have a
claim
specular
about. I never
Maybe
claim
it is material that
I
would
know.
have a specular
There are
highlight.
clearly spheres that don't have specular highlights. Do you agree that those exist?
Could be.
No. Do you agree that there are spheres that you can hold in your hand that shade like a sphere that don't have specular highlights?
Probably do actually have one to some slight extent, but you
No. Answer the question.
Okay, so
Made
no.
with light
So no.
absorbing material.
No, you don't believe. So you think like a tennis ball has a specular highlight?
Maybe it has some slight highlight that is borderline.
Oh God! Okay, but what makes you think that isn't the case with the moon? Maybe it does have a highlight that's not perceptible.
Okay, well, prove it.
God,
then.
you're so dishonest. Jesus Christ!
Prove it then. Well, prove it.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in meeting your twisted
Well, I already
fucking
told you in the
standards
first
of
place.
proof.
It could be a sphere. That's the first thing I said. It could be. I also
I
said
didn't
it could just
ask
be
you if
something
it
else
could be. I asked you if you believe it. I asked you if
I
you
don't believe
accept
that
that
it
it
is.
shades
I don't believe that
like
it
a
is. I
sphere.
accept that it could be.
No. I didn't ask you if it could be. I asked you if you accept that it shades like a sphere.
Well,
And
I
you
mean,
say
with
no.
caveats and conditions and everything that you had to add in, then I
Right,
guess.
and then you added the stupid conclusion. You had the stupid comment of how do you know what material it's made out of when that's not a necessary requirement to determine that it's shaped like a sphere.
Well, it kind of is.
I can
No,
show
it's
you
not.
pointless
Because it would have to
argument.
have a
It
certain
could
composition
be
to shade that way.
If there are spheres,
You're adding another condition
if
on
there are
top of it.
spheres
You're adding
that
another condition on
and do
top of
not
it.
have
It's not
specular
just
reflection,
sphere.
but they're both
It's gotta be a
spheres,
sphere with
then
this
the
particular
absence
makeup.
or presence of specular reflections on the moon has no bearing at all to determine its shape.
Did you use Grok on that one?
Maybe it does.
Charlie, do you know of any time that anyone's measured the Earth and detected curvature? And the method of how they did that?
I'm not interested in going down your dialogue tree, dude.
So no one's ever measured the Earth and detected curvature.
I'm not
Got it,
interested in
Charlie.
going down your dialogue tree.
Dude, we're just asking a question, sir.
You know, Charlie, people have measured the Earth before, various different ways, but none of them have involved detecting curvature. Like even with a laser over 30 miles or a body of water, still no curvature to be detected.
That people didn't watch the moon when they was measuring.
How did they measure the size?
You can't.
no curvature, then the size must have been infinite.
There's no curve. Stop saying
This is even a better example than that. Like, there's the Sea Sparrow, laser guided system, and it's declassified that it can shine a laser at a target from a boat up to 130 miles away. Now, it's declassified up to 130 miles. It's known that it can actually target, the laser targeting system can target targets
the
from
Earth is flat,
more than
so it
130 miles away.
hit the curve.
You can curve lasers, bro.
What does this mean?
Oh, so you're saying lasers don't go in a straight line then? All right. Seems like you gotta make it up your own world there.
You can bend them with mirrors and shit, dog. All you gotta do is put a mirror on a drone,
in the air,
and then you shoot at the drone every 8 miles. What is it? 5 miles? Every 8 miles, you just have another drone, and then you totally did.
Where did you see?
That's not how it works, though.
Where did you see mirrors in reality?
I know. I'm just saying. They can come up with any excuse.
Wait, have you ever looked at the surface of water?
Reflective surfaces
Yeah, it's flat.
besides mirrors on Earth that are
Yep.
have reflective properties, or are we just like? It's probably
Tenza,
reflective
you're getting
surfaces,
over talked because your mic is really low. I just thought it was somebody hot micing until now.
What do you mean? It's not low.
It is pretty
I
low.
hardly hear you.
Which game?
Hold on. Let me adjust my gain.
Put it closer to your mouth. Jesus. It's off to the side of your head.
Hello?
That's better.
I think it was turned down on OBS.
Are you not using the mic that's attached to your headset?
No, I'm using an external one. Maybe it's not.
I think you're okay now.
I agree.
All right, where were we?
Free will.
Free will?
Doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
Charlie has the free will to believe the Earth's a globe, no matter what the evidence shows.
Maybe it is.
You can believe whatever you want. It's up to you, man.
That's the beauty of all this.
It is free will.
How does flat water work on a globe? How's that work? Somebody explain flat water.
I'd
Water
be glad
being
to give you an
flat.
explanation,
You know about
but you're not going to
horizontal?
accept it.
Lakes are flat,
Well, I didn't want an
Bodies of
explanation.
water.
Oh, I thought you wanted an explanation.
Yeah, true. I was using global rhetoric back on them. I guess I'm stuck with that now. I got to take the explanation I asked for. What did you say there, Tenza?
So lakes, they're flat,
Yeah.
but oceans, they
They're
have waves,
flat.
so they're not flat.
Okay. So it's a globe then.
I don't know.
Yeah, because if it's got a tide or a wave on it, then that's automatically a sphere.
But I mean,
What?
it's going above the water level, no? The
Level.
flat
Yeah.
water
It's
level.
going above and below the mean level, the average level,
Yeah.
horizontal.
So
Yeah.
technically,
I'll concede that.
Is that flat when the wave is going up? I don't know.
I'd say, like, if you're going to call a table flat, then I would say that's basically flat. Yeah, that's actually much flatter than a table if you were to scale the ocean
Can
with
you
all
lay
the.
on a wave?
Yeah, no, but that's not the point. But if you were to scale the ocean to the size of a table, it'd be much smoother flat than that actual table with all the bumps and indents and divots and whatever are in there. Those waves, proportionally compared to the size of the ocean, it'd be the smoothest flat thing in existence.
But for sure, you cannot see the wave on 10 miles if you are on the globe.
Deep sea fishing?
The size of the sphere. Very important.
Then how big is the Earth?
Well, we don't make that claim because it's impossible to validate. That's the trap that we don't fall into, that our Glober friends always fall into.
What?
You believe
Yeah.
in the globe?
Our Glober friends like to make that claim of how big it is, right? And then we start asking them, well, how do you know that? And then they just spiral out.
The
They
size of the Earth?
start giving you a bunch of non sequiturs and whatever, like what Charlie just did. They start talking about the moon. Then they leave. Then they leave.
I mean, I'm a snow glober personally.
You have any evidence of a snow globe?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you, my echoes in
on the
like
bottom, and it's a domed globe, bro. What do you mean? There's something curved and there's something flat, and I just accept it as that.
You measure the sky is curved?
Sky is curved. Sky is retarded, man.
Bro, how do rainbows get like that, dog?
I mean, it looks sort of like it from your
Something's
perspective.
curved.
From your
I'm saying.
perspective, but you can't say it's measured that
Yeah,
way.
but the rainbows that come off a water hose are straight, and then you see one way over there and it's curved. So there's something curved going on. Might be magnetic flux. I don't fucking know what it is. Snow globe. It's flat. There's some curvature. I've bumped my fucking toes on a curb before, That's pretty curved.
I see they've given up taking their ball seriously for now. Fuck, your mic makes me echo. I hate it.
I'm sorry. I can fix that.
Were they saying that waves proves the globe? Is that what I was hearing?
No, he just said, well, not flat. Haha.
Fuck, dude.
It's not technically flat when you look at a wave.
Well, nothing is idealistically flat in a two-dimensional sense. Like nothing. No surface, no countertop, no table, no basketball court, nothing.
You can have a perfectly nice tile floor, and one fucking Lego will fuck that shit up. It's not flat no more.
Yeah, so we don't need to get that pedantic. Like, obviously, there's going to be little variations, but we're talking generally overall, this is a flat surface.
Can you still hear me, or am I muted?
I hear you.
Oh, I got mute because I'm about to get loud on this game.
It's getting better now. Within a tolerance, you could say. It's flat within a tolerance. Certain range of deviation from flat you'd be willing to accept and still call it flat. I don't know.
Yeah, I
mean, the thing is, like, why do we gotta go into that? Because that would be true in your globe situation anyway. You'd have those deviations from perfect, smooth curve, right? It'd be the same. So it's just a totally moot point to bring up either way.
No,
Doesn't
I
answer
agree
the question.
100%.
Doesn't answer the question one way or the other. Is it generally flat or is it generally curving?
Damn, bro. They don't have shit. They always leave, man.
I know.
This is insane.
Charlie has his special privileged NDA'd information that he can't share. He's got that.
What is this? What are you talking about?
He works on fucking Skinwalker Ranch or something, dude. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, he does some sort of thing like that. According to him. He can't share the proof. He can't share it. But he knows from his own personal experience and things that he's seen under NDA that it's got to be a globe. Real compelling. He sounds like Tom DeLonge to me. Have you seen the Tom DeLonge on Joe Rogan talking about his findings about aliens?
Oh, I don't know. I probably have though. Go on.
Everything he says is just he makes a claim and he's like, but I can't show you. I can't prove it. I can't talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Must be pretty secretive. I mean, you could debunk the whole flat Earth community, but you're going to keep that to yourself? Damn.
I know, and like you're the only guy claiming this. Like, and shouldn't the truth just be like publicly accessible, just public knowledge?
It should be so easy.
Yeah. Because everybody's going around claiming to know, so they don't even need Charlie's NDA'd information. There must be some other means by which they have come to know this.
Right. Why does he even have to refer to his NDA'd information if it's the truth?
I know, and everybody's going around claiming to know already. They're not all under NDA, so what's the big secret here that everybody's in on? Earth is not flat because of waves.
Yeah, it's like if I dropped something in my bathtub and you saw waves in it and assumed that it was no longer in a fucking bathtub. It's like, what do you... the fucking water doesn't determine the shape of the fucking terrain.
Yeah. Crazy situation here.
What would you you got like a ratio for how many Globers come in here and leave a flat earther?
That was me back in the day.
Oh shit! Okay, that's pretty good.
I mean, I never really argued for the globe, but like I thought like I'd surely come across some proof here in these arguments. Yeah. And then like, well, you see how it is.
Yeah. No, I was never like just like ready to defend the globe either. I just started looking into it. I was like, oh, this should be an easy debunk.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I thought it was going to be a super easy debunk. I was like, you know what? I should maybe spend an afternoon or two like actually understanding like why the Earth's a globe. And then like that just never happened.
I feel like it should take 30 seconds to a minute. There should be a wave of Google searches that prove it.
Yeah. I mean, I knew the Eratosthenes stuff and whatever already, kind of loosely. Like, I mean, they bring up the sticks and shadows. I didn't completely grasp like what that does until getting into this conversation. But I thought surely like I just need to understand this better, and then I'll know it's a globe. And then all the Globers, they act like this incest guy. Incest is Ock.
So yeah, I was like, oh, there was
I'm just kind of
for shit. Like
threw in the table, threw in the towel, threw in the table too.
I used to teach about like the Earth's core and magma and all this bullshit, and like I thought they like went down there with some devices and figured that shit out. It's like, no, this is all theoretical garbage.
Be honest for a second. This is basically just a tribe for you, isn't it?
No.
Yes, it is.
I have friends in real life, both inside and outside of this topic. Like, no. It's the psychoanalysis thing. See, this is what we're talking about, right?
One goddamn second.
This is what we're talking about,
The way you talked to
right?
this guy was extremely disingenuous. You weren't trying to hear him out. You talked over him mid-sentence. And you didn't care. Ultimately, this is just a group of friends that you have, and you're grifting. You don't actually believe the Earth is flat.
Well, where's the money? Can you sign my paycheck?
There's a dome. You talk over
okay,
them. You don't care.
Are you good?
I want to grift people. How do we do it?
Are you good? Did you get it all out?
You're actually one of the satanic elements that people talk about.
Did you get it all out? So you don't have it all out?
Word. Like live action role play of the believed situation is grifting. They're making money, but
I think there might be hope here. Look, I haven't heard that much of what incest has to say yet.
These guys are not it.
I haven't heard that much of what he has to say yet. So he might know something that the rest of these ignorant ballers have not yet come across. So if you're done venting your
I don't
feelings and
believe the Earth is a
frustrations,
globe, so I'm not sure why you're talking to me like that.
you don't believe it's a globe. Okay, so
No,
you're not the guy
you're
either.
not a flat earther.
What? All right. Well, this is a useless conversation.
Yeah, because you're a useless retard.
Oh, he's upset. But you don't think the Earth is a globe. Why are you upset?
Just at least be honest. Be a man and be honest about what you're doing. Like you can't just like lie your whole time. Like it's like God.
What did I lie
God
about?
knows what you're doing. So
What did I lie about?
him.
Yeah, what did I lie
Not
about?
sure why you're bullshitting.
Well, maybe God knows, but that doesn't mean that you do. Are you God? You conflating yourself
You can't
with God?
bullshit God. We know
You're equivocating yourself with God, dude.
So you're
Okay,
not
what am I lying about? Okay, all right. You seem to okay. What am I lying about? What am I lying about, dude? What am I lying about?
That you're a flat earther. You're not a flat earther, dude.
Okay, how has that been shown to be a lie? Explain.
We already showed it earlier. A guy came in here and said the Earth was a dome, and you like fucking made fun of him, saying the sky is curved and some shit. You don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, are there? Okay,
because when
first of all,
you meet flat earthers, you treat them like shit.
First
You don't
of all,
believe that
first of all,
because if you did,
first of all,
be
it's
rude
non
to
sequitur.
flat earthers.
Okay, that's non sequitur, dude. It's completely non sequitur. So whether I think that the Earth is flat or not, it's not contingent on how I treat people. Quote unquote.
I've seen people come up in here and say that the moon is plasma and it's not real, and you guys make fun of them.
That the Earth is
yeah, but so what? So what? We're not making fun of them. We're asking them for their evidence. We're asking them the same questions we asked them all. No, hold on, dudes. Don't talk all at once. Don't talk all at once because it doesn't work. We need to have one speaker at a time. One speaker at a time, dude. Okay, so we're gonna hold the flat earthers.
If I asked you what the black rock is, you wouldn't even know what that
dude,
is.
hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
If I asked you what the four
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, dude.
That for 1 second.
Hold on. We're gonna hold you.
You even came up in here. You even admitted it earlier. You said
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to shut your mic off.
This is and you came in here and you're like, okay,
I'm gonna have to shut your mic.
I don't believe that.
All right, dude. I'm gonna turn your mic off. I'm going to turn your mic off. I'm going to turn your mic off because this isn't just a place for you to bloviate and preach at people. Okay. If you want to have a discussion, that's what the voice channel is for. There's going to be other people in that channel that you're going to say things to. Then maybe they're going to have some kind of response. This isn't just a place for you to show up and start declaring your fucking shit to people. All right? You're not a preacher. So let's try that again. Now, what we're going to do is hold you to the same standards that we hold ballers like Charlie to. If you make a claim like the sky is curved, we're going to ask the same question to you that we're going to ask of Charlie when he says the ground is curved. How do you know that? With what measurement? Yeah, fair enough. So you got nothing to say when it actually comes to having a dialogue, which is what this place is for. You only want to speak if you can just preach at people, yeah?
I'll believe that you believe the Earth is flat if you tell me it's a dome right now.
Okay, but that's non sequitur.
Tell me the shape of the Earth right now, and I'll believe you're a flat earther.
No, we don't have a shape claim, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want that. See, this is the game you play. You don't want to make claims so that you can never.
No, we make claims. We make claims.
Shit on people.
We make claims.
Make them angry because this entire
room is
nothing but rage bait. It's
we make claims
for flat earthers and it's rage bait for globies. Right? You don't actually believe anything.
Dude, we make claims.
You don't believe in anything.
Oh my God, dude. We make claims.
How can you say the Earth is flat
make claims.
when you won't even commit to a model?
For like the 30th
That's how you
time,
convince people,
claims.
but you don't want to do that. You're doing it through sophistry.
Okay, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're not actually listening. That's the problem. So I shut your mic off again. Pay attention to the red mic. Okay, I'm going to try again. If you say something and somebody wants to address it, that's not your cue to just become a runaway fucking train. Start monologuing and giving the rest of us a speech, dude. What the fuck is wrong with these guys? Okay, you're back. All right, I'm going to take your red mic off, and you can try again. Okay, you're gone. Just stay gone.
Allah says that the Earth is flat, and that's enough evidence for me.
Who said that?
Me. Like in Surah An-Nizat, Allah says that He spread the earth, which implies that the earth is flat.
Great. Is that empirical evidence?
I mean, it's just one verse saying, for that, he spreaded the earth, which must imply to Allah, earth is flat.
Yeah, but who cares what a book says, though? Yeah, but who actually cares what a book says?
All the Muslims, like about 1 billion people, they do.
So what about what reality shows us? Shouldn't we maybe place that higher?
Yes, but they wouldn't convince. They wouldn't be convinced. And if their holy book says the earth is flat, if we can show it to them, they would have to accept that the earth is flat.
It doesn't seem to work with Christians.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
at
it'll work
least
for
we can
Muslims
convince
either.
1 billion people to be flat earthers. They're all globe turds.
Yeah, it's not a good way to do it anyway. Like, it's better just to show people that the earth is flat because it's demonstrated in physical objective reality. You know, like water being level meaning no point any higher and lower than another, and water being level for 130 miles. You can't have 130 miles of flat water on a spherical surface.
Ben boy, are you still drunk?
Yeah, you already know.
Fuck. All right, so this isn't going to be very productive.
Probably not.
Rats.
So, yo, I heard you thought the world was an octagon.
No, you didn't.
You talking some real shit now, alcoholic. Flat.
No, you didn't hear that.
Well, maybe you want to start
All right,
something
boys.
right now.
Who's ready to fucking debate me, eh?
Okay, go
There's a
ahead,
flag.
Tomato.
You cannot change that.
I was just
Yeah.
kidding.
Uh-huh.
Tomato, you're scared. You're scared, Tomato. That's why you're over talking.
Oh shit! I've been over talking already. Dang, boy.
Already.
Dang. So, who here believes the Earth is flat and who believes it's fucking round? Yeah.
Tomato thinks it's spinning, wobbling, tilted space sphere.
Spinning, wobbling, tilted bullshit. You know, that's not the real shit, mate.
Bullshit.
This is the real shit. Plate, okay? I'm telling you, plate. Earth is a plate. It's
like
beautiful.
a saw blade? Like a round saw blade?
Very beautiful. No,
All right, who
wait, hear
told
me out.
who
You
told Tomato it was open mic night? Who did that?
I did. I did. Okay, sorry, my apologies. Anyways, I was saying, it's like a blade, okay? The mountains are like they make it still. You know that in Quran, God subhanahu wa ta'ala said that the earth is still, okay? I'm not kidding. The earth is still. So you wanna tell me it's rotating and moving very fast in space? Who the fuck gets this shit? God himself said it's not. You guys wanna
God themselves created math, so I think God themselves said that shit.
Yeah, come on. You know how it's literally in the Quran. Read the Quran.
Like, come
the
on,
Quran literally says the earth is flat. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Well, I'm not kidding either. I'm making very sense right now. Apparently, God themselves stated that, like, that's the rate that the Earth has to revolve around or whatever. So apparently, that's the shit that's happening.
I'm telling you, mate. Listen, you want me to believe some random people who have zero credibility and not believe God, who has all the proofs of his existence? Come on. We all know God.
Where is God's proof of existence?
Shut up, you fucking atheist. You're probably an atheist, right? You don't believe in God. Do you?
Wow, you're like a typical adult towards kids. Like anytime a kid asks a question about their own religion, shut up, you fucking stupid kid. You don't know shit.
Nah, I don't treat my kids like that, mate. I just beat.
I hope not. I fucking hope not, man. Like that would be sad. I hope you would tell them the understanding
whenever they bring up
behind the
religion. I
teaching.
don't know how to answer.
All right, so the same way you would explain it to your kid, like, how would you make me understand that sort of feature?
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, so do you think a ball? When you get a ball, okay, when you get a ball and put water on it,
And
does
by
the
the way,
water
my
stick?
bad. I shouldn't have brought the kids into it like that. Like I shouldn't have said
Okay,
that.
okay. Think about it.
I
Okay,
feel that
let's
was
get a
rude.
ball. If you have a ball in front of you. Okay, the flat earthers
Yeah.
here. Do you guys agree with what I'm saying? Alcoholic calculus experts. Do you think what I'm saying is correct, or
I'm just listening in, to be honest.
I don't think he cares. Okay, so basically, try and get a ball. Okay, any type of ball, a football or a small ball, or anything. Okay.
No, I can't
And
afford it.
so okay, and pour. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Pinboy, but it's okay. And pour some water on it. Does the water stick to it? No, it does not. Even if you put it in a vacuum, get a
Wait,
vacuum.
what
Go
kind
to
of
your
ball
local
is this?
science lab. A normal ball, any ball. Go to your local science lab
No,
and
water
make
sticks to a ball
put
depending on
a
what
ball
type
in a
of ball
vacuum
it is.
chamber and put some water with it on it. Does the water stick to the ball and the ball floats? No, it does not. So why do they want to convince us that in the space is fucking like vacuum and we are on a ball and we somehow magically stick to it, right? That's weird. That's stupid. They think we're stupid. We're not. Am I right?
So you're saying
Call it
water
gravity
doesn't
magic.
stick to a ball?
Yeah, they
At
call it
least
gravity
stick to it?
magic. That's insane, right?
You're
Yeah.
calling
Ooh,
gravity magic.
No, they do. I mean, I magically get absorbed to the earth. How? Because science says so. But how? Prove it. No, they cannot. Right? That's insane.
Oh
Do
boy, I
you,
don't want to
Pinboy?
deal with this guy right now.
What
Anybody
do you
else
mean?
want to take on a LARPer troll?
No
Pinboy, can
offense,
you
dude, but
prove?
you're an
Wait,
idiot.
sorry, Alka. So sorry, I'm sorry. But can you prove that
Your
Sorry,
LARP is exhausting, dude.
actual?
I don't have
My
energy
life
for
is.
your LARP right now. I might just have to pop you on mute.
I'm not talking to you, alcoholic. I'm sorry, but I'm talking to Pinboy. I want to see if he can prove gravity.
Sure, I'll play along.
Okay. So, what do you think is the proof for gravity?
The fact that we jump up, then we fall down.
But we just fall down. That does not mean there is some force attracting us to the earth. Right? We just
Oh,
fall.
actually, it's been measured, and people fall on
No, it's been
9.81
measured.
or so.
Measuring the fact that how fast we fall does not mean there is the earth is a ball. What does that have to do with earth being a ball? Tell me.
Why do you think velocity exists? Why do you think a plane can go up in the sky? Why do you think it has to shoot up at a certain velocity and it has to have a
But
certain
things just
acceleration
move. This is basic
to go
mechanics.
against the number
I'll
of
get the flat earther to explain it to you, bro. Alcoholic calculus expert. Can you explain it to him?
Alright, alcoholic.
What do we need to explain? That just the fact that something falls doesn't prove that like you're on some certain shape?
Yeah,
basically that's what he's saying.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't follow that the earth must be any particular shape just because something fell.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
If anything, it's a geometric proof of a flat world because down, vertical, up and down would be a perpendicular orientation to horizontal, and you'd only be able to have that on a horizontal plane.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I think I messed up. He was trying to prove that gravity didn't exist.
What does falling down has to do with gravity? The gravity magic that you're attracted and the earth attracts the moon and shit like that. Where is the proof? I don't see a proof of it. You just say we fall down. That's not the proof. Is it the proof, Mr. Flat Earther?
Oh,
No, it's not.
I don't think I have to explain that.
Exactly.
Have fun with that.
I might be tripping, but I don't think it's it's a proof. Like, come on.
It's not proof.
Yeah. But what else do you have on your plate, Mr. Globe Earther? Pinboy? Prove to me the shape of the Earth is round.
No, I think I was too tired for this.
It's okay, man. I also, it's okay for you to give up right now because it is flat. We all know that it is flat. Even everybody here knows it's flat. You
Well,
giving up right now.
whatever makes your boat float, man.
No, I'm not. I'm being serious. You don't have any proof. You
I'm
couldn't come
technically
with.
being
You came
serious.
here to argue that the Earth is round, and you didn't. You didn't succeed with it. I'm sorry, mate. I don't know what to
So
say.
why do you think people when they jump up that they fall back down? What do you think that is about?
That is because it's normal, natural, nature, like physics. They
Natural.
fall down because, like, they fall down. What do you mean they fall down? You're the one who needs to explain.
I just asked me the same question. Now I'm asking you the same question back. Why do you
Okay, why
think
do you
people
think
fall
they fall
back
down?
down on a
Why
flat
do you think?
surface?
Why do you think?
I'm asking you.
When you were a child, when you saw things fall down, do you think of, oh my god, the earth is probably pulling it? Or do you think of them just falling down? That's how nature works.
Hey, mediator, did you make it? Actually, I shouldn't even ask the mediator yet. But you still don't make any sense. Why do people
You don't
fall
make
down?
What do you think the idea that like you fall down because the earth is a ball and the earth like attracts you magically somehow? How
No,
do you
I said people fall down because of gravity. That was my explanation. But
yeah, but
why do
gravity
you
is
think
magic
people fall
according to
down?
you? Why do I think people fall down?
Yeah.
Because they fall down. Like that's basically it. There is nothing such as gravity. That people just fall down. That is how it works. I'm not kidding, mate. That is
So
how
how
it
do you think
works.
a plane can fly in the sky?
A plane just goes straight forward
Wouldn't it just
because
fall
of
down?
the air, the aerodynamics. Have you never studied aerodynamics?
So a plane is able to fly up because of aerodynamics.
Yeah,
And how does aerodynamic work?
I don't know. I didn't study aerodynamics. Did you study it?
Well, don't you know that aerodynamics includes the curvature of Earth?
Do
The
they?
study of aerodynamics actually includes the curvature of Earth.
Show me proof.
Look in a textbook, bro. It's right there. Like, Google this shit. It's right there.
Textbooks. You take your where do you get your sources are textbooks, right?
More or less.
They are textbooks. That's interesting, mate. That is very cool, man. Keep your textbooks, man.
So what? You think a plane just flies up and that's it?
Yeah. Do you think? Why? Tell me. I'm gonna ask you.
Have you ever learned the history of creating a
I'm gonna
plane?
ask you. Talking about planes, okay? Why does the plane not dip its nose down if there is curvature?
What?
Listen, isn't the Earth a ball, right? Earth is a
Okay.
ball, right? According to you. And when the Earth when the plane flies, why doesn't it dip its nose down?
Because then it would fly down into the ground.
Oh no, I mean like according to curvature, because if it keeps going straight forward, it would leave the Earth.
What?
You don't get it, bro. That's like that is
Dude,
why
why?
you don't understand. That's why it's confusing for you.
No, it's confusing for you because I just told you that gravity pushes down upon an object at 9.81 or so meters per second squared, right? That's why a plane's nose doesn't dip down. That's why it dips upward, and that's why it has acceleration and velocity because it constantly pushes upward.
I'm not talking about
as it has.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
talking
what I'm saying.
the
Like,
Earth, shape of the Earth. Okay, I'm talking the shape of the Earth is round. Okay, wait, I'll call it a calculus expert. Can you explain it to him because you know it more than I do? The why the plane doesn't dip its nose down when curving around the Earth?
because it would smash down to the ground. You fuck.
No, it's not going to
Sorry.
smash to the ground. According
Yes,
to you
it
guys,
will.
it will because the Earth is flat. But according
That's
to
what I just
you,
fucking told you.
you're saying the Earth is flat.
You're asking me why does a plane's nose dip down? Why does the wings dip upward when it's trying to go upward?
I'm not talking about that. I mean, when it's traveling long distances, okay, it
Well,
will
that has
move
every
with
single point to prove, right?
curvature. Let me show you. Let me show you. Wait, I have to show you. Wait, give me 1 minute.
Everybody's just having fun and listening to two drunk dumbasses trying to explain things.
I don't actually believe the Earth is flat. I'm trolling, and he knows I'm trolling. That's why he doesn't reply to me. Okay. But look, this is the Earth. Okay. It's a ball. According to you. Look, ball, right? So why does the plane? You see it?
I don't see it.
Okay, so why does a plane fly straight forward, okay, and not like that? Doesn't dip its nose down to be like that, to go on with the curvature? If you know what I mean.
I still can't see it.
Why don't they measure this? Because Earth is actually flat. Look, on a flat surface, Earth, the thing is gonna just fly like that. Easy. Now, I don't get where you guys think it's fucking ground. Like, let me just write here globe toward rect. Get destroyed, you globetard. That's what you get for thinking the Earth is round. Who's next?
I still didn't see it.
What?
No, never mind. Next person.
Yo, I think this flat Earth community is actually pretty fun. I'm gonna join it. What do you think, Bimboy? I actually had so much fun. They keep doing this with me, actually. When I try to prove the Earth is round, they're like, no, you're stupid. No, you don't get it. I think they're actually trolling most of the time. Probably. But they keep saying like they're probably professional trollers. But they're very dedicated trolls. Like, they're very dedicated. They're here like 24/7. That's just insane. I come here 3 a.m. in the morning, find them. Dedicated.
We know how to take apart any part of your belief.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So what do you think of what I said so far?
Well, it was actually a pretty funny LARP, to be honest. For me, at least. I don't know. That's what I thought.
That is the beak evidence I've got from flat earthers, mate.
It sounds like you have kind of been listening a little bit. At least you can slightly argue it. I know that you're being a troll, but I would also say that it seems you've absorbed more of the talking points. Well, I don't want to call them talking points, but
what do you think of the?
You've absorbed more of the points than most of these guys do.
Okay, thank you. I actually listen. And consider, like some people.
It's a reset with a lot of guys we talk to. You just tell them the same thing over and over, and it never takes.
I mean,
but you guys are still going to be upset because I still disagree.
Bimboy, the Earth is actually
I'm just too tired to argue.
No, but Bimboy, I'm sorry if I frustrated you. I didn't mean.
No, that's cool.
No, I'm seriously sorry.
I'm a little hungover, to be honest.
No, it's okay. They use mental games to frustrate you and make you quit. And after you quit...
Yeah, games just like, hey, can you prove that? Yeah, it's just a crazy game that we're playing.
No, seriously. They try to actually like frustrate you. If you can't prove the thing instantly, they're gonna mute you or like tell you you're a loser or call you a globetrot. They did that with me a lot. So
you didn't prove it though. You didn't have your proof. Right?
I would just
substantiation for the knowledge claim that you claim to have, right?
Yeah. See, Bimboy, I was trolling. So my attitude was not actually me, but he is not trolling. This is his actual attitude.
I could tell. It's proper. I respect it.
Yeah, it's cool. Anyways, that was a good conversation, guys. Alcoholic Calculus expert, when will you rethink about flat Earth? What do I call you? I don't want to call you that long ass name.
Yeah, because we had Charlie. He's a Globe Earth believer who comes in here a lot, and
call me Ben Boy.
Yeah, he was talking about calculus. Flat Earthers don't know calculus, and for some reason the conversation went to him saying that he knows plenty of alcoholic experts in calculus. So I just named myself after that.
That's
He
cool.
sounds
man.
like
You
a
guys-
fucking retard.
I was like, okay, first of all, you know plenty of alcoholics, and first
of all, you're an alcoholic.
Yeah, plenty of experts in calculus who are alcoholics. He said. So I thought it was funny.
That's so funny. I want to make a study on flat earthers and see if there's a pattern, if they actually continue their studies or not. Most flat earthers I met, well, not most, but like the couple who told me about their studies, told me they didn't actually continue school. But I don't know. Who knows?
I went to post-secondary.
What is that?
What is that? You're asking me what that is? That's like college.
Oh, okay. And I don't actually know what that means because here we work is in a different system.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Maybe a language barrier this time.
Yeah, it is.
I can grant that in this case.
Where are you guys from? You sound Australian.
I'm from Flat Earth.
No, where are you from?
I just told you.
Why do people don't want to say where the country where they're from? I think the more they
Got
know,
too many enemies.
more no. The more
Got too many enemies from saying that the Earth is flat. It's too dangerous.
yeah, they're good. No, not that, but like the more things people are gonna have against you, like they're gonna make like racist shit about where you're from and shit. When I used to be chronically online, I used to be really scared of showing my face online because I had too many enemies. So I knew if I showed anything about me, even if I looked good, they're gonna bully me. They're gonna use it against me. So yeah.
What they gonna do?
Beautiful looking, mate. Oh, he left. Dang.
That's Ben Boy, huh? It's not what I pictured, but it also never is. So
That's all right. I bet you never pictured how it looked like.
I mean, yeah, not really. You're right.
Yeah. I just think you look like the guy in your profile picture because it's a human and that's close enough.
Yeah, I know. You put a image to it, and then you just start to associate the voice with it. Then, if you see the person, you're like, "Holy shit, that's what he actually looks like."
Yeah.
Did I look like what you guys thought I would look?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I guess it's what Tomato just said, like your avatar PFP thing. That's kind of the image of you that I've come to have just because that's what I'm looking at when you're talking. Of course,
That's interesting.
Nobody ever looks the way
if I sound like a tomato, I'm gonna look like a tomato.
If you form a mental image of what somebody looks like from their voice, it's always wrong. They never look like what you think they do.
Yeah. Sometimes people do. Sometimes, barely.
Yo, you guys want to play a game?
Yeah.
Okay, but everybody has to be okay with putting their
We should
camera
play a
on.
game, find the flat earther. Oh my god. And like have 5 normal people.
No, I'm just saying, yo, I kind of want to guess what everybody looks like still, if you guys don't mind, but everybody has to be okay with putting
I
them.
can't start up my camera.
I just want mine on, so.
I'm talking to flat earthers naked, guys. Well, what do you guys think?
Oh my
god. You guys are pussies. So what if you're naked? What are you afraid of? Some balls? There's nothing you never seen before, bro. You're a dude. Man up. You've been to the locker room before, right?
Nah, actually, yeah, but nah.
I lie. Not like no Diddy, but like I'm just saying, like everybody's seen whatever.
Man, I like when you guys see human in other people. Don't let things. It's bigger than flat and globe. It's bigger than that, probably. Right? It's bigger than black and white. It's bigger than red and blue, and it's bigger than flat and globe.
So it's not the shape of one ball, but the shape of 2.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, Earth. 2 big balls.
Guys, you think I would be funny if I was drunk?
Yes, you would be more funny if you were drunk. Sorry, is this channel actually committed to flat Earth, or are you just memeing?
There's like one flat earther here.
Yes,
and the
of
rest are
course.
trolls.
Oh, you have one flat Earther? Okay, that sucks. Sorry. Okay, then, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta move.
Well, what do you have any questions, or yeah, we can get on track if you have like a serious question or argument.
No, it's fine. I was just like, I was thinking this is like a bunch of flat earthers I can like vibe with, and apparently it's just a meme channel, so it's fine. No worries.
It's just a what? No. These guys are globers, and they're just being fools right now because like there's nothing else going on. But if you have any questions, yeah, we're here for it.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. You guys have a great time. I'm gonna find something more interesting. I don't know, like people.
It's like I gotta let these globers sit on mute, I guess, when there's nothing else going on, or else they're just gonna chase away our clientele.
I'm gonna.
All right. I can see. So, why would they even challenge the flat Earth? It makes sense, doesn't it?
You guys make money off of
Earth?
Have you seen water? Water doesn't stick. Water. Have you seen? You know what water is? Have you seen water? Yeah. Does it stick to a ball?
No,
it doesn't. So why would it stick to the Earth? Please explain that to me.
Well, I mean, I guess you'll get some adhesion, but you won't have like a big huge body of water with a horizontal surface somehow just resting on top of a ball. Yeah, you're correct. That won't happen.
Yes, exactly. So please explain to me why on like a round Earth the water would stick to it.
Well, they're going to say gravity. Which one of you guys wants to say it?
I know they would say that, but I'm asking to explain that to me.
Well, demonstrate more like. Why don't you guys demonstrate gravity bending water around a ball, like a big, huge ocean around the ball?
Yes, show that to me. Like, make an example.
Oh, no, I don't have enough information to explain that shit to you guys.
Oh, you're giving up.
That's why these guys just
wins. This is a rare flat Earth win. Thank you.
No,
Thank
it's
you. I did
not rare.
I did one.
Wait, he's trolling too.
Yeah,
we're winning. Flat Earthers, we're winning.
That's how it starts. That's how it starts. First they pretend. They just pretend that it's a joke. It's like the stages of coping.
But yeah, bro.
Yeah, the stages of coping. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I say something? Yeah. This is why you're still a virgin. Because water never sticks to the ball.
Well, you don't have lakes and oceans on a ball. I mean, you don't have like a curved surface of water at scale, like at a large scale, right? You have the surface of the water bending and the body of water being bent around the ball and conforming to the ball. This just doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, vaginas don't seem to come very close to that.
Like a scientific kind of like notion of like it just doesn't happen because it's to scale or something.
Wait, you look like a fucking scientist. Are you?
No, I'm not. I'm a mathematician, so I'm not a scientist.
How old are you, mate? You look old as hell.
He's about 22. Now let's get down to the pertinent facts here. Water doesn't curve at scale, large scales.
I drink liquor from the bottle. So
I want a mathematician friend. Can I add you, Mr. Takuma?
Of course you can. Anyway, so let's go back to flat Earth. I want you to dispute it anymore because I'm not feeling your arguments here.
Takuma, I feel your energy right now. Tell him the Earth is not flat. Yeah. I can tell.
Thank you. I love you. You're great. You're a great guy. I hope you'll find a great mate to mate with and have great children and a beautiful life somewhere in the south of France. Amazing. Love it. Let's move on. Okay, let's go back to the topic at hand. Flat Earth. Anyone wants to challenge flat Earth? The Earth is flat. Challenge it. Go.
I thought you were saying the world is round.
Let them talk, okay? I want to see the conversation.
Oh, who am I muting?
You should mute yourself.
Anyone, please talk. I'm getting bored here.
Yeah, alcoholic calculus expert. You're a flat earther. I want to see. I'm not a scientist, but he's a mathematician, and he seems to know what he's talking about. So can you guys talk to each other? I want to see the debate
on a CEO level.
No, of course not. If it's on that level, obviously I would lose the argument of the Earth is flat. Clearly it isn't. That's not the point. I want you.
Okay, clearly it isn't. How come it's so clearly?
We've got measurements showing that it is flat, and you're just making a baseless claim. Clearly it isn't. What is so clearly about it, my friend? And please turn your camera off. That is not a necessity in here.
Yeah, actually, he's okay. It's okay for the camera unless we get near 25.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very sorry about this. I didn't realize.
I'm just
very sorry. Very sorry, guys. Very sorry. I didn't realize I was breaking several rules. Anyway. Is there anything interesting in here that I would like to pursue?
Well, you just made the claim a minute ago that clearly it is not flat. I want to know what's so clearly about it. Do you go outside and you see this magic curvature?
No. I was asking you.
So how can it be clearly not flat if you clearly don't see that it is? If you clearly see that it is?
You just want to scream at me or something?
Oh no, I'm just loud. Don't worry.
Let's go with something interesting. So,
hang on a minute. What are you sidestepping?
So let's go with something interesting.
Why are you sidestepping?
I'm not sidestepping. I'm trying to make
yes, you are. That is a clean and clear sidestep. A very simple question, and all of a sudden you feel the necessity to sidestep. Why,
Mister?
Why are you so angry? Chill.
Yeah, why are you?
Chill, please chill.
Look, I'm not angry. You were asked a very simple question. You decided, let's talk about something else. Why the necessity to talk about something else? You've got no proof of curvature. You've walked into a flat earth channel expecting just to preach without any proof.
Let him give his answer.
All right. Anything else? Because that's actually not fun.
No,
I like to have fun.
You said you were going to give an answer.
So, in other words, in plain English, you've got nothing. You've dropped into an FE server expecting to preach, and you've got nothing. Where is your proof of curvature? How about we just make it nice and easy for you?
Make it nice and easy for me then. Go.
Where is your proof of curvature? Where's your measured drop over distance? You would have some kind of measurement.
Your proof of flatness?
Oh, that'll be the horizon.
Oh, nice burn reversal. That's great. Straight away.
That would be mean sea level, the proof that the Earth is flat. That's where we get the orientation of level from. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth is the proof that the Earth is flat.
Right.
It's where we get the orientation of horizontal from.
Got it.
Why are you talking for me, dude? I've only just fucking got here, mate.
Okay. I'm not interrupting you. So, all right. How is it that you can?
What you just did.
All right. Anyway, so if you're just sitting on the equator and you're just moving south, you come back to to the place you have been before. So apparently, this place is not flat. If you start.
Excuse me.
Move south all the time for 40,000
Okay,
you come
Jock.
back
Whoa, Jock.
Place you started from.
Monologuing's not going to change anything. You've just said something. Jedi's trying to pull you up so he can clarify something, and you just blah, 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 blah. No, please don't do that. Jedi.
Okay. We stand on the equator, okay, and we face south, and we come back to where we've started from, yes?
Can I say something? It would be yes.
Fucking clarifying your point,
yes.
Dude. You would say yes. That was what you just said.
Yes.
I'm clarifying what you said. But you would say yes. Okay.
Yes.
Have you done this?
Can you be less? This is not a contention. I'm just trying to send it more. So yes.
Done this?
Of course not.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Do you have an example of this?
My guy.
Is that going to be a no?
Of course that's a no.
Okay, so you don't have an example to back your fucking claim up. Can you understand why I'd be pissed off with that? You haven't done this. Nobody else has done this, but you're saying that this will happen without an example.
I will ask you what would happen.
No, don't ask me shit. I'm just pulling you up in the fucking bollocks that you just said.
Can you be less contentious,
what
please?
the fuck?
I don't have an issue.
Why are you talking?
Could you please stop? You're a nice guy.
No.
I don't have an issue.
We're not interested in the meta.
You don't have to be angry. Don't be angry. Please don't be angry.
We're not angry.
You're right.
We're not interested in the meta, Chokma.
Chill.
We're not interested in the meta. We're just after you guys to back your claims. You guys keep preaching to us, we're on a ball, we're on a ball, we're on a sphere, we're on a ball. You guys keep constantly blasting that at us. All we want you to do, you are a Glober, you represent them.
No, I'm not.
What we would like you to do is shut up for 30 seconds and listen. You make a claim, you back it with some kind of verifiable data.
Can we get back to the issue? So,
the issue is you've got no proof of curvature.
Someone would do this.
Can you listen?
You would?
Well, no, if someone would do this, if someone started the equator and was just like walking south,
hold on.
what would happen?
I'm going to get annoyed again. So what you're going to do is appeal to the future. Somebody in the future could do this. Is this your argument?
No, I'm asking you what would happen theoretically.
What would happen, dude? If I stood at the equator and went south, I'd probably end up going south. What would happen after
Obviously,
that?
you have a model of the world.
No, hold on. Trying to answer your question. What would happen after that? I don't know. But you're making a claim of knowledge of what would happen without any first-hand experience, or at least an anecdotal example.
Okay, so you don't have a model. That's what I'm.
No, hold on. Don't.
Because you don't
How
know.
did you get? Excuse me, Chokma. How did you get out of Jedi saying if I face south, go south? I'll shut the fuck up. How did you get? You don't have a model out of what Jedi just said. Please enlighten us. Why are you scattergunning?
What would happen? Because your model have to explain things, and your model doesn't explain it.
Sorry. What model have I offered you? I haven't offered you a model. You've just pulled this model out. Excuse me, wanker. I will call you a wanker if you keep acting like one. Don't make me do so.
Please not insult me. I don't think that's how it works.
Stop being
one.
My
God, you're losing the argument by insulting other people. Don't do that, please. I want,
and you're the one who's scattergunning and trying to talk through it.
Please don't insult me.
Shut up.
Cutting them off and insulting.
Shut up. Stop talking. Be reasonable and we can have a conversation. I'm trying to speak about what you've just said. You've just dropped a model on my fucking head and turned around and started burning it down. I haven't offered you one. You've asked me hypothetically what would happen if I went south, and I'd said I'd end up south, and what would happen after that, I don't know. Now you've started to try and weasel in a fucking model. Forgive me for pointing out the dishonestness of your argument, sir, by calling you a wanker. How would you
debate me then instead?
A model explains when you go south, where will you come out? That's a model. You have to have a model. If you don't have one, you don't have nothing.
What is south? What is south?
Oh, please.
No, I'm going to ask you. You want models?
South or west or east or north?
Dummy.
If you go any direction on your globe forever.
Excuse me.
If you go any direction forever.
Excuse me. I'd like you to define south for me, please. What is south?
If you go any direction,
you're bringing up directions. I'm going to want you to define those directions. For example, what is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
So here's the explanation. Just pick any direction and go into that direction forever. Where will it?
Excellent. Appeal to the future. We've already been through this. You had no examples of anyone who's done it. You have not done it yourself. So why are you trying to rehash something that's already been burnt down? Why are you trying to... Chokma, talking through me is not going to help. I'll show you why. Bang, shut up. Why are you trying to reignite a fire that's already burnt out? You already made the claim quite clearly. We heard it. You have not done this. You don't know of anyone that has done this. Jedi clearly explained to you. This is an appeal to the future. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacious argument. And now you're just doubling down. If I say it again, hopefully they'll believe it. You have not backed your claim, my friend. Try again, please.
Pick one direction. Whatever your model is. Please, give me a second here.
Left.
You have a model of your...
Left.
Again, it's a model. Like my model is a globe. It's like a ball. Left. Your model is flat. That is our model. Okay.
He doesn't listen.
So on my model, in whatever direction,
listen.
Let me
you said
finish.
Pick a direction.
Any direction you pick.
I'm going to help this fuckwit out. Chokma, you have to start listening. You said the Jedi, pick a direction, and he said the same thing 6 times. You've chosen not to listen. Start listening, mate. You're not here to preach to us. We get this on a daily basis. I get the privilege of kicking you idiots out on a daily basis. Start listening if you want to learn something.
You pick, it's about a model. In my model, it's just a ball, like a football, whatever you pick. And if you pick a direction, you come back to the point you started from. I'm asking you, what is your model? Like, where are you going in your model? That's what I'm asking.
Well, at the moment, you said any direction, I said left. So I've gone left. Okay.
Which is...
That's a straight line, though, isn't it?
My guy.
All right. I'm trying to fucking engage with you in conversation. It would help if you didn't speak through me. Would that be reasonable?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. Then stop talking through me. So left, a straight line. You want me to tell you what would happen if I went left for all eternity? I don't know.
You don't know?
No, how the fuck would I know what would happen if I went in a direction with a finite lifespan of an infinite distance? How the very fuck would I understand that? How are you questioning that? How are you questioning that?
What's at the edge of the earth then?
How, my goodness me. These people don't listen. And as soon as you point out that they're idiots, they think that that's their cue to continue talking like this man.
So can you understand why my
okay, Chokma, we're not interested in a model. Show us your model. Put it up in side chat.
I just did.
I'll tell you what, prove your model. Is it a scientific model? Is it a scientific model?
It's a ball.
No.
A football. Have you ever seen a football? It's not.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Do you know what a model is? There are many different types of model. A statistical model, a scientific model. There's lots of different types. I'm trying to be specific by asking you questions about your model. Question, is it a scientific model?
So, okay, asking you right now, who you're...
Oh my God, I asked you a question. Why do you think that's your turn to ask me something? I'm going to ask you again for the third time. If you don't answer, you can fuck off. Is it a scientific model?
Why are you so aggressive?
Because you don't answer questions and you're acting like a wanker. Sorry, shall I accept you pissing down my back, telling me that it's raining? Should that be okay?
Sorry, I didn't insult anyone.
You're demonstrating yourself to be not a good conversation partner. I've asked you a question several times, and you still think it's a good idea to talk through me.
Anyway,
what type of model is it? Is it a scientific model?
Of course, it's a scientific model.
Awesome. Is it backed by a group of scientific hypotheses that can be rigorously tested through experimentation?
Yes, it's a ball.
Can you provide me with a hypothesis, please?
Yes, it's a ball.
No, that's a statement. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Can I ask you, do you have like a bachelor's?
No, that was a question to you. Do you know what a hypothesis is? The conversation's not going to continue until I've got a base of your educational standard. You're claiming science. You think you've got a scientific model. I've asked for a hypothesis. You've said a ball. That's not a hypothesis, sir.
So,
what's a hypothesis?
Don't talk over me. Please don't talk over me.
What's a hypothesis?
I'm asking you now, do you have a bachelor's or master's in any kind of degree?
Okay, I don't know about him talking over you, but I'm going to drop the bomb on you. We don't give a shit about the meta. Less meta. You to me, sir, sound like some kind of YouTuber who gets off on filming stupid shit, and then you'll go back and cut it and play it back at some other whatever. I don't care. You were asked a question. Why are you choosing not to answer it? This seems to be a common theme. This happened when I first dropped in. I asked you a basic question and you chose not to answer it. Are you a flat earther in disguise? That's why you're having trouble answering all these ball things. If you've got some kind of model, Chokma, you would understand that the radius claim of Earth is 3,959 miles. But yet, oh, you ran away. Fucking stay out.
Okay, so I've got something for you guys. If you would listen instead of asking me a bunch of questions and then asking me to.
Oh God, I'm already bored. We're only going to ask you questions to clarify a point. What do you want to say?
That's fine. Do I get to ask you questions as well?
Yes.
Perfect. So I've got a question for you guys. Imagine that you are a really, really tiny person, right? Really, really small. Let's say you're like an ant.
That's not a question.
Well, I haven't
You're
finished.
Not starting off very good. You're starting off with some kind of Dreamtime story.
Okay. Just let her do it so she doesn't insta-spiral.
Okay, so are you guys going to listen for more than 30 seconds, or is TikTok rotted your brain?
Okay, right, we're really small people.
Okay, thank you. Really small people, like an ant, on a soccer ball, for example, or a yoga ball, whatever you want, right? And you've got the same, you see the same as you would as a human scaled down to the size of an ant. What would you see? Would you see a curve, or would you see that it's flat?
You would see curvature over distance and a geometric horizon being the limitation of the curved surface that you could see, dependent on the eye height of the ant. It's the same problem. You've just scaled it down. Excuse me.
Exactly.
Excuse me. Okay, so let me finish. I'll let you speak, right?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll speak now. So what you've done is you've just scaled the problem down, right? But dependent on the eye height and the curved surface, you would see a geometric horizon and be able to observe and measure that distance to be curved. You could still do the same things, just because you've scaled it down. Would it look flat? Well, it doesn't matter. You'd still have a geometric horizon. You'd still be able to measure curvature over distance. Next question.
Okay, so how far can we see?
That's going to depend on what optic that we're using and what we're actually trying. Hold on. It's going to depend on what optic we're using, but if we talk about the human eye, it's going to depend on the angular size of the object and its distance. For example, we can see across the surface of the Earth before the surface, the water turns into the horizon for a 6-foot observer about 3 miles. But we could see a mountain 20 miles beyond that 3-mile limitation because the angular size of the mountain is bigger. It has a vertical plane where the surface we're looking at is a horizontal plane. So it's going to be dependent on what you're looking at. But it's going to be most dependent on the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is 0.02 degrees. Right?
Why are you using degrees?
This is basically how we see, right? So if we project out from our eyeball... Sorry?
Curvature? Degrees is used to measure angle.
Yeah, an angle is 2 straight lines, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right, yeah, exactly. So a mountain, when you look at a mountain, a straight line from your eyeball to the top of the mountain and a straight line from your eyeball to the top of the mountain. Now, if you were to walk backwards, those 2 straight lines would appear to get closer, wouldn't they? The angular size of the mountain would appear to get smaller, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but do you think that the mountain is obscuring your view from seeing the curvature because the Earth isn't?
I just want you to understand what I said before you start whittering on about something that's fucking irrelevant. Do you understand what I just said? The angular resolution limit of the human eye is called perspective.
Okay.
Good. So you understand what I said? It's not. I'm not pulling stuff out my ass, right? This is obvious stuff that we basically learn at school. It's called perspective. We draw in this, right?
Is that a question?
I just want you to understand.
Okay.
Good.
Can I speak?
Yes. What's your next point?
I'm not going to make a next point because every time anyone speaks in here, you just insult them. And whenever they don't give a proper
I want you
response,
to understand what's being said before you start speaking about something that's irrelevant.
You're interrupting me, and you were talking
yes, because
about
it's
other people
irrelevant.
Interrupting you. Okay, so
I'm not
I can
interested in your feelings.
So I can interrupt
this
you
isn't
when
about
it's
feelings.
irrelevant, right?
Oh no, this person who doesn't agree with what I said because I'm stupid is annoyed with me. That's on you. I don't care about your feelings. I'm interested in the argument.
That's getting upset.
I want you to understand what has just been said to you. Do you understand what's just been said to you? Because you brought up being ants on beach balls.
Are you hurt? Are you angry? Who made you so
What,
mad?
with you? Yes, I'm pissed off with you because you're fucking
your
intolerable.
Your
Do you
your feelings.
understand what has been said to you?
No, I'm just retarded. I have a second grade education.
Then fuck off.
Did you pass the 3rd grade?
Do you know what horizontal is and where we get it from?
And couldn't take them to school.
Do you know what horizontal is and where we get it from?
Of course I do.
Okay, where do we get horizontal from?
You mean like the origins of the word?
No, not the origins of the word. The orientation.
Of course, it's like the horizon.
Ah, and what's the horizon?
It's where you see, basically. It's the furthest point. It looks like a flat line. Obviously.
Yeah, it's a flat line when we look across water, isn't it? It's not going to be when we look out to the distance of mountains, but the orientation of the water is horizontal. It's where we get horizontal from. Water is used as a horizontal reference datum. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. That's how we know that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, because all water lays horizontal when contained and at rest. You understand that, right?
I've got a question for you then. Yeah, of course.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I do understand. I've got a question for you. So, for example, if you hold, again, whatever, soccer ball, orange, whatever, and you look at it eye level, you put it to your eye, are you going to see, ignoring the other side that you can see, the front side that's facing you, can you see that there's a curvature on the other side, or is it going to look like a flat little line?
What? When you put your eye very, very, very close to a curved line, can you, if your optic is small enough and the line big enough, stop talking, can you get that curved line to look flat like a My God. Yes, but you should still be able to measure the curvature, something that we do not do on the surface of the Earth.
You think that it's possible?
Excuse me. Try and have a conversation with you.
Yes, and a conversation goes both ways. It's not just you speaking.
It is you answering questions.
That's an interrogation. That's not a discussion.
No, that would be a discussion. If I put something to you and try to get you to use the Socratic method when dealing with logical arguments.
Yes, and if you're asking me questions all the time, it's an interrogation.
Hello. I asked you what the horizon was. You answered correctly. We get the orientation of horizontal from the Earth itself. Do you get that, right? We get the orientation of horizontal from the Earth. So what does that tell us about the Earth?
I'm waiting for you to tell me, since you're so intelligent.
No, I'm not going to waste my time with you when I give you the time of day to answer a very simple question to help you understand. You think you've got to, back into this defensive mode? No, fuck you. Just answer the question.
The only reason why you ask me questions is because you can't stand being on the
Where do we get the orientation of horizontal from?
We had this discussion, or do you not remember?
Yeah, so what does that tell us about the Earth?
Why are you the one asking all the questions? Because whenever I speak,
because I'm trying to help you understand based upon the questions that you've asked. So don't ask me questions and then get pissed off when I answer them.
You don't answer them. You answer them, and then you go on your own conversation.
You don't answer them. You answer them. Oh my God.
Okay, so why can't I ask questions? Whenever I ask questions, you answer for a second and then you change the topic.
Your questions are meta-related. We don't give a shit about the meta. Jedi doesn't need to explain to you how he's feeling because he just had a biscuit and a cup of tea. All we want from you is you to prove your ball. If you can't do so, just say, I'm sorry, I actually don't have any proof. We're happy with that. We're not going to bite you because of it.
Okay, so then let me ask actually... Okay, this is coming from genuine curiosity. What is at the edge of Earth?
Don't know, never been there. How would I be able to tell you something that I've no first-hand experience of?
Okay, but why has... Okay, again, you're telling me first-hand experience, so you're going purely off of what you see, and you see it's flat.
Well, you asked him from his experience. You asked him what's at the edge of the Earth. If he's never been there, how can he tell you what's there?
Well, if you want to use that logic, how can you prove to me with anything other than
I'll
what
tell
you
you
see?
what's
Your
at the
whole
end of the
argument
Earth,
comes
shall
down.
I? I'll tell you using logic what's at the end of the Earth, shall I? A container for gas pressure.
A container for gas pressure, meaning the atmosphere?
Yeah, the atmosphere, the gas, the oxygen and nitrogen that keeps us alive that's under pressure. Yeah, to have pressure, you require a container. So if you're asking me what's at the ends of the earth, keeping the gas in, that would be a container. Now, I don't have any first-hand experience of the container, i.e. I've not gone through it and knocked on it while you're talking, but I can demonstrate that you require a container to fucking breathe.
Okay, so how do you know that there's a container?
What's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure?
Not sure, you tell me. You're the expert.
It's expressed within PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, where pressure is solved by force over area. You need a container for gas pressure. The gas that resides within that fixed volume wants to expand, and because of the force of the gas meeting the walls of its container, it is under pressure. We learned this at science, right?
Okay, so you're using the maths of a round earth to prove this?
No,
because this is not what you see. You're giving me something that you're not seeing.
No, that's not what I said.
Are you interrupting me?
It's because that's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
I said the necessary antecedent that's demonstrated through scientific experiment is a container to cause gas pressure. To not have a container...
A container means you need gravity, so you believe in gravity, right?
Excuse me. A container, as expressed within PV equals nRT, is a physical boundary for gas to press against. Is gravity a physical boundary for gas to press against?
Yes, because you need gravity for weight.
Gravity's physical, is it? It's a physical boundary for gas to press against.
Yes. Do you think gas doesn't have any weight?
Excuse me. I'm asking you a question. You've made a claim.
Yes, and I'm responding.
Gravity is a physical boundary for gas to press against. Do you understand that you're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Okay, so can I respond to your original question without
Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is? Before you misidentify gravity as a physical barrier.
Okay, so is gas physical?
Yes, gas is physical. It has physical collisions with physical containers.
Yes. And how much does gas weigh? What makes it so that gas is on top and not at the bottom with us?
Excuse me. Hello. Gas weigh. What directions weight?
Down. That's called gravity.
Okay. Which direction does gas go?
Up.
Thank you. It actually goes in all directions. Gas that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature has infinite degrees of freedom. Weight is just and only a direction down. Gas doesn't behave like this. Please put your ego down, sweetheart.
Okay,
the fuck are you talking about?
Does gas have a weight?
Sorry, what is weight? Are we going to go round in a circle again? Am I going to have to point out to you that gas doesn't have a directional bias downwards?
Athena, gas goes in all directions. Your claim of does gas have weight would put into the question that gas only goes down.
That's not what I'm saying.
Like you jumping on a set of scales. You're claiming to actually be able to weigh this gas unless you contain it and pressurize said container, you're not going to able to weigh it. So, does gas go down? No, it goes in all directions. Is a problem if you want to try to weigh it.
Okay, but I'm trying to see if you guys are the flat earthers that believe in gravity.
Oh my God!
Don't believe in gravity.
Well, how's this? Here's an idea, Athena. Here's an idea. Why didn't you just say, are you the guys that believe in gravity?
Am I saying that now?
You could have said that an hour ago.
What's gravity? I'm getting bored. What's gravity?
Do you know what gravity
Define it. Give me the scientific experiment that proves it, and then show it causing gas pressure.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if you guys believe in gravity or not.
What is it?
It doesn't. Okay, let me get you the definition so that I don't fuck up anywhere because you guys love
Oh my God! You're trying to sell us something that you don't know the definition of.
No, I do know the definition.
No, yes, I know. You don't know what you're talking about. Brilliant. Go and Google it, and then come back to us when you've got the definition of something that you want us to buy from you.
Any other physical body having mass.
Pardon?
Gravity is the force that attracts a body towards the center of the earth or towards any other physical body having mass.
Is this what you think gravity is?
No, this is the definition by scientists.
So, sorry, is this what you think gravity is?
I think that gravity is this. I just didn't know how to put it into words.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
Again,
so
you're interrupting me.
No, I've got what I want from you. I can now speak. So
Okay,
you think gravity is mass attracting mass. You think that it's not what Einstein says, that it's the curvature of space-time. You're going to completely disregard general and special relativity, even though mass attracting mass violates special relativity because of the time coordinate. You're going
oh
to
my
buy
god.
this, right? Do you
Okay,
know what you're
Jedi.
talking about?
Jedi. Simple question. Do you believe in
No
the
will be the answer. There's no scientific experiment or evidence for either of the two gravitational models, especially the
Okay, well
one that
then I
was
can't debate
superseded
with
in
you.
1915.
Also because you are extremely rude and you interrupt me, and
But
whenever
I
I don't give
don't
you the
deal
right
with
answer,
fucking idiots gladly. Now just go
your little
away if you don't
fifis are
have the
getting hurt, and I
conversation.
will. No problem.
Go and fuck off.
Yeah, that one there, Jedi, is more concerned about people's feelings.
I can give a shit.
I noticed.
Oh, too bad. I guess I missed the good part. I just came in for the end.
It wasn't that good.
Okay, thank you, Heretic. I didn't miss that. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually did come in to talk to the alcoholic calculus expert because that sounds like a lot of fun.
No, that's me. I'm Heretic, the calculus expert.
I know. Tell me more.
I think it was Charlie who said earlier. He knows plenty of alcoholics who are experts in calculus. So I just changed my name to this to make one of them.
That's good. I like it. That's good. Did you guys already make Return of the Jedi jokes, or are you waiting for me?
We're waiting for you. Get him.
Jedi Returns.
Sorry, and Jedi Returns again. I had to go and get it because my mouth had gone dry because I've been shouting at too many bloody idiots. I've only been back 5 hours, Mary Mum, and oh my goodness me, I probably need another holiday. This is ridiculous. I do apologise. My temper is very short. That's me. I do apologise.
Have you guys actually been able to have a debate in here this year where somebody understands the concept of making a claim and then understanding that the burden of proof is then on them and actually had a respectable debate?
Well, it's not really a debate. If you're going to debate measurements,
yeah.
I know what you're saying, and the answer to that directly, no.
I hate that, dude, when they like make a claim and then just ask you an assload of questions. Like, no one in here is making a claim. Like, you fucking came in here and made a claim.
Those last three were in here specifically to troll.
Yeah.
The troll alarm went off. I come in with me stick. And this time Jedi came too, which is quite cool.
Yeah, sometimes they're agitating and they might deserve a little bit of temper. I've been known to lose my temper on occasion.
Apparently that's all the time for me. I'm never not angry. Like the Hulk. Except I don't turn green.
Do you bust out of your shirt with your muscles? That was a great opening sequence.
I'm not going to
Okay.
flex.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you. Never mind.
I know I've got a smaller shirt here somewhere. That first one, Jedi didn't want to answer any questions, did he? Did his best to go right round the long way. Even just before you come in. Exactly the same.
Yeah, I caught that vibe when I jumped in, man. He liked the sound of his own voice. He was just going to continue talking no matter what anybody said at any point. So, yeah, me and him weren't going to get on very well. But I decided to try and have a conversation with it, and I was right. We weren't going to get on very well. Oh, well. I should have learned better.
That's what, when you were trying to talk to him, the other three were jumping over the top. That was just red flag, red flag, red flag. And as soon as that happened, that triggered the lot of them. And that's what the side chat lit up. Then when he ran away, unlocked one. Just angry. Oh, I want to stop.
So much going on in here?
Oh, there was. Apparently, we just missed it, obvious it be. So, bad timing once again.
I heard it. It was terrible.
Oh, Midnight said it wasn't worth it. Actually, Heretic said it wasn't worth it either. So I guess we didn't miss anything. Yeah.
Why don't you let Midnight explain what happened, since he's a Glober, and it'll come from their side of the show.
Give us a recap, Midnight.
Oh, I wasn't listening too intently, but it was just like I don't remember the guy before the woman, but it's just like typical. Like the first guy was like, okay, here's my model on your model, when there's like no model here, no one presented a model, nobody made a claim. And then he was just like getting mad that nobody would answer his questions when he made the claim. And every time it's like the typical thing where it's like, oh, there's curvature. And then the guy wants to ask questions. Whenever you ask him, where's the proof of curvature? It just dodges the burden of proof every time. That happens all the time. And then the woman basically did the same thing. Just wanted to troll, wanted to agitate, wanted to just ask stupid questions. It's nothing I haven't heard in here.
Yeah, I'm glad you recognize that. That's a common problem, that you think that somebody who wanted to advocate for the globe position would be able to present proof of curvature, or, like you said, instead of dodging the question, just say like, well, I don't have it. I mean, we do have people who do that, which is better, right? Where they actually say, I don't know, but I'm sure I can find it. I'll be back. And then they usually don't come back, but at least they acknowledge that it's something that should be found.
Oh, yeah.
And also, people get very agitated about us not having a model. I don't know why they care so much about us having a model. My goodness. Some people get very angry that we don't have one.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't need a model when it comes to just citing measurements.
Yeah, that's right. We're going out, testing it. Yep, we're testing it in reality, and we're doing it. And here's all the measurements we made. Yep.
We have got a model. Dandelion, what are you on about? We've got CB.
Oh, that's right. Yes, he is on display here, 3 times a week, 2 times on Sunday.
What's the gay boy doing now? What the fuck have I missed out on? He's modelling or something? What?
No, I'm just taking a piss.
Fucking gay boy.
Oh, shit. Actually, have you heard about their AV, CB? Who else was there?
India, a couple of others, yeah.
Yeah, you've heard about it? Yeah, cool.
Why CB model? What's going on? I have to know now.
No. Just because he's put himself on camera and he's a pretty boy.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. He's pretty, is it? I gotcha.
Yeah, CB loves to find a reason to go on cam.
Yes, here's the curvature of my soup can. Here's my soup can. And I don't happen to be reassured while I'm showing you the soup can, but I'm really only here to show you the soup can. The curvature there.
Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I accidentally showed you my face there. Back to the soup can. So, Midnight, are you on the fence or something?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I only acknowledge the globe just because that's what I've always known. But I mean, I'm just interested in hearing. I acknowledge that I don't have any proof of curvature, so I'm just trying to learn.
I don't know. So you haven't quite managed to purge all of the globe tardation out, not an insult, by the way. Just.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, if you've acknowledged something as significant as the lack of curvature, which is the most important thing for the globe, how have you not written it off then?
Well, it's not so much the lack of curvature, just like I haven't really cared to like try and prove curvature, and I don't have any evidence for it. So it's more just I don't have the evidence of curvature. It's not that I wouldn't believe in curvature if I was presented evidence for it.
What do you think about the evidence of lack of curvature?
Well, I'm pretty new to it. I've only been hanging out in here for, I don't know, a couple months, and not that often.
Okay,
but I mean,
so
like
have you
the laser test and stuff, that stuff's interesting.
Yeah, that's the kind of evidence I'm talking about. So you have, I felt like I maybe talked about the laser test. I don't know. But I'm glad that you at some point heard it from somebody. You learned about the laser test, how the laser's hitting the target. Some of the biggest distance, 25 miles, 28 miles is the... Did you see the 28-mile British Columbia laser test? Did you ever see that one?
No, I saw one yesterday in here, though. That may have been it. I'm not exactly sure. It's somewhere in this chat.
Hey, Dandelion, where was that?
Some guy was chimping out about a laser yesterday.
Yeah, this is the one. I'll put it in the side chat. I don't know who. Somebody was asking about it. Oh, was that Neil?
I can go there probably. I'm in BC.
Nice. Oh, yeah, it's Kootenay Forest area.
Oh yeah, nice.
Have you been down there?
I haven't, but it's not that far. It's probably like 3 hours, 4 hours.
Yeah, because when I lived in Montana, I spent a lot of time in the Kootenay Forest, and it's that same river that comes down there, which is, I think the river feeds into the lake where they are. I have to look at the map again. Because I think the river just expands into a lake at where they were. I'd have to look at the map again. But yeah, that, like the Northwest Montana Kootenay area is amazing. when I lived there, they didn't have an option of having power lines put there, so they had to have alternative energy, and of course, it was a cold area, so solar was not a good option. So they mostly had hydropower and some geothermal and like water, wind, water, geothermal. Those are the three main ones, and firepower, of course. The one guy, oh my gosh, this guy and his wife, they were so amazing. They were potters, and they made all their ceramics with this wood-fired kiln. It was gigantic. That guy was like out there all day long just putting wood in that thing, because you have to get it to like really hot temperatures. So anyway, yeah, there it is. 28.6 mile laser test proves Earth is flat. I think at the beginning of it, there's a map of where it is.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, that's the one the guy was chimping out about.
Oh, it's the same one?
Yeah, he came in and he lived near some big ass lake that was of a similar distance as this laser test, and he was like, I can't see it. And then he didn't actually do it, the test himself. He just claimed that he went out there and just looked and like, I can't see the other side. And then he when that didn't work, he got extremely angry and started just questioning the video. It's like, who took this video?
Oh, he's lucky I wasn't there. I would be very annoyed with him. I've been annoyed with him about other things before, so
The Matrix is giving it to him.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad Matrix got a hold of him and probably didn't let go. Yeah, I mean, these guys, they document it extremely well. That's one reason I like this one, because it's probably more low tech than some of the other laser tests, but they still get the job done, and they carefully document all their results. I think it's a good one.
Yeah, I think he was getting mad because he's like, all these laser tests, the person with the camera is they're always standing higher up or whatever, but I'm pretty sure in that video the person literally shows where their camera equipment is.
They totally do, and they do it two different ways. Yep, they have the camera equipment on the ground, and then they also just, I think, just to make it easier for the audience to see, I think they at the end they might hold up the cell phone camera or something, but that's just their main documentation is the camera on the ground. Yeah, I should watch it again, especially if Rob Noxious is going to argue with me about it, but that's what I remember from watching it the first time. It's been a little while since I watched it. Yeah, because I think that is part of isn't that the Kootenai River? Yeah, and then I guess they must have a dam there that's making that part into a lake. What were you going to say? You're asking something?
I was just going to ask Midnight if he believes it's possible to lie about this thing.
About a laser test?
No, on the grander scale, the entire heliocentric model.
Yeah, it's that's why I don't like the models, because if having a flat Earth model would be the same standard as the heliocentric model, it would be stupid, because you can't actually test anything at that scale. There's no way to actually test any of that. It's just something somebody claims to be what's happening. I don't think you need it.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, 99.9% of their claimed model, they don't even have a scientific model. Can't be accessed or verified, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I don't really care about it, because it's okay, there it is, but I can't do anything with it. I could probably experiment with aspects of it, but I could never fully prove that entirely. There's no known way to do so.
Yeah, we can only go by what we have access to. You know, it's a common sense that seems to elude Globers for some reason.
This person put pictures in there, but I don't want to click on them. They're links to pictures. I don't know. Should we get rid of it? I don't know who that person is. They're not even here. I'm just going to delete it because it looks fishy to me.
Yeah, I would just delete it. Not even in VC.
Yeah. Yeah, I was away for a minute there, so I missed part of what you said, Midnight. But were you saying that you can't personally do one of these long distance observations? Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand you?
No, he was asking me, I think, like about what I thought about like the heliocentric model or whatever. I was just saying that I don't really pay attention to that because like I could maybe only test parts of it, if even, but like there's no known way to actually prove it 100% true. Like, so it's not really, and I don't think it's personally needed anyways.
Yeah, because there's ways to prove it 100% false. That's the point, to disprove it. That's what each one of these laser tests, long distance observations, and horizon measurements, each one is proving the 3,959 mile radius 100% not true. So that's why it's not necessary to confirm the heliocentric model. Because the heliocentric model is built on the 3,959 mile radius of Earth. So even if we're just talking about, there are different claims about distances of different things and how everything works, debunking the radius is all you have to do to 100% disprove it. So then there's no reason to go around and try to prove it once it's been disproven. That's the way most human knowledge progresses the fastest, is through falsification. But even if you're talking about the motion claims of the heliocentric model, which are irrelevant once you've already destroyed the radius, but even if you felt like going through the back door and talking about the motion, there's no proof of the motion claims either, because no spinning of Earth or forward motion has ever been detected. So since none of these things have ever been observed, curvature's never been observed, motion has never been observed, then why would we even try to go out and prove something that's never even been observed to exist at all?
Yeah, that is the greatest irony of this whole discussion. It's the globe is the biggest nothing burger in existence, or non-existent, or whatever.
Yeah, so what do you think, Midnight? I mean, you can just stop trying, right? Because it's necessary, because the imaginary claim has been disproven, but you haven't observed any curves, so, and neither has anybody else, only people who tell you that they have, but they have no documentation of that, because any claim documentation can easily be debunked by the mathematics of the sphere not being observed in reality. So why do you think you had to go find some? Oof, Midnight?
Don't know.
Yeah, you don't. Isn't that? Yeah, you can do other things. What'd you say?
I said, yeah. I mean, don't know. I can't.
Yeah, but you could do a long distance observation if you wanted, right? Do you ever have an opportunity to go to the ocean or a large body of water?
Oh, yeah. I could do things like that.
Yeah. Did I show
Do
you
you
the
have a
list of
friend?
observations? Did I show you I'll show you those because you might find one that's near you, or they might just give you ideas about how the measurements are taken and stuff. Obviously, B probably wants you to have a friend to do like a mirror test or something with. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah, or take a lassie out to the beach for a first date. Yeah, that'll be memorable. Destroy her entire paradigm.
Yeah, good plan. That'd be a good litmus test.
She will never forget you, bro.
I probably have a little trouble conducting that kind of stuff in the state of Tennessee, but yeah.
Oh, well, there's Lookout Mountain, where you can see 5 states. I mean, have you been there or heard about it?
No, actually, I did go there, but was very young, so didn't care about any of that kind of stuff. Just looking at the view. I did go to that pyramid in Memphis though, where you can see 1 or 2 different states. I can't remember. That was interesting.
Yeah, I got the image here. I know Gospel Bear used to talk about this one a lot because he went there.
Oh man, there's a name.
Yeah, because let's see, how high is Lookout Mountain? It says it's 2,389. I think Gospel Bear used to do the math on this, but it's not like at the top of my head. About 120 miles. I guess we could put it in the curve calculator if we wanted.
Jedi here?
He's here. He spoke. Yeah. He lives.
I am. What's up? What's up, Miggy? How you doing, man?
Hey, bud. Hey, can I give you a quick call?
Yeah, man, of course. I'll leave here. You can give me a shout.
All right.
Dragging our flat earthers off the stream again.
What was that, Heretic?
Said dragging our flat earthers off the stream again.
Yeah, he's probably wanting to be a new panelist on the show or something.
Yeah. Keeps coming in here and ghosting me about that and taking people aside, but oh well.
What have you offered to go on?
No, he's not said a word about it to me, but whatever.
Fair. I did watch, scroll through a couple of their videos. Very good thing they got going on there, Nice pace. Obviously, everybody involved is intelligent. It would be fucking amazing if we just had carte blanche on what we could speak about,
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to anyway. I would want to just keep it, this at least, focused just totally on the topic.
Oh, absolutely, but when you like get past like going through the empirical stuff and you get more into kind of casual back and forth, there's so many topics that many people are already kind of wised up to that you can't tie in, to create that common ground.
The way I kind of look at it is, it's like fighting a war on multiple fronts. I'd rather just put all my energy into this one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say not to devote the channels to entirely different topics. Just sometimes when you're in the flow of a dialogue, you want to make an analogy to something else, but you can't,
I also don't like giving them ammo on anything else. Like, I mean, they'll say stupid shit like, "Oh, you think this about that topic, so we'll just discredit you there." It's like, I don't want to give them anything on anything else. They just have to deal purely with what I'm saying now.
Yeah, but then people never can take you seriously anyway.
Yeah, I know.
It's
my philosophy is just my philosophy is just all in on this one.
Yeah. I've always kind of perceived that in my mind as it's rungs on a ladder, and if they've not taken certain rungs already, they're going to find it hard to take this one.
That's true.
So you try and meet them where they are and build them up from there. Because of course, when you meet that, that's someone seeking truth already. They're already taking their own initiative with lesser topics, deceptions, whatnot.
Yeah, so that Mount Pinnacle, that's the 120 mile. Oh, Midnight's not listening. This was supposed to be for him because he was in Tennessee and said he went to Lookout. Yeah, I'll try to remember to tell him if he comes back, but I put it there in the chat in case he comes back and I'm not here. That says 120 mile view is of Mount Pinnacle there from Lookout Mountain. So at 120 miles, the Lookout Mountain itself is 2,389 feet. So I put that in as the ice level. So then it says the obscured part would be 0.45 miles. So almost half a mile, which would be 2,376 feet. So since Pinnacle Mountain is 2,440 feet, you'd see only a very tiny bit, like the tip of it. So yeah, that is a flat Earth proof there that I guess Mighty or Midnight has already seen. I just researched that one because it's the longest, but I think other people have gotten the numbers on these. I just have never done it myself. Yeah, I have to agree. Just sticking to the flat Earth, it also in my mind, that's the one thing that I know, and we all know can be empirically tested, that anyone could go out and test for themselves. Whereas if you get too far down the road of other topics, then you are sometimes in danger of influencing people in things that are more opinion based. Happy's here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Happy.
Hello.
How are you doing
Why do you
today?
think the Earth is flat?
Well, it's funny you would ask. Yeah, we were just talking about that. So the main reason that we know that it's flat is because when we go out into the world to test for the required drop over distance that would be necessary if we lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, then we find that drop over distance is not actually measured in reality. So I don't know if you can you look in the side chat there?
Yep.
Yeah, so the latest thing up there that's Lookout Mountain in Tennessee, which we were just talking to Midnight about because he lives in that area. And then if you go up at 30 minutes after the hour, that post is a sampling of a whole bunch of flat Earth observations. And each one of those are impossible on the globe. And yet, routinely people can see sites that they would not be able to see if we were on the globe as claimed. And it's not just seeing sites, it's like the infrared light flat Earth observations, the second category. There's infrared photography. That one goes even further than the long distance observation, because that is going to be eliminating some of the atmospheric interference and so on. Mirror-based is the next category, flashing a mirror across the sea. Laser tests. There's another laser test up earlier in the chat. And radio wave transmissions also prove the flat Earth, such as the Marconi wireless telegraph, which was transmitted at a distance of 10,553 miles. Yeah, so, and then the YouTube video, if you're interested in looking at that and finding out more at 18 minutes after the hour, that's one particular laser test done in Canada. 28 miles, so the, I think it's that, maybe I think it's 500 feet of drop. I'll check it real quick for you, but the laser at the target, and it shouldn't have, because the target should have been hidden behind this alleged curve.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't know too much about like all the tests that you do in order to test if the Earth is like a globe or it's flat, but I like just have questions about like the psychology of like or like the theory or of why people would, in this case, let's say that the Earth is flat. Why would countless scientists that rely on this Earth being round for their entire careers, why would they say that it's round? Or why would they, I don't know, come to that conclusion?
Yeah, well, most of them are just parroting what they've been told. Just before we get to that, it's 523 feet of missing drop for the 28-mile laser test.
Right.
So that's 50-story building behind which it should be obscured, and yet the laser hit the target. So anyway, most of them are just doing their compartmentalized job. It's totally unnecessary. Most people, in fact, there's almost no field where they're sitting around, doing what we do, deciding, calculating the Earth curvature, and predicting what the drop over distance should be, and then going out and testing it in reality and finding out it's not there. Be cool if they were doing that, if they were actually interested in science like they talked about, or observation, in this case, accurate mathematics, which would be important for them to even get started on their fantasy heliocentric model that is indeed pseudoscience and not science. So that, since none of them have actually ever done that, they're just passing on the same information that they were taught, just like a school teacher would just teach and assume that someone somewhere confirmed this globe. So most of them aren't consciously lying about it. They're just passing on the misinformation, that they were told.
Right. So, well, I mean, the specific sciences that I'm referencing is stuff like, stellar dynamics, where you have satellites that you have to send up into the orbit, and you have to consider the Earth's size and rotation and mass in order to do that. And there are plenty of scientists that do that every day. So my question is that do you believe that entire field of like work is just fake? Or like, what's your opinion?
Again, I do not think they have any documented curvature, nor do they need documented curvature to perform their functions having to do with these signals and where they are not coming from. I mean, they say they come from the sky. Yep, sounds good to me. Why can't they come from the sky? Why does the Earth have to be a globe for these signals to work? And then, there's also other skepticism regarding that, but if I'm granting you these signals are coming from the sky, which maybe that's generous to grant them to you, because, there's obvious footage of satelloons. Many things are just taking place through ground-based systems that aren't even in the sky at all. So, you're taking all those things for granted, that what they're saying is the way that it works, because you're presupposing the globe. But there's zero reason to need a globe for the communication system. You're talking about Starlink. Why do we need a globe for that? Tell me why.
Well, do you think that things orbit the flat Earth as well?
Depends on what you mean by orbit. I mean, no, they don't go around it because we are rejecting the entire heliocentric model, which is debunked by debunking the radius, debunking the 3,959 mile radius, which I just explained to you how it's mathematically debunked by these observations and many, many more. That already debunks the heliocentric model. So we're not sitting here with the smashed out planet in your heliocentric model fantasy outer space realm. We are here on the flat and stationary Earth. We look up in the sky, the sun's moving, the moon's moving. Yeah, there's some other things up there, twinkling lights moving around that are clearly man-made, that may or may not be the thing that they say they are. So yeah, you don't have to have a globe to have things up there moving around.
For sure.
But we don't think they're going around to another side because there's no evidence of another side because we don't think we're a flattened out disk. We don't have any claim to thickness or as to outer limits.
No worries. But could you explain to me like the physics, like the dynamics, like why it is that the sun, like if we assume the flat Earth model, like I'm fine to do like an internal critique here and say the Earth is flat, fine, that's no worries. But like, can you explain to me why in the flat Earth model, the sun actually rotates? Like, what is the mechanism for that?
Well, I have not been to the sun. When's the last time you were there?
What? No, I'm just saying, like, why does it rotate?
You're asking why it goes across the sky?
The sun doesn't exist, or what? Like, I don't understand.
The sun clearly exists. I observe it every day.
Great. Why does it? So, what in the flat Earth model? Why does the sun even move in the first place?
Well, modern science has failed to do a rigorous scientific experiment, making a natural observation, making a hypothesis as to a cause and effect relationship, then designing an experiment in which they have an independent and dependent variable in order to determine the cause of the sun. You're saying rotate, I guess, whatever you're saying, motion. I mean, they're not saying that it moves across the sky, but none of their so-called claims about the sun have ever been tested in any kind of a rigorous fashion, as I just mentioned. Since it's impossible to set up a cause and effect relationship hypothesis with a test based on an independent and dependent variable, meaning you can manipulate the independent variable in order to determine the cause of whatever solar phenomenon you're talking about, how would I be able to set up such an experiment when such an experiment is indeed impossible? What would be the independent variable I would be manipulating as my proposed cause of this motion?
So your answer is you don't have an explanation for your model of why the sun moves. Is that correct?
Just like you don't have a viable scientific explanation for anything that you might claim about the sun.
No, like I'm doing an internal critique. Like we don't even have to consider other models here. I'm just saying, like, let's test the verifiability of your model. And if you can't even explain why the sun moves, then I don't see it as being a very good model.
I never claimed a model. You're the one who keeps talking about my model, your model this, your model that. I didn't claim a model. In the end, I also claimed nothing about causing the sun to move and what effect that would have on the clear geometry of the flat Earth, which demonstrates that there's no curve anywhere. There's no necessity to take the sun into account unless it has to do with whether you want to carry on the test you're doing during the day or at night, because the tests don't have anything to do with the sun. The tests have to do with looking for the claim drop over distance, looking for the claim maximum horizon distance on a sphere with the given radius, testing that in reality and repeatedly finding that the curvature is not there. So the sun's motion or lack of motion in this case is irrelevant.
Do you guys have a model? Like yes or no?
I have no model for you, Happy. You'd have to ask me for a specific, I mean, if you wanted me to model a certain phenomenon that occurs on the Earth, I could model that for you. That'd be a flat Earth model, be a model of something that happens on a flat Earth. It's unnecessary to model the shape of something that we are standing on and we exist on and has been clearly and conclusively demonstrated as having no curvature. Why would I need to make a model of that when I can just go out and measure it for myself? I mean, it exists. It's there. You want me to draw a picture for you?
No, I just every single other flat earther I've talked to has pointed to the flat Earth model, and there's like resources. For example, in the Flat Earth Discord server, there's all sorts of information about the correct flat Earth model. So that's why I keep referencing your guys' model. It's because, according to you guys, you have one.
Gosh, what flat Earth server were you in?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, and they're arguing about models over there, are they?
No, they're not. That's they're giving information about the flat Earth model.
Oh yeah, are they? Yeah, show me some screenshots from that. Yeah, I'd be curious to see that because that's not been my experience in that server.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you see the well, let's look at actually in one of the channels. Actually, if I'm wrong, can anyone else in this like VC explain to me that you guys don't have a model, or am I?
They don't. He doesn't like my answer. He doesn't like my answer. Does anybody else have a better answer for him?
Yeah, I think if I if I may, okay. What do you mean when you say model? That might be the big hang up here. When you're talking about model,
how it works?
Just a picture?
Yeah, just a picture of how it works, like with the sun and the moon and everything like that.
You want to know how the sky, a picture of how the sky works?
Yeah, like all the.
Okay, that's easy. Go to a planetarium. They're done. Walk right into a flat Earth model, see the sky and the dome ceiling.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I mean when I'm saying like flat Earth model.
Okay. So is your argument that planetariums don't work? There's a non-working model?
I'm not saying they don't work. I just want like an explanation for like why the sun doesn't just drop into the Earth, for example, under the flat Earth theory or model. Sorry.
Well, why would it?
Well, do you believe in gravity? Do you believe things fall down?
What's gravity?
Well, I believe that an inherent property of mass is gravitational force. Do you agree?
What's mass?
Mass is just molecules.
Just stuff?
Yeah, just stuff is a good way to put it.
So stuff has gravity.
Stuff has gravity.
Because
and the bigger and the denser the stuff,
where did that come
the more
from?
Gravitational pull it has.
Why?
Because we don't actually have like gravitons and stuff like that causes gravity. That's why it's still like a, still being.
Oh, so it's just a long-winded. I don't know. Okay, got it.
No, it's an explanation of why things.
Because you don't know.
No.
What things do you see attracted to each other? What's attracted to each other? Where's that happening?
Everywhere. I mean,
like where?
Well, for example, the most obvious example is where things have a higher mass, so they have a higher gravitational pull. So it's easier to point to things that, so for example, it's easier to point to things that are much larger, right? So in this scenario, I would be able to point to things that you guys would deny as existing, which to me is illogical, which I don't want to offend you by saying, but like I would point to the larger things in the solar system to demonstrate.
Well, how about just go back to the surface of the Earth? How about where's the measurement of the surface of the Earth? Where's that at?
Again, like that's what I said to Dandelion. Like I'm not.
Yeah, instead of like talking
how you measure the Earth.
Yeah, this random meth-filled symposium about massive objects moving inside light and dark forces. Well, we just come right back down to the Earth and observe the Earth. What does it look like?
Could you repeat that? What, like if we went?
Yeah, just take an observation. You look at the surface of the Earth. There's a curve. There's a flat. What's going
on? Well, it seems to be curved.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
Like I go to the beach and I look at the Earth and I see it's a bit curved.
All right. Well, go get your eyes checked.
Sorry?
Go get those eyes checked.
Go get those eyes checked? It's a bit rude.
Yeah,
how are you seeing that? Like every time I go to the beach, the horizon is very flat. It's like the most obvious place to see the flat horizon.
Yeah, it's like either A, you've got some superhuman vision, or some fucking retardo vision. Like you got some beer goggles going on. You're like tunnel vision because you've got some myopia or whatever they call that.
I mean,
you might have an eye. You might have like the eye pressure disease that causes your eyes to like appear funhouse effect. What do they call that?
Yeah, I mean,
Can't
like,
think of it
look,
right now.
I think it's a subtle thing. I think it's like a subtle curvature, but I don't think it's like. I mean, I can see how you think it's flat.
Like how much
just pull
curvature?
up images on.
No, I mean let's figure it out. How much curvature over how much distance did you see?
I wouldn't be able to quantify it for you.
Well, if you saw it, you see something, say something. Like 1 degree, 2 degrees.
Like a very, very subtle amount.
Like how much? Like what's very subtle? Half a degree?
I don't know. I probably wouldn't be able to quantify it for you.
What about an eighth of a degree?
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think that I would probably be able to see a significant amount of curvature, like at the beach, for example.
Yeah, you can't see any curvature at the beach. I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, if you even were seeing it, you would assume that you were saying you were seeing it like left to right, which would be like an outrageously tiny little Earth. Because Samuel, please be quiet. Thank you. I'm in the middle of.
Yeah, you'll get a chance to talk here in a second.
I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, you'll get a chance to talk. So I think what you need to look at is the math. So in the math, if you look at the sorry, Dandelion, where are you going?
Well, I just show. I mean, yeah, you can go on with what you were saying. I just put the 8-foot black swan Santa Barbara observation there, which clearly shows a very flat horizon, which is also way beyond the maximum distance of geometric horizon claimed by the sphere. But I was just saying, in general, you're not going to be able to see. Curvature, even if you were on your, if you think you're on a globe. No, like, person who even like pretends to be serious about this topic on the globe side would claim that. I mean, they might make a claim about things disappearing, which can also be debunked. But that that would be imagining that things are disappearing over a curve going off into the distance, which they're not doing. The water is clearly flat, and objects that appear to disappear can be brought back into your vision through high-powered optical equipment. But yeah, I mean, if you're imagining seeing a curve from left to right, then that's like a real concern. So I really think you're just imagining it. Yeah, I think you are. I really.
Yeah, it's a hallucination because you'd have when you make that claim, you're saying that optically you can measure hundredths of the degrees with your eye.
Yeah, so like
you can break 1 degree down into hundredths. Like on a compass, you're playing around with a compass before?
Yeah.
Okay, see, like they go like they're 360 degrees in the compass.
Mm-hmm.
You could break each one of those lines down into 100 parts and tell the difference between each one.
Yeah,
not possible, dude. Not possible. Okay, that is a delusion. You hallucinated.
Okay, great. Thank you. In this case, I want to bring it back to the reason of why people have careers that fundamentally assume gravity exists, like the entirety of like practical physics, as well as the assumption that the Earth has a radius and a curvature and gravitational force exists and things like that. Like why do so many, like, if this didn't work, it would be revolutionary when it comes to science. Like, it would be the biggest scientific discovery on the planet. If someone had like an alternative theory to gravity that worked, that we could test and verify and repeat, that would be absolutely incredible. So my question is, why do we take this theory of gravity, if it doesn't exist, as the most plausible theory of why things, attract each other?
What things have you observed attracting each other? Where is your natural observation of mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time? I mean, that would be my question for you, but just, to quickly answer your question, there's no need to show something new because neither mass attracting mass nor bending and warping of space-time theories of gravity have ever been demonstrably proven with a rigorously controlled scientific experiment with the independent dependent variable. Therefore, since neither of those have been established, there's zero reason to replace them because they're completely unnecessary to explain how the natural world works, which is why they're superfluous, why one was discarded in favor of the other, and the other one can be discarded too, the Einsteinian, because its main purpose was to try to prop up the failing, dead, ridiculous heliocentric model, which has already been collapsed due to the real-world geometric measurements and observations. So therefore, there's no need to come up with something new, and it's like impossible. You just be making up a better fairy tale, try to get an award for it. So yeah, there's the reason it hasn't been done, because it doesn't need to be done, because it didn't need to be done the first 2 times. So it certainly doesn't need to be done a 3rd time.
Sure. So why do tides happen? Like,
what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, well, Dandelion asked, how do we know that gravity attracts gravity and things like that? And my answer to that would be, well, we see tides happen. My explanation is, Earth pulls on the moon and the moon pulls back, and that pull is why we have tides, right? It's not just one object doing the pulling. You have both reacting to each other. So my question to Dandelion would just be, well,
have scientific proof of that?
I was going to say, does science include explanations?
Does science include explanations? Some scientific laws don't. So scientific laws don't have explanations. That's what scientific theories are. So scientific theories are just laws and things that also have explanations.
Right, but I thought you have to use a scientific method to validate these experiments.
So do you think the tides happen or not?
No, I'm just saying that you have to use a scientific method to validate this. And in your example of the tides and the moon, there's no scientific experiment method.
Sure. So let's just say let's just discard, let's just do every possible internal critique. Let's say the Earth is flat, so on and so forth. Fine. How do you know that? You say tides happen. Okay, great. Well, why do tides happen under your guys' view?
Definitely not what you're saying, gravity and the moon,
Okay, great. But why do they happen under your view, not my view?
Personally, I'm not sure. I haven't done the research into that. But I don't have to, make up something, an exclamation, and not, abide by the scientific method. I find that kind of disingenuous by the Globers.
Sure. Dandelion, do you have an explanation of why tides happen?
I mean, I can discard your explanation regarding the moon and so on because of the localized nature of tides, that they're not consistent over time, that certain areas don't have them at all. So, I mean, I've seen different hypotheses about why it might be. I haven't tested it myself, right? So I can't make any claims. I can tell you what, other people have talked about, there being some kind of electromagnetic force involved with it. But I'm not making a claim because, like I said, that's not something I've tested or done myself, so I wouldn't make any claim to it. But I am able to say that it's not gravity's because that's an imaginary force that has never been demonstrated to do the thing that it claims to do. So we can eliminate that as a cause because, for one thing, how are you going to manipulate gravity as an independent variable in your fairy tale claim about the moon and the gravity and all that? And also, like I said, there's many tidal anomalies which debunk this concept, because if that were the case, then it should be pulling in a more equal way upon the waters, all the waters of a certain region, that the tides would be more regular in their activity and so on. So we can debunk some kind of distant cause that's acting on a force equally over all the waters of the Earth, because that's just not what we observe when we actually observe the the tides, so that can be crossed out, especially since it's never been demonstrated to actually exist as a force at all. So yeah, I mean, if you want to become a real scientist, and I know people have done some tests with like magnets and so on. It's not like an area I've delved into, but I mean, I'm sure if you just searched up like a magnetic effect on water or something, you could find like people have done demos on that and everything. So yeah, there's other possible causes that have been thrown out there. I don't think they've been like rigorously tested overall, other than, just like testing what the effect of it is on water at a local level. But, maybe that's something you could research in the future if you get your head on straight and realize the heliocentric model is a complete failure and is keeping your mind in a tiny little box dictated by Greeks who were in a cult several thousands of years ago.
Yeah, so like I guess I would probably ask I'm very, very curious about your interpretation of like the flat earth. Like why, for example, does weight like decrease slightly at the equator and increase at the poles of the earth? Or I guess the earth doesn't have poles, but increase at the edges of the earth, because I'm doing an internal critique. I have to remember that.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I was looking at something else.
Why does weight decrease slightly at the middle of the earth and increase at the edges of the earth?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that. I know I've seen some studies. There was a thing with the Travelocity gnome where they weighed. Is that the one you're talking about, where they weighed the Travelocity gnome, or are you talking about something else?
I'm not sure.
I mean, we know it's not gravity, since we just explained how gravity has never been confirmed to be a force, and in fact, in the terms of mass attracting mass, has been superseded by mainstream science by the bending and warping of space-time. So, I mean, I'd have to look at whatever evidence you have, which apparently you don't have any, because you haven't even seen the Travelocity gnome. I haven't seen the Travelocity gnome thing for 5 years. I can look it up for you if you want. Unless you have something to present for your claim of like evidence so that we could analyze it, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some other stuff we can talk about as well. Like, for example, under your view, do you think satellites exist?
So no evidence of different weights, depending on where you are on Earth. Is that right?
This is just what I've heard. Listen, like I'm not.
Oh, just what you've heard. Okay,
so it's trying to understand you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So nothing, just an opinion. Okay, cool.
Well, look, there's no need to be rude, mate.
No.
Maybe there is.
He was making you concede your last point, which you were trying to steamroll over and move on to another one, because that's what you've been doing the whole time you were here.
I'll concede. Look, if I don't have any evidence, then sure, yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, like
conceded.
I'm not, like,
we accept your
I don't
concession.
need to be right all the time. Like that's not a problem that I have. Yeah, my next question is: do you think that satellites exist?
I mean, I feel like I already answered this one. I mean, you want me to give you the same answer I gave you before? I told you that satellite communications, there's various theories as to what is going on with them. Clearly, they are not orbiting the sphere as claimed, since there is no sphere. As we have carefully explained to you numerous times, the radius of the sphere has been debunked on numerous occasions, and there's no evidence whatsoever of curvature or any kind of ball shape. Therefore, the claim that satellites are orbiting is clearly false. What satellites are actually doing, what they're doing, where their signals come from, is in dispute. There's pictures of satelloons, meaning could they be just, weather balloons and so on with some kind of communication device attached to them? Could a lot of this stuff that's claimed to be done through satellite actually be working with ground-based communications, and they're just calling it that for whatever reason? These are other ideas that people floated around. So why would I make a claim about satellites? I mean, I've just, it has nothing to do with the curve of the earth. Like, I don't care about them really that much. They don't prove your globe, if that's what you're thinking. So I can like them, dislike them, think they're one thing, think they're the other thing. All of that is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant to that discussion is that they're definitely not orbiting a sphere as claimed. since there is no sphere to orbit.
Well, like, fine. Let's say they're not orbiting a sphere. Do they exist in the sky?
What would you like to discuss? A certain one? I mean, I've already answered this multiple. Does anyone else want to answer him? Because I already told
you
him.
say you don't
They
think
could
that
be.
satellites orbit the Earth.
There could be
Satellites exist
right. There could be. There's definitely a bunch of stuff in the sky, blinking lights, signals, stuff like that. Yep, it's up there. Noted.
Okay, great. So we see. And those are satellites. Okay, I presuming you think that. So let's say that they're in there. And let's say gravity's fake and not real. So why don't they just fly off into space if gravity just doesn't exist, or just fly away?
Well,
if you believe in space,
one possible explanation for you, which of course I can't confirm for you since it's not my particular area of research, is the satelloons. But even either way, I think the possibility of there being containment can't be denied. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to get at that or if you're just going there accidentally, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that we live in a contained environment. It's indirect evidence. We haven't actually observed the container, but we observe the effects of us breathing and knowing that there can't be gas pressure without a container. So therefore, what you would call the atmosphere seems to be contained. Whether that, I mean, I don't think it's necessary for that thing to contain the satellites you discuss, because it depends on what you're saying they're powered by. I'm saying they're not orbiting, right? So they have some other form of power. So why can't they have another form of power?
Right. So
that would keep them at a certain altitude.
Yeah, I mean, look. Speaking of a container, do you believe in a physical firmament like described in the Bible?
I know nothing about the container. Only that I'm breathing, and we have an atmosphere, and so I know that it's not adjacent. That our atmosphere is not adjacent to the alleged near vacuum of outer space as claimed by the heliocentric model. So that's one thing I know is not happening. So that's why your satellites are doing what you said.
Right. So, let's say that gravity isn't real. What's holding the atmosphere to the Earth? Why isn't it just floating away?
Why would we float away? I don't understand.
The atmosphere.
I don't understand where this thing of why would we float away? Why would we fly? Why would we're not Superman?
Well, do you?
Have you verified that there's anywhere for the atmosphere to actually float away to?
Well, let me get to that. So, do you recognize or do you believe, I guess, that the higher that we get, the harder it is to breathe, but the higher we also get there's
a density gradient. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So, what causes that density gradient?
Well, that would be the different mediums equalizing, basically, and finding their position relative to each other.
Okay. So do you think that requires a force, or like if things settle by density, that's fine. But my question is that why does the denser stuff go down and the lighter stuff go up?
Because depending on the medium that it's in.
Okay, so
it's just relative density, depending on the medium. So a ball goes down in the air, and if you hold it underwater, it goes up.
Okay, but
it's dependent on the medium.
You know that experiment.
There's no magical force holding things down. Things fall or rise depending on the medium and their density.
Okay, so do you think that if we did because in my opinion, if we didn't have like a force that had like some sort of direction value, then the gases would just spread out evenly. Like what's stopping
They do.
from going up? Like
They do. Gases spread out evenly, yes. That's what happens in nature.
okay,
What's stopping it
so
from filling the vacuum is a container. There is no vacuum of outer space. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill the available volume of space instantly.
right.
Like when you
Okay,
open a vacuum chamber, fills with air instantly. The air just doesn't sit around outside the vacuum chamber.
And is this why things like fall down?
Things fall because they're heavy, because they have weight. They fall through the air. Or they go up like a helium balloon. Or smoke, steam, clouds, water vapor, all goes up.
Okay, yeah, no, I definitely agree with you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so like what
So the
do you think
container
there is
holds
a
the
down
gas.
or an up?
We don't know what down, up, and what causes things to go up and down. Don't know that.
Asking
It's
why
just
there's
natural
a
law.
down
Just how
vector.
things.
Sorry, Daz.
No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, when you really break it down, asking why there is a down vector in reality is kind of akin to asking why does blue look like blue? You know, it just is. You know, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So
And we might
I
not
assume
necessarily have an answer for it, but what's been claimed to us already, we can falsify by testing it.
Well, the blue one's
And I mean,
easy.
it would stand to reason that if we falsified that we're not on a giant spinning globe, then a lot of the rest of their explanation regarding how things are operating in reality would fall apart too.
I agree. A lot of things would fall apart if we weren't spinning on a globe. But my question to you is like, I assume that you believe because I've talked to other flat earthers before, and they believe in buoyancy existing, and they believe that in conjunction with density, that is enough to explain all of the things that we see in regards to how scientists would explain gravity, for example. Is that something that
I wouldn't I don't necessarily agree with that take that it's enough to explain absolutely everything, but buoyancy and density are at least principles that we can tangibly verify and experiment with, whereas gravity is not.
So do you believe that buoyancy is a force?
Well, I wouldn't say so.
You wouldn't say so you don't think the buoyancy force exists?
It's like an innate characteristic of the whatever substances are involved. And then again, by these laws of relative density, you know, they find their positions, they find, you know, where to rest.
So why wouldn't buoyancy be a force?
I'm not the best person to honestly get into this with, to be honest, but if someone else wants to take it.
Does anyone else believe in the buoyancy force?
Well, your things going up or down to seek equilibrium. So a helium balloon is forced up to find equilibrium. Right. Same with a brick is, in a way, forced down.
Right.
When you drop a brick on your foot, it's going to have a force. But yeah, you're creating potential energy by lifting that brick up and then dropping it. Or like holding a ball underwater and then letting it go. You're creating potential energy and then releasing it.
Right. So the problem here, and I'll post an image in chat, is in order for that to occur, you need gravity.
Why?
Because without gravity, the buoyancy would be zero, and like the density gradient that you're describing wouldn't do anything.
It's just equilibrium. It's just whatever it is seeking equilibrium in the medium.
Yes, but things wouldn't go down.
Why not?
because the buoyancy.
Why aren't we flying if there's no gravity? Gee, that's really stupid.
Because the
You
buoyancy
still have weight.
wouldn't be
You
zero
still have
if you
physical weight. Yeah, and the
yes, but
air
if you
is
solved for
not going to
F,
hold your weight.
yes, but
There's
if you
no
solved for F,
magical force, dude. Mass does not attract mass. No
yes,
evidence for
I'm not
that.
saying that. But if you solve for F in this equation, then and you eliminated gravity, then it would be zero. Like there wouldn't be any. You understand what I'm saying?
No. There's no gravity to begin with.
Okay, so
Mass
buoyancy force
attracting
doesn't
mass
exist,
is
or do you
up.
have an
Is
alternative force equation?
mass attracting mass is up there with witches float. You know, it's just
That's
ridiculous.
great, but
No evidence
I
for it.
assume. Okay, let's say that this equation is false. Then, what's your alternative explanation for buoyancy? If you're not willing to accept the buoyancy force.
I just said there is a force in buoyancy. Things go up or down.
Okay, and do you agree with
Especially when you hold
equation?
things underwater, all this potential energy created, then yeah, it forces its way up. A beach ball underwater, yeah.
Okay, so do you agree
You
with
got
the
to create that
buoyancy
energy to begin with.
Oh, okay, so do you agree with the buoyancy equation that I put in chat? And if not, why? Does.
When was buoyancy formulated? Buoyancy and density were formulated long before gravity. Yeah? But I'll have a look at it. Little g, probably. Gravity, little g. So it's just weight.
No, so the weight of the object.
No magical force.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the right. So in this equation, do you agree with how this is set up, and do you agree with everything regarding that?
Acceleration due to gravity, little g, or weight. Yeah, you drop something, it's going to accelerate if it has weight. Yeah. No magical
'cause
force
they-
required.
Yeah, because even in the diagram, it just shows the weight of the weight is the vector directly opposing the buoyant force vector going the other way. So even though we got that g there, if you want to claim that it's a constant, so it's not going to affect, what those other numbers are those other variables are the thing that's going to affect it. But even in your diagram itself, it's just like what Des said, it's the weight vector and the buoyant force vector opposing that.
So, okay, so like okay, here's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that in this diagram that I'm looking at right now, I would say that the buoyancy comes from the differences of pressure in a fluid. In your guys' explanation, what is causing those pressure differences? Like what pulls the fluid molecules down so that pressure increases with depth, for example? Because the deeper you go into the ocean, like your ears start to burst, and then the deeper you go, like there are submarines that can't even go as deep, right? So there's clearly pressure, right? So the stuff that pulls the fluid molecules down to cause that pressure, what pulls that stuff down?
It's the weight of the water.
Okay, so that's your explanation, the weight of the water? That there's nothing that's pulling it down?
Why does that upset you so much? I mean, that's what you observe. That's what you find in reality. And we've just told you on multiple occasions that there's no scientific evidence of your mass attracting mass gravity ever actually being measured. In fact, you can find multiple, the mainstream pseudoscientific heroes who will tell you gravity's not really a force, blah, 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 blah. I mean, show us your demonstration. If you want to keep going down this road, I mean, you pretend you're just asking us questions, but really, when we give you explanations, you keep fighting against them, even though it's the same explanation over and over. So if you're going to keep fighting against it, then you should at least have some kind of evidence on your side, such as a demonstration of where mass attracting mass was ever shown in a scientific way to be a cause and effect relationship caused by your fantasy gravity.
So fundamentally here, I'm not making a claim, right? I'm just performing an internal critique. I'm just saying, given your guys' model, can you explain X? Can you explain Y? Can you explain Z? Right? So, like, I'm not obligated to really explain anything about what scientists believe. I'm just asking you guys questions. And if you guys can't explain, for example, why the sun doesn't fall down, like, anything else, why stuff doesn't just, like what's the fundamental forces, things like that, then fine. But like, I don't, if scientists can give a model and can explain why things happen the way they do, then that does have more explanatory power.
They give a model that omits gravity as a fundamental force for any practical real-world use.
How?
That's the standard model of particle physics. Gravity is just omitted. At the quantum scale, it's actually completely incompatible.
Okay, at the quantum level, fine. But when it comes to like orbital dynamics, how do they omit gravity?
That's a story.
Okay, how do they omit gravity when it comes to orbital dynamics?
Orbital dynamics, like how the stuff in the sky moves around, a dynamic model for how that works.
Yeah, how do they omit gravity? How do the scientists?
Well, they don't. That's the story they tell you about how the kinematics of the sky operate.
So at what point are they omitting gravity?
When it comes down to practical real-world use, things like particle physics, stuff you do here on the day-to-day, you don't talk about gravity like a force of gravity or a
How
pseudo
about
force.
Newtonian dynamics? Do they admit it there?
Depends what you're doing. If it's some practical thing, then yeah.
Interesting. Anyway, it's good talking to you guys. But fundamentally, here's my take, right? My take is that if a model provides more explanatory power, then it should be used over the one that provides less explanatory power.
Why?
But,
explanations
why?
are not. Yeah, but just because you explain something doesn't mean that that's actually the way it works.
No, I agree. But would you agree that if something has more explanatory power, then it's the one that should be used?
No.
No, definitely not. You could just be a better creative writer, right? I mean, no, imagination does not equal fact.
What about mansplaining?
What about mansplaining?
Exact same thing. That it's irrelevant.
I don't understand. Anyway, I have to go, but I mean, I'll talk to you guys like maybe in a few hours when I get back. But anyway.
Okay. Yeah, that guy, India's developing, I think it's either top 5 or top 10 Glover types. That's definitely one of them. I can't remember what his name for it is, but it's the person who like pretends, right? They're just here to ask us questions and find stuff out there. They're not making any claims. They're not trying to prove anything. That guy clearly was trying to prove his final statement there, which is that his explanations are better because he Googled them, whereas ours, are based on the real world, so ours must be inferior. So I don't think he did well proving that claim, but he definitely was making claims. That is his claim, and all of those questions in which he kept asking basically the same thing over and over in a different way, because I guess he was trying to get somebody who could give him the gotcha that he wanted, which I don't think he ever got. But yeah, I don't really like that type because they're kind of disingenuous, pretending they're not making a claim, pretending they're just helping us critique our model. Yeah, thanks, guy. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, then he agrees with everything we have to say. And then he goes back on, well, what about this about the globe? And we're like, well, you already said that you weren't going to bring up anything. You already said, okay, well, what if we just don't talk about any of the things with the globe? Explain yourself. And then he comes back with the globe again. It's like a constant repetition of, don't worry about the globe, guys. But what about the globe? Like,
yeah, and his particular little love, is clearly this mass attracting mass. He's just not going to get rid of it ever. And, every single one of his questions was based on a presupposition of that actually existing and acting incredulous that we were going to come up with explanations that did not include his little pet project. So, yeah, it's just tedious. And people in general, I mean, I get why if you were a desperate globe believer, that wanted validation, you might take a dishonest tactic like that because you are going to be able to play on people's natural inclination to want another model to explain everything the way they imagine that the globe model does. Because let's face it, because they were convinced on the globe model before they learned all these other things, and then they learned these things, the claim that they're, that satellites is, saving the Earth and giving them their, little cell phone and all that stuff. They believed all these little stories that and about the tides and all the stories he told us about the tides, which has clearly been debunked, so on and so forth. But yeah, if you open up your middle school science textbooks, yeah, it's going to have a little picture of the moon, about the gravity and the tides. I mean, it's not really their fault that they were misinformed as children, but now they're adults. It's time for them to let go of it. You know, we don't need to have a comfortable explanation for every single thing to realize that it does happen. And then there's also a lack of serious scientific inquiry because of people like that who refuse to let go of these old, outdated explanations that have clearly failed. Yeah, somebody should be out there studying the tides. Yeah, where's that? Where's the funding for studying the tides? And what actually causes them? Not there, I bet.
Yeah, I also think them types can't really grasp the idea that what is really being utilized in day-to-day practically is not the same as what is being taught, you know?